Xianlan mainland, home to immortal cultivators who strut around like they own the place, while mortals break their backs just trying to survive. Naturally, the mortals spend their lives chasing immortality, because who wouldn't want to trade hauling water buckets for hurling fireballs around? Puffing young man barely dragging himself up a mountain trail. He pauses to catch his breath, grumbling, "My mom thinks climbing this mountain to cultivate immortality is my golden ticket to finding a wife, but let me tell you, it's not exactly a dating app up here. I've been wandering for hours, and all Eve gained is sore legs and zero help." In his hand, he clutches a flyer that reads, "Spend every coin you own, buy a cake, or join the divine immortal sect." He stares at the paper like it personally insulted him. This is the last stop," he mutters, before looking up at a crumbling shack ahead. "This is the divine immortal sect. Are they cultivating immortality or termites in there?" Sweat drips down his face as he sizes up the sad little structure. "Nope, this is definitely a scam." Tossing the flyer to the ground, he huffs, "Forget it. I'm going home to nap. This was a colossal weight." Don't leave before he can take another step. A hand grabs his leg. The young man jumps, shrieking like a banshee out of nowhere. A bedraggled figure emerges, clinging to him like his life depends on it. "Who the hell are you?" Pork Bun shouts, trying to shake the guy off. The man beams up at him with a grin too confident for someone who looks like he lost a fight with a bush. He announces grandly, "Am Wang Fong, the master of the divine immortal sect." Pork Bun stares at him. "Deadpan master? Of what exactly? Trash collection?" Wang Fong brushes off the insult like it's a compliment 3 days ago. "I was just a humble comic book author. But after one too many all-nighters writing about immortals, the king of hell himself decided to give me a free upgrade. Next thing I know, my soul gets yanked into this world of cultivators and, I arrive naked." Completely naked, Wang Fong recounts his entrance into the immortal realm with the enthusiasm of a man telling his worst life decision. "There I was, falling from the sky like a meteor. And just when I thought it couldn't get worse, I collided headfirst with some old guy flying on a sword. Pretty sure I gave him a concussion. That was just the beginning. Moments after crash landing, the system appeared before me." The system? Yes, a divine system. Sent to guide me to greatness, or so I thought. Wang Fong's smile falters as he remembers the truth. Turns out it's a bargain bin system. No spiritual energy, no magical weapons, no skills. Just one lousy task: recruit a disciple in 3 days or get hunted down and erased from existence. Pork Bun squints at him. "You've got 3 days to rope in a sucker. And you think I'm the guy?" Wang Fong claps his hands, ignoring the insult. "Exactly, I saw you, and I knew immediately. You're the chosen one. Your bone structure is unparalleled, your potential unmatched." Pork Bun takes a step back, his face twisting in disgust. "Chosen one? Bone structure? You're making me sound like livestock." He points at the dilapidated shack. "And this so-called sect of yours? Is a dump. You look like you crawled out of a compost heap. Who'd fall for this scam?" Wang Fong doesn't miss a beat. But looks can be deceiving, young man. Grand sects with towering temples? They take one glance at you and laugh you out the door. But me? I see potential. Potential? Pork Bun throws up his hands. "You mean potential to get scammed blind?" Wang Fong sidles up to him, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Now think about it. Who else would offer you a chance like this? Other sects want perfection. I want you. That's called vision." Pork Bun rolls his eyes, muttering, "More like desperation." And thus begins the most unlikely partnership in the history of immortal cultivation, or the fastest way to end up broke and regretting life choices. Wang Fong had to admit, for a chubby guy, the kid was surprisingly emotional. As soon as Wang Fong praised his so-called extraordinary abilities, the young man's eyes went misty, and his voice cracked. "Can I really cultivate immortality? Can I become a deity?" Wang Fong, ever the con artist, visionary sect master, immediately whipped out a flyer like he was selling snake oil. "Do you know why our sect is called the Divine Immortal Sect? Because the name says it all. Join us, and you'll be a deity in no time." At that moment, the young man's mind wandered off into a vivid daydream. He saw himself lounging on a mountain of gold, saving damsels in distress. and marrying the most beautiful wife in all the land. Drooling at the thought, he fumbled with his money bag and held it out, trembling with excitement. Is it true? Will I really become a deity? Wang Feng's eyes lit up like lanterns at the sight of the money. His hand shot out faster than a lightning strike. That's right, darling, he cooed, already mentally spending the cash. The chubby young man hesitated for a moment, pulling the bag slightly back. But what if I don't become an immortal? Wang Feng slapped on his most sincere smile, which was about as trustworthy as a street magician. Don't worry, a 100 guarantee. If you fail, I'll refund your money, find you another sect, and hey, I'll even throw in a good wife. The young man squinted at him, half believing and half doubting. You're serious? Serious as the sky is blue. Wang Feng beamed, though his inner monologue was less charitable. This kid actually believes this nonsense? He's either my first disciple or my personal curse. The young man pondered for a moment, then said, Fine, but I have conditions. I can't diet or do hard training. I need meat and fish every meal. My clothes must be washed by someone else, and if I'm tired, I'm taking a nap. Wang Feng froze for a second, forcing a grin. Of course, small matters for a grand sect like ours. Meanwhile, inside he was screaming, is this a disciple or an ancestor? If it weren't for this damn system threatening to wipe me out, I'd have sent you straight to your forefathers by now. The money bag dropped into Wang Feng's palm, and his system notification chimed in like a game-winning jackpot. Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting your first disciple. The strongest sect system is now activated. Please check your rewards. Wang Feng barely contained his excitement. Rewards, he muttered, currently opening the system panel, but before he could even glance at it, the chubby disciple launched himself at him in a bear hug. Sect Master, you're amazing. Not only did you accept me, but you're treating me so well. Even my family doesn't spoil me like this. Can I call you Brother Wang Feng from now on? Brother? My head. Wang Feng shoved him away. Don't disturb me. I'm checking the rewards. The young man pouted. Fine, but I'm starving. When's my welcome feast? Wang Feng rubbed his temples, muttering, I'll make something now, all while planning his escape outside the dilapidated house. He finally opened the system panel. In peace. Host, Wang Feng. Cultivation, none. Physique, none. Lineage, none. Wang Feng groaned. Great, I'm the immortal equivalent of a broken broomstick. Sect, divine immortal sect disciples, 1, Li Cheng. Rewards, 1 summoning opportunity, 1 price chance. The system elaborated. The summoning opportunity allows the host to summon a celestial realm powerhouse who will join the sect and assist in teaching disciples. Wang Feng perked up. A celestial realm powerhouse? Finally, some actual help. He closed his eyes, recalling his pitiful first 3 days in Xianlan mainland. Day 1, wandering alone in the cold. Day 2, gifted a house barely standing on its own. Day 3, curled up in despair, wishing he could return home. System, he shouted dramatically, thrusting his hand toward the panel. Summon the strongest champion you've got. The air crackled, and a portal opened. Wang Feng's shack lit up like a fireworks display. A pair of feet emerged, descending from the swirling vortex of light. Please, Wang Feng whispered, staring at the portal, don't let this one be another idiot. As Li Cheng lay outside the decrepit house, lazily swatting at butterflies like an overgrown child, the sudden beam of light from the heavens sent him flying backward. Mom, is there an earthquake? He screamed, flailing in the dirt like a turtle on its back. The ground trembled, the sky darkened, and Li Cheng's survival instincts kicked in though. Admittedly, they weren't very good. Help, something's falling from the sky. Somebody call the immortal fire department. The light engulfed Wang Feng's dilapidated shack, which miraculously remained completely intact. Terrified and now curious, Li Cheng scrambled to his feet and bolted toward the glowing house. What in the world is going on? That thing should have been reduced to splinters bursting through the door like a panicked bull. He found Wang Feng casually sipping tea, looking utterly unbothered, as if he weren't sitting in the epicenter of a cosmic event. Li Cheng dashed over and, in his haste, managed to spill the entire cup of tea onto Wang Feng's face. Sect Master. What's happening? Wiping the tea off with the grace of a man used to disappointments, Wang Feng glared at him. What's happening is you just ruined my tea. Can I not have one moment of peace around here? Li Chang, wide-eyed and trembling, pointed to the door. Forget the tea, the sun's gone. The sun sighing dramatically. Wang Feng followed Li Chang's gaze. Outside, the silhouette of a man descended through the torrent of spiritual energy, enveloped in a blinding light. His every step seemed to quake the ground, his presence almost suffocating. Li Chang screamed in pure terror. An immortal. No, a monster. The end is near. Wang Feng slapped him on the back of the head. Monster? That's Yi Guchang, the protector of our sect. Li Chang blinked, dumbfounded. Protector? Since when do we have one of those? And what realm is he in? Is he mid-spirit realm? Profound realm? Wang Feng scratched his chin, feigning deep thought. He's in the nobility peak realm. Li Chang's jaw dropped so hard it practically hit the floor. And nobility peak? Sect master, are you speaking the human language? The nobility realm is practically god tier. People like him are the strongest in the empire. Watching Li Chang's frog-like face contort in shock, Wang Feng chuckled inwardly. This guy's reaction is gold. Eve worried for nothing. Strong is strong no matter where you are. The blowing figure stepped forward and bowed deeply to Wang Feng. Yi Guchang greets the sect master. Wang Feng, basking in the moment, waved his hand magnanimously. Ye elder, no need for such formalities. Let's keep things casual. Li Chang stood frozen, his brain short-circuiting. I've seen pigs climb trees, he muttered, but I'd never seen someone in the nobility realm bowing to anyone. What kind of divine being is my sect master? Meanwhile, Wang Feng, struggling to maintain his facade of calm, was silently sweating. This martial world dialogue is exhausting. Let this idiot handle it from now on. Turning to Li Chang with a smirk, he said, Li Chang, pay your respects to Elder Yi. Li Chang scrambled to his knees, bowing so low he could have kissed the floor. Disciple Li Chang greets Yi elder. Watching his newfound disciple grovel, Wang Feng allowed himself a moment of smug satisfaction. See? Once they know you're strong, they fall in line. With Li Chang sufficiently humbled, Wang Feng turned his attention back to the system. So, system, he asked, what's this price draw opportunity about? The system's panel lit up like a slot machine. The price draw allows the host to win items such as a celestial bloodline, advanced cultivation techniques, or physical summoning of a strong ally. Rewards can be used by the host or sect disciples. Wang Feng's eyes sparkled with greedy joy. Wait, so you're telling me I can win something that will actually make me immortal? Jackpot system, let me draw right now. The system didn't hesitate. A wheel of fortune spun wildly on the screen before slowing down, stopping on the image of none other than Yi Guchang. Congratulations, host, you have drawn Yi Guchang, 100 cultivation. Wang Feng stared at the reward orb, a whirlwind of thoughts brewing in his head. As the sect master, a humble mortal, why on earth would I let some clueless disciple use this instead of boosting my own cultivation? Priorities, people. He turned to the system panel, his curiosity piqued. System, if I absorb 100 of Yi Guchang's cultivation, how much can I level up? Host will advance to the early stage of the entry phase realm, the system responded, completely devoid of enthusiasm. Wang Feng squinted at the screen, scratching his head. System, can you speak in human language for once? Entry phase realm? What does that even mean? Wait. Li Qin, he spun around dramatically, startling his disciple. Do you know how cultivation realms are divided? Wang Feng asked. Feigning ignorance, Li Qin straightened up, puffing out his chest like an overeager student about to recite from memory. Of course, sect master. Cultivating immortals is divided into 10 major realms: foundation, establishment, profound vein, medium spirit, profound general, entry phase, nobility, profound sovereign, profound venerable, profound saint, and profound emperor. He rattled off the list with the speed of someone who'd practiced it in the mirror 100 times. Wang Feng nodded slowly, pretending to process this revelation. So entry phase is 5th. Huh? Smack in the middle. Not impressive, but not embarrassing either. He crossed his arms, deep in thought, still starting from scratch though. This system is the real scam artist here. With a resigned sigh, he shoved the glowing orb into his chest and yelled, "System, upgrade cultivation." A sudden surge of spiritual energy erupted. Surrounding Wang Feng in a dazzling display of light, his frail figure transformed as vitality and power coursed through him. Muscles bulged, his aura became overwhelming, and his tattered robes didn't survive the transformation, leaving him standing dramatically in his ripped outfit. Li Qin, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, gasped audibly, "Sect Master, your body. It's monstrous. The Sect Master is truly divine." Wang Feng caught his disciple gawking and immediately started brainstorming excuses. "Great, now I need to spin this into something inspirational." He cleared his throat. "This, my dear disciple, is merely a demonstration of what's possible with diligence and discipline. If you train hard for just 1 year, you too could achieve the entry phase realm." Li Qin's face lit up with a mix of awe and despair. 1 year? Sect Master, that's impossible. Reaching the entry phase realm takes a lifetime unless you're a top-tier genius. Overcome with emotion, Li Qin threw himself at Wang Feng's legs, sobbing uncontrollably. "The heavens must have smiled upon me to bless me with such a miraculous sect. Sect Master, I swear I'll train diligently and never waste your kindness." Watching his disciple grovel and cry, Wang Feng felt a pang of guilt. "Yeah, let's not mention this was all a lucky draw," he thought. Feigning enlightenment, he spread his arms wide, tilted his head to the sky, and murmured, "Ah, so this is what it feels like to step into the entry phase realm." He closed his eyes. Inhaling deeply, I can hear the water droplets falling. Flowers blooming, wings flapping. Before he could finish basking in his self-created glory, a shadow crossed the sky, followed by a loud squawk. Wang Feng opened his eyes just in time to see a bird plummet to the ground, flailing as though it had been stomped mid-flight. What the? Descending rapidly, a young woman with a face darkened by fury landed with all the grace of a wrecking ball. Her foot struck the bird again for good measure before she turned her annoyed gaze toward Wang Feng. Wang Feng arched a brow, then turned to Yi Guchang. "The elder, why don't you handle this? Let's see if she's here for tea or trouble." Yi Guchang stepped forward, his sword glowing faintly with a white aura. As he planted it firmly in the ground, his expression was stoic, his voice hoarse. "May I ask, friend, where you hail from?" Before the woman could respond, the ground beneath Yi Guchang rumbled ominously. A whirlwind erupted, knocking his sword skyward and sending him tumbling like a rag doll. The elder Li Qin shrieked. The whirlwind grew stronger, tearing through the surrounding area and sweeping up a stack of Wang Feng's divine immortal sect recruitment flyers. The three of them stared helplessly as the papers were flung into the sky, scattering like desperate confetti. "My flyers," Wang Feng groaned, clutching his head. The woman remained unfazed, her expression as sulky as before. The girl from earlier fell out of the vortex. She gaped, frowning as she stared ahead. Immediately after, the poor bird was again stepped on by her wicked foot. "Is your back a temple or what, stepping on it like that?" She used all her strength to kick the bird, then slowly descended. She shot a piercing glare, staring intently ahead. As she landed, suddenly a flyer fell right in front of her. Startled, she quickly drew the sword from her waist. Without the slightest hesitation, she swung at the flyer with a deadly strike. Yi Guchang's expression darkened upon seeing this. Gripping his sword tightly, he growled, "Don't destroy the items of our sect." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately drew his sword. The blade emitted a blinding light. Yi Guchang raised his sword behind his neck, showcasing its dazzling brightness. A wave of spiritual energy wrapped around the blade of Yi Guchang's sword. Then, he unleashed a stream of sword chi forward with an icy expression. The airflow released from his sword directly attacked the piece of paper. At the same time, the paper accidentally got hit right in front of that girl. In the blink of an eye, the paper had fallen straight onto the girl's face, causing her to blink in surprise. Not only that, the paper was sticking increasingly tightly to her face. In a panic, she tightly embraced the paper, losing her balance and falling from above. The girl hit the ground, creating an explosion right in front of Wang Feng. Seeing this, he pointed ahead and said in confusion, with this way of greeting from Yi Guchang, if someone is a friend, it might just turn into an enemy. Li Qin, why don't you go greet her? At that moment, the mist gradually dissipated, and the girl appeared flattened on the ground, her body covered in injuries, still holding tightly to the paper on her face. Li Qin timidly approached and said, Miss Fairy, are you all right? Meanwhile, Yi Guchang had sheathed his sword. Then, he turned to glare sharply behind him. That was also when the paper on the girl's face was unsealed, and she pulled it down, staring blankly as she looked over. Li Qin opened her eyes wide in fear upon seeing that face, sweating. It has nothing to do with me, Mom, boo-hoo-hoo. The younger sister gritted her teeth in anger, then slammed her hand down hard on the ground with a dark expression, her whole body filled with evil energy, who littered. Seeing this, Li Qin panicked, tears streaming down her cheeks, and ran away with her legs curled up to her neck. Hearing her sister's words, Wang Feng chuckled. This is not trash. What you're holding is a flyer from our divine immortal sect. The younger sister, upon hearing this, unfolded the paper, furrowed her brow, and stared wide-eyed. A flyer. After looking at it for a moment, she raised her head, her eyes wide in confusion. Is this the divine immortal sect? What else could it be? I am the sect master of the divine immortal sect from the flyer. My name is Wang Feng. As soon as he finished speaking, the system suddenly appeared with a notification. You have a new message. Congratulations, host, you have found a genius. The new mission is to recruit 10 disciples, and the reward will be 10 summoning chances and 10 prize chances. Reading this, Wang Feng's eyes lit up, thinking, 10 summoning chances, 10 prize chances, is it true? Just after acquiring a counterfeit item, Li Qin managed to exchange it for the powerful Sword Guchang in cultivation entry phase realm. If this time he can obtain a genius as a disciple, wouldn't that mean he could soar? But how can that be achieved? Never mind, if I can't think of it, I can still save a dead horse and turn it into a live one. So the young man spread his arms wide, looked at the girl with enthusiasm, and said, Young lady, I am very impressed with your bones. You must be a cultivation genius. Li Qin, who was sitting next to him, heard this and thought, this line sounds familiar. The young man then got upset, grabbed a stack of flyers, stood up, and glared at Wang Feng. Sect Master, do you say this to everyone you meet? As soon as he finished speaking, someone quickly covered Li Qin's mouth, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. It turned out to be Wang Feng. After dealing with Li Qin, he turned his sweat-drenched face back and continued, I have carefully considered this. He said that, but in his heart he thought, just now, she could ride a flying bird, which proves that her abilities are extraordinary. And her knowledge must be considerable, although the realm is not higher than mine. Her combat experience is definitely stronger. This tactic can only deceive the fool Li Qin. It certainly won't work on her. The younger sister pondered for a moment and suddenly spoke up. You said you are the sect master of the divine immortal sect, right? After saying this, the younger sister turned her face, took out the flyer, placed her hand on the large round speaker, and looked at Wang Feng with a gentle gaze. The flyer says the divine immortal sect is recruiting disciples. So do you think I can join? Wang Feng was taken aback upon hearing this. Both teacher and student were thrilled, their eyes sparkling with thoughts of, I never expected a sweet treat to fall from the sky and land on my head. I never imagined that this fairy could become my junior sister fellow disciple. Just as they were enjoying the moment, a warning from the system appeared, detected that the host is in an excessively joyful state. A gentle reminder for the host, do not celebrate too early. If the other party does not pay the entrance fee, it will not be considered a disciple. After reading this, he was furious and shouted, Damn! Does this damn system have so many rules? Wang Feng raised his hand in front of his face, closed his eyes tightly. The regulation of our divine immortal sect requires you to voluntarily submit all the money you have on you as the sect fee. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, the girl suddenly ran over and grasped his hand tightly. She took his hand and placed it against her chest, closing her eyes tightly and making a cute face. I rushed out without any money on me. Can I make up for it later? The young man was sweating and stammered, awkwardly responding that this was the rule and must be followed. But in his heart, he thought that if possible, he would rather not pay a single cent, but how could he do that? This was a mandatory requirement of the system. Hearing those words, Li Qin was struck dumb and thought to himself that even someone like Ling Fei Wu wanted to accede to the sect, and the sect master also wanted to collect money. I have truly made a lot of money already. At that moment, a group of strange people suddenly appeared behind Ling Fei Wu. Hey beauty, do you really think you can escape from the palm of the marquis? Hearing this, the girl opened her eyes wide in panic, and the young man with white hair glared, wearing a sinister smile. Ha! Even your father can't protect you. What can these monkeys in the mountains do to help you? Ling Fei Wu turned around, pointing his sword forward, frowning in anger. Lin Yuni, I am now a disciple of the divine immortal sect in front of my sect master. You want easily destroy your humanity. The guy standing next to him, after hearing this, felt like, I thought desserts would fall from the sky, but it turns out I am the dessert for someone else. Lin Yuni jumped down from the tree, leaping forward, looking up at the sky with a strange expression, gathering energy in his hands. You dare to steal the prey of the marquis? The marquis does not mind giving you a strike. Although the lackeys raised by the marquis have all reached the profound general realm, Wang Feng, after hearing this, rested his chin on his hand, closed his eyes and pondered. The profound general realm is only one level below me. But they have 5 people. Moreover, I don't know what level the captain is. It seems this disciple recruitment has some danger. Ling Fei Wu stared intently at her shining sword, trembling all over at the same time. Li Qin walked straight up to Ling Fei Wu and pointed forward. Haha, little junior sister, you don't have to be afraid. It's just the profound general realm. My sect master can crush you with just a fingertip. The young men, having been slapped in the face painfully, gritted their teeth and frowned. Wang Feng was not much different either. After hearing this, sweat poured down his face like rain, and he thought to himself, Li Qin, you really are a big fool, always causing trouble for me. Although my entry phase realm could basically fight a profound general in a moment, I have no real combat experience. If I make a move, I will definitely lose, which will affect my grand plan of accepting disciples. After thinking for a moment, he raised his head, stared ahead with a dazed expression, and forced a silly smile. Ling Fei Wu looked up and saw this, then clasped her hands tightly together, kneeling before Wang Feng, and exclaimed, Thank you, sect master, for your help. Upon hearing this, the young man raised his hand, closed his eyes tightly, and confidently said, Don't worry, with me here, no one can bully you. He talked big, but deep down he felt petrified, thinking, you all are just echoing each other, you don't need to put me on the roasting pan. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuni's group landed right in front of Wang Feng, yelling, What kind of game is this? Daring to show danger in front of me? Let me teach you how to write the word for death. His subordinates understood his intention as they heard him. Some wielded daggers, some swords, and others knives, all of them rushing forward with cold, fierce looks in their eyes faced with the attack of those crazed individuals. Wang Feng was taken aback, staring wide-eyed in astonishment. The image of a sharp sword was clearly reflected in his pupils. Suddenly, a barrier of reactive space appeared behind Wang Feng, causing their speed to slow down instantaneously. At that moment, a young man swung a blade down towards Wang Feng. But strangely, the sword blade suddenly distorted right in his palm. On the surface of the blade was the reflection of Wang Feng. His face beaming with joy. Behind him appeared a girl, holding a dagger tightly in her hand. It seems that, in the world of cultivating immortals, being a level higher can indeed crush a person. However, those crazed individuals continued to slash their feeble swords at Wang Feng, which made him find it amusing. They used to be good training targets for me, but in front of my disciple it would be shameful to have a fair fight with them. So Wang Feng decided to look up at the sky and shout loudly, Yi Guchang. Hearing his name, Yi Guchang appeared immediately. He raised his sword in front of him, his expression serious, and his sharp eyes staring intently at the sword. Yi Guchang blighted toward the madman, performed a few moves, and in the blink of an eye, the whole group was defeated, having dealt with the scrappy bunch. Yi Guchang charged toward the leader. Lin Yuni gaped in shock when he saw Yi Guchang's sword, his face drenched in sweat. Wang Feng stepped in front of Lin Yuni, glaring intently at the young man, then pointed behind him sarcastically. To make us know how to write the character for death, you all are really risking your lives. But now, that character for death still lacks a stroke from you. Li Qin pointed ahead, his face brightening as he glanced at Lin Fei Wu. Did you see? No need for the sect master to intervene. Just Elder Yi is enough to take care of them. Oh my, this must be the profound general realm. Do you see that in the Yari Empire, the strong of the profound general realm are really above the middle level? Lin Yuni felt terrified at Yi Guchang's cold expression, his heart pounding, thinking, can he really kill 5 profound general experts in a second? Is this person at the entry phase realm? No, he is probably at the nobility realm. My father couldn't even pass the nobility realm. Thinking of this, he was terrified, sweating profusely at this point. He could only admit his guilt, ending his thoughts. Yuni raised both his hands, clasping them together. Without hesitation, he bowed his head before Wang Feng and prostrated himself. Senior, I am the junior Lin Yuni, with eyes that cannot see the great mountain. Please spare my life. I will run away immediately. Let my father, the Marquis of Chonglin of the Yari Empire, prepare a gift for you. As he finished speaking, he gave a sinister smile. Ling Feiwu, who was nearby, widened his eyes in anger upon hearing the name Marquis of Chonglin, grinding his teeth at the same time. Wang Feng lunged forward and grabbed Yi Guchang's shoulder. He then leaned his face forward, raising his voice. I don't care if you are the Marquis of Chonglin or the Marquis of Dawn. As long as you dare to come here, I will not let you go unpunished. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Ling Feiwu stared in disbelief. Li Qing looked up cheerfully, smiling as he said, how can that be? I said our sect master has no problem dealing with that Marquis of Chonglin. Will only take 2 fingers. Ling Feiwu bowed his head, recalling the events of the past. In the entire Yari Empire, it seems that no one dares to touch the estate of the Marquis of Chonglin. Marquis of Chonglin Lin Tianxiong not only possesses nobility cultivation, but also commands an army of 500 men. Each soldier is a profound general, with 10 captains in the entry phase realm, their strength comparable to several mid-level sects in the empire. Therefore, they can act recklessly to harm me, and I can only flee far away from that place. However, the sect master of the divine immortal sect doesn't even pay attention to the existence of the estate of the Marquis of Chonglin. Perhaps he can protect me. Finishing his thoughts, Ling Feiwu knelt down and prostrated himself before Wang Feng. He glanced at his sister's stunned expression, and after a moment, he opened his mouth to speak. What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly performing such a ceremony? After hearing this, Ling Feiwu closed his eyes tightly and replied, Sect Master, from the beginning, I thought the divine immortal sect has been running around treating a disease. His sister looked up, glaring at Ling Yuni, and shouted, but now I firmly believe that the sect master can uphold justice for the Ling family master. Wang Feng, seeing his sister's anger, widened his eyes in surprise. What exactly is the grudge between you and Ling Yuni? His sister glared, clenching her teeth, her whole body trembling. During a time when the disciples were sent out for cultivation, I encountered Ling Yuni, the young Marquis of the Marquis of Chonglin's estate. He was captivated by my beauty and tried to violate me. It took all my strength to escape from his grasp. I thought that ordeal was behind me, but when I returned to the Ling family, as soon as I stepped through the door, I discovered that Ling Yuni had brought the strong men from the Marquis of Chonglin's estate and slaughtered hundreds of people from the Ling family. If it weren't for my father's desperate protection, I fear I wouldn't have lived to meet the sect master. After speaking, she lifted her head, her face darkened, her whole body trembling. Wang Feng gently approached her to comfort her, saying, Don't worry whether you're my disciple or not. I intend to see this matter through. From a different perspective, upon hearing these words, Ling Yuni's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth in discomfort. He dug his fingers into the ground. Then, using all his strength, he sprang up and fled. Sect Master, Ling Yuni has escaped. Wang Feng was a little surprised when he saw this. The villain in a comic doesn't directly resist. Then they directly kneel down and beg, why isn't this guy following the usual script? Seeing the terrified expression on Ling Fei's face, Wang Feng boldly patted his sister on the shoulder, smiling, don't worry with the elder here. He won't be able to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Guchang, who was standing aside, also understood the intent and drew out his sword, which emitted a dazzling light. Then he unsheathed the sword entirely, its blade gleaming, while his hair stood on end. Waves of spiritual energy continuously poured out from his body. At that moment, the crazies who had been beaten up just moments ago were suddenly sent flying by Yi Guchang's sword chi. Not only that, but Wang Feng, Ling Feihu, and Li Qin were also simultaneously lifted into the air. The girl and the frightened little disciple clung tightly to Wang Feng, making him helplessly think, why does Yi Guchang always want to create such a grand spectacle whenever he makes a move? Luckily, my cultivation in the imagery realm is stable, otherwise both I and the disciples would be in the same dire situation. The sect master's face would be completely gone at this moment. Someone's foot stomped the ground and jumped up. That foot stepped on the corpses hanging in the air one by one, and it turned out to be the foot of Yi Guchang. Thanks to the grace of those crazies, Yi Guchang quickly soared upward. Just in time to catch up with Lin Yuni, the unfortunate young man raised his face and saw Yi Guchang, his mouth agape in panic, running away desperately. Yi Guchang blared with narrowed eyes, staring straight ahead. Then he used the ultimate technique, immortal flying from heaven, launching a stream of sword chi towards Lin Yuni. The stream of sword chi struck directly into Lin Yuni's face, causing him to open his eyes in pain. Immediately, blood flowed from his face without stopping, even making him cry blood. The immense force knocked him backwards. Yi Guchang retracted his sword. As the sword was withdrawn, the crazies fell from the sky, blood splattering everywhere. Yi Guchang turned to leave, not forgetting to send them another wave of sword chi as a parting gift. At that moment, as Lin Yuni collapsed to the ground, something fell from his neck. It turned out to be an emerald pendant, engraved with mysterious images. Lin Fei's eyes widened soon as he saw the jade pendant. His younger sister rushed over to grab the pendant. Holding it tightly in her hands, the unfortunate young man looked up at the sky, trembling all over. He knelt among the corpses of his subordinates, shouting loudly. Yi Guchang glanced over and said in a low voice, according to the sect master, Lin Yun master has stayed here. Lin Fei Wu glared at Yi Guchang, secretly sweating and thinking, from the very beginning, I knew this person's martial arts were extraordinary, but I never expected them to be this outstanding, especially the move immortal flying from heaven. Just now, even if the Marquis of Chonglin had acted directly, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. With a character like this as an elder in the divine immortal sect, sooner or later their reputation will be known throughout the world. Why have I never heard of them before? Am I really that shallow? Lost in thought, he suddenly heard Wang Feng glance over and speak, causing his sister to jump. I know about your desire to join our divine immortal sect, but it was only to protect yourself that you had to act this way. Lin Fei Wu felt exposed, his face darkening, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek as her bit his lip in silence. Wang Feng placed his hand on his chest, closed his eyes tightly, and smiled. But I truly want you to become my disciple. However, my sect is a big hidden sect. You will understand this better in the future and can decide then. Fei Wu, upon hearing this, smiled brightly like a blooming flower. Wang Feng saw this and thought to himself, no wonder I am the famous comic book author. This dramatic moment is what I call pure emotional fire. At this point, Lin Fei Wu presented the jade pendant that had been mentioned earlier. This is a jade pendant, a treasure passed down from the Lin family today. Having received great kindness from the sect master as revenge for me, I am willing to offer it as a fee to join the sect. Wang Feng raised his hand to touch the jade pendant, smiling brightly. I don't even know if the system accepts jade as a fee, but it doesn't hurt to try then. Wang Feng opened his eyes halfway and looked up, surprised by something. At this time, the younger sister frowned, her eyes clearly showing sadness, deep in thought as if she was contemplating something. Wang Feng saw this and gasped, whispering to himself, oh, why is her face suddenly so red? Lin Fei Wu pondered and recalled the past Xiao Wu, Did you always scream for a piece of jade like this before? In the blink of an eye, you have reached this age. Today, Father will give it to you, take it. It might even turn out to be a love token. At that moment, she held the jade pendant and said, "This is the heirloom jade of the Lin family. Xiao Wu will definitely not give it to anyone." After thinking for a while, the younger sister turned her face away sadly. On the contrary, Wang Feng held the pendant between his fingers and gazed at it with bright eyes. At this moment, the system displayed, "Congratulations, host, for completing 1/10 of the task of accepting a disciple. The rewards are 1 summoning opportunity and 1 prize draw chance." Wang Feng slapped Lin Fei Wu on the shoulder. Startling her, the younger sister looked up. Confused, Wang Feng cheerfully said, "Now you are a disciple of the divine immortal sect." He widened his eyes and smiled confidently. "Your enemy is also considered our sect's enemy." After saying that, he pointed at Lin Yuni. "You can take a share of the profits from that useless person." Upon hearing this, Fei Wu's eyes suddenly widened. She noticed a piece of wood by the roadside and without hesitation walked over to pick it up. Then, the younger sister strode directly toward Lin Yuni with a face filled with evil energy. "Exterminate the enemy clan. Like a ship sinking into a sea of blood. This grudge cannot go unavenged." She raised the sharp branch, her eyes full of hatred, gritting her teeth, and shouted loudly, "If I don't kill you, it would be a waste of my status as the great lady of the Ling family." Without hesitation, Lin Fei Wu delivered a fatal stab to Lin Yuni, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The unfortunate young man painfully raised his face to the sky, opening his mouth wide to scream in despair, blood continuously gushing from his throat. Seeing the young man's pitiful appearance, Lin Fei Wu glared and said in a low voice, "Lin Yuni, you took the jade to toy with me. Did you ever think of this day?" She forcefully pulled the branch out of the young man's body and continued, "You, high and mighty, thinking that your status as the young master of the Marquis of Chonglin's mansion could cover the sky. Did you ever think of this day? You slaughtered my entire Ling family, so your life will be the price." Finishing her words, the younger sister continued to deliver a powerful stab to his chest, blood pouring out incessantly, the branch being pulled out and dripping drop by drop. But it wasn't over. The younger sister rushed straight in with her elbow sideways, the branch piercing into his chest again. "I ask you once more, have you ever thought of this day?" Li Qin, witnessing the scene before him, trembled and pointed at Lin Fei Wu. "Secretary Master, little junior sister." She. One phone snickered after hearing this. Interrupting the chubby guy's words let her vent and find satisfaction. At this moment, Lin Yuni's eyes whitened, slowly closing them. Finally reaching the moment, he turned his neck to the side and met his end. No matter how powerful the force is, at the moment of death, one could only lie among a group of useless subordinates. The system displayed, "You have a new notification. Congratulations to disciple Ling Fei Wu for taking the life of a strong, profound general realm. Receiving 300 seconds points." Ling Fei Wu tightly grasped the blood-soaked branch in her hand, walking forward to kneel right in front of Wang Feng. "Thank you, Secretary Master, and Elder Yi for helping Fei Wu take revenge. From now on, Fei Wu lives as a member of the Divine Immortal Sect, and in death, she will also be a spirit of the Divine Immortal Sect." Wang Feng smiled and responded, "I self can provide you with a good foundation for practice, but whether you become truly strong or not depends on yourself." Wang Feng stepped forward to grasp Ling Fei Wu's hand. The young man stared intently at the bewildered expression of Fei Wu and said, "Remember this, my sect, Wang Feng, fears no one. As long as there is enmity, no matter how strong the opponent is, they must be killed to bring joy." After hearing this, Fei Wu widened her eyes, staring blankly at Wang Feng. Suddenly, her eyes closed, and tears welled up. The young girl, too emotional, tightly grasped Wang Feng's hand, sobbing, "Fei Wu will not let down the sect master's teachings." Hearing this, the young man grinned widely, whispering to himself, "I truly am a famous comic author. Controlling people's hearts is really quite simple." Wang Feng raised his hand to the back of his neck, scratching his head awkwardly. "Eve talked too much. When the time comes, what will I teach them? Ling Fei Wu is not like the wooden club Li Qing. Just 1 year could lead to entry phase right away. Suddenly, Yi Gu Cheng's sword clashed with Ling Fei Wu's sword. He turned serious, glancing over and asked in a stern tone, "Can you practice sword Tao?" Upon hearing this, the young girl turned to look at Yi Gu Cheng with an innocent doe-like expression and shyly called out, "The elder." Yi Gu Cheng bluntly replied, "Will you agree to take me as your master?" Ling Fei Wu, Wang Fong, and Li Qing were left speechless in surprise. Wang Fong saw a great opportunity and whispered to Fei Wu, "It's harder for Yi to actively take in a disciple than for a stone to bloom. What are you still standing there for, you silly little girl?" Upon hearing this, Fei Wu's eyes widened as sparkles appeared in her pupils. Immediately, Ling Fei Wu bowed her head to the ground hard. Kneeling at Yi Gu Cheng's feet, she called out, "I pay my respects, master." Seeing the enthusiasm of the girl, Yi Gu Cheng said, "Your swordsmanship is very good, but before I pass it on to you, we need to deal with the internal injuries you sustained during the pursuit. Get up and follow me to treat your injuries." After saying this, he tightly shut his eyes and turned to leave. Hearing this, Fei Wu glanced at Wang Fong and called, "Sect master." He understood her meaning and smiled. "Just go ahead." After that, Wang Fong turned his face to see the two heading towards the dilapidated house and thought to himself, with a guardian and a naturally gifted disciple like Ling Fei Wu, Yi Gu Cheng even wants to teach her swordsmanship. I thought this empty-handed endeavor would not succeed as a result. The sect began to take shape in just an afternoon. In contrast to that joy, Li Qin sighed sadly when he saw Fei Wu together with Yi Gu Cheng. Little junior sister arrived later than me, yet she could pay her respects to strong Yi elder. I, as the big senior brother, am not as good as little junior sister. The chubby boy shyly walked over to Wang Fong, pointing at his own face. "Sect master, I wonder what you will arrange for me next." Upon hearing this, Wang Fong repeatedly patted the chubby boy's round belly. "You should lose some weight with that body of yours." He pointed towards the garden in front of them. "I have work for you. Go clean up the area around the house quickly. Tidy it up a bit. This is the headquarters of the divine immortal sect." After hearing this, Li Qin felt like he had turned to stone. The sky seemed to collapse. The chubby boy diligently sat down, pulling up weeds and muttering sorrowfully. When invited, they spoke flowery words, treated me like a treasure. As soon as the little sister arrives, I become nothing but weeds, truly outrageous. In a moment, afternoon turned to dusk, and a rainbow appeared in the sky. At that time, Wang Fong was leaning against a tree, grinning like a fool as he opened the system panel. "System, please open the property panel for the divine immortal sect for me." Last time, upon recruiting Li Qin, he successfully attracted Yi Gu Cheng. This time, with the recruitment of Fei Wu, I wonder which esteemed elder will be summoned. The system panel immediately displays. Sect, Divine Immortal Sect, Level 1, Master Wang Fong, Entry Phase Realm Elder Yi Gu Cheng, Nobility Realm Peak. Disciple, Li Qin is merely immortal, while Ling Fei Wu has reached Medium Spirit Realm Peak. The sect headquarters is in a small world, with a sect point total of 300 points. Wang Fong, feeling curious, pointed at the system panel and asked, "What are these sect points used for?" As soon as he finished speaking, the system panel immediately displayed the information. Sect points can help the host exchange for chances to win rewards or upgrade the system. Upgrading the system allows the host to summon stronger beings and powerful spells, and can accommodate more disciples. After reading this, his eyes lit up, and he clenched his fists with an excited expression. "Wow, so how can I earn sect points?" The ways to earn sect points are as follows. First, complete the tasks assigned by the system, with higher difficulty yielding higher points. Second, eliminate the enemy, eliminate as many enemy points as possible. Third, recruit top geniuses into the sect. The higher the genius ability, the more points earned. Wang Fong was wide-eyed and dumbfounded after hearing this. "Isn't that right, system?" Ling Fei Wu, at 18 or 19, has reached the medium spirit realm peak, so she must be considered a top genius. Why didn't her points increase after joining? The system replied that although Ling Fei Wu has potential, She does not possess a special constitution or comprehension of intent. Therefore, she has not yet reached the top genius ranking. Upon reading this, the young man felt a headache coming on and thought, so Fei Wu is not considered a top genius. What does a top genius with high abilities look like? System, do you think my sect master can be considered a top genius? The system promptly displayed a response. The host's own talent is ordinary. However, as the system master, you will become a top genius. Suddenly, Wang Feng burst into tears and exclaimed, what about Li Qing's talent? Searching for Li Qing's talent requires a fee of 100 points. Does the host wish to proceed? The young man was left in a daze upon hearing this. That's too much searching for an ordinary person who needs 100 points. Never mind, just keep looking. Having paid the fee, the system began to display images. Disciple Li Qing, Supreme Monster. Upon seeing this information, Wang Feng was stunned, and he imagined the face of the chubby guy, along with the phrase Supreme Monster and a loud laugh, haha, that scared him. He glanced over with a startled face, and what caught his eye was the alluring backside of the chubby guy. Seriously, this fat guy could also be ranked as a Supreme Monster. At this moment, the chubby guy was still unaware of what was happening and was diligently pulling weeds. After a while, the hefty brother finally used all his strength and managed to pull up the weed clump. Wang Feng, seeing this, turned pale, sweat pouring down his face as he screamed, oh my god. This fat guy can be ranked as a supreme monster. The system, sensing the owner's panic, displayed, the system is not wrong. Disciple Li Qing possesses a black spirit tortoise body. It's just not activated yet. Wang Feng, hearing this, instinctively pointed his finger forward and asked, wait a minute, what is the body of the black spirit tortoise? The body of the black spirit tortoise is a special physique at the level of a cheat, which includes two types of abilities, absolute defense and absolute vitality. Forming the body of the black spirit tortoise ensures that one does not harm their life. The heavens and earth do not age, and neither does he. As all things wither away, he still remains with boundless longevity. The defense is incredibly strong. Even if the heavens and earth were to shatter, he could remain at ease after hearing this. Wang Feng turned to Li Qing with a surprised expression. That damn fat guy Li Qing unexpectedly has such a terrifying physique. If that's the case, if he can successfully cultivate the body of the black spirit tortoise, wouldn't he be immortal? No matter what, he must successfully train Li Qing. What is the system method to activate that body of Li Qing? As soon as he finished speaking, the system panel displayed an image of Li Qing. At that moment, the fat guy was holding a ring of grass and smiling. Oh grass mirror, do you know who is the strongest person in Xianlan mainland? The strongest man in Xianlan mainland is none other than Li Qing. The fat guy raised his face to the sky and flared his nostrils upon hearing this. Oh grass mirror, I never expected you to be as knowledgeable as Balu. Hearing those cold words, the system asked, host, do you think Li Qing deserves to be beaten? Well, I think so too, Wang Feng said, lowering his head in contemplation. But what does Li Qing deserving to be beaten have to do with the tortoise body? Because the method to activate the black spirit tortoise is to be beaten. Wang Feng widened his eyes in surprise upon hearing this at that moment. The phrase, beaten, kept replaying in his mind, causing him to frown in annoyance. What the hell? The black spirit tortoise body needs to be beaten from the outside without stopping, so that the blood vessels within can be activated and fully revived. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng realized something and smiled brightly, thinking, if I can't find some legendary treasure to activate Li Qing's body for now, then beating him is way too simple. After all, as long as he doesn't get beaten to death, right? With that thought, Wang Feng envisioned the scene of Li Qing hanging in the air while Fei Wu continuously hit him with a stick with perfect accuracy. The tortoise body is strong like that, it should be fine. At that moment, Li Qing was playing with his grass mirror when a gust of wind suddenly swept by, causing him to fearfully cover his head and run away. Why is there such an inexplicable chill? While running, he suddenly noticed something and stopped, squinting his eyes and asking, "Grass mirror? Oh, grass mirror, do you know what is in the sky?" A fierce whirlpool appeared in the sky, surrounded by rumbling lightning strikes. Li Qing, terrified, rushed to hug Wang Feng, crying uncontrollably, "Sect Master, what is happening in the sky? Don't worry, everything is in my hands. In fact, it was just a spontaneous boast." A moment later, he immediately turned to question, "What is happening with the atmosphere in the sky?" Disciple Ling Fei Wu is about to break through to the profound general realm that is assigned during the level up. Wang Feng looked at it in astonishment. I really didn't expect that Yi Guchang would help Ling Fei Wu heal and ultimately cause her breakthrough. With this information, he turned and pointed his finger at the whirlpool, saying to Li Qing, "Your junior sister Fei Wu is about to break through to the profound general level that's assigned during the level up." The chubby man was very surprised after hearing this, secretly thinking, the junior sister just entered the sect. Not only has she been accepted by the peak strong elder as a master, but she is also breaking through her cultivation. In contrast to me, he is still completely mortal, and at this rate, I'm afraid my status as senior brother won't last. Lost in thought, someone's finger poked directly into the chubby cheek of the fat guy. Wang Feng glanced over at Li Qing and smiled. "No need to be disheartened. Tomorrow I will teach you how to cultivate. Just give it some time, and you will definitely surpass your junior sister Fei Wu. It's not impossible, you just have to be able to endure it." After hearing those words, the fat guy was extremely excited and full of energy, thumping his chest boastfully. "Thank you, Sect Master. Don't worry, Li Qing can endure." After hearing this, he released his 2 fingers from the chubby cheek. "I also believe your body can endure." After saying that, the master and disciple turned their eyes toward the light from the vortex. "I am really looking forward to the moment you break through to the profound general realm. Will the sign be greater?" Switching scenes to the mountain opposite Wang Feng's residence. Suddenly a stream of spiritual weapon pierced down from somewhere. A moment later, a slender man appeared, his whole body continuously emitting streams of hidden weapons. The young man opened his eyes wide with deep red pupils, grinning menacingly. "Ha, I didn't expect to sleep for hundreds of years, and when I wake up, I can see a part of the profound general realm. It's truly something to look forward to." He stared intently at the swirling vortex in front of him, grinning mischievously. "It's just that the profound general realm can become my meal, which is also your honor." With that, he kicked hard against the cliff, then dashed straight down without a moment's hesitation. Moreover, he looked incredibly cheerful, smiling brightly like a flower. From another angle, we can now clearly see the speed of his altar as he searches for a tasty prey. At this moment, the swirling vortex in the sky gradually dissipated, and strange red cracks appeared on the mountaintop for unknown reasons. In the blink of an eye, a large explosion occurred, causing the cliff to shatter into pieces. Once the mountain shattered, another vortex appeared in the sky, even more powerful than before. Lightning bolts continuously struck down, and from the vortex accumulated a spiritual weapon ball. That spiritual weapon ball struck directly into Wang Feng's dilapidated house, and the sky immediately turned dark. After a while, the sky returned to normal, and a foot belonging to appeared. Fei Wu stepped out with Yi Guchang, her entire body brimming with accumulated spiritual weapon energy. Congratulations to the disciple Ling Fei Wu of the Sect Master for breaking through to the profound general realm. This time the reward is 1,000 Sect points. Wang Feng grinned widely upon receiving the announcement. This young girl is truly a genius. She is just one realm away from me. Luckily, I have the system, otherwise, I'd be left behind and wouldn't know how to face everyone. Fei Wu approached, clasped her hands, and bowed to Wang Feng. "Thank you, Sect Master, for giving Fei Wu this opportunity." Li Qing, standing aside, felt a bit jealous and turned to bite the young man, then whispered, "This tiny profound general realm is nothing. Just wait a year, my entry phase will truly be called genius." Wang Feng extended his hand towards Yi Guchang. "Fortunately, we have Yi Elder beside us. I hope that in the future, you can take the sect's reputation and bring it to greatness." At that moment, a gust of energy swept past Yi Guchang, and he instinctively glanced over. In midair, a circle of evil energy appeared, emanating a voice. "I thought there was only one token of the profound general realm." As soon as the words left his mouth, The young man filled with evil energy appeared behind Wang Feng. He glared at Wang Feng with a sinister smile. Who would have thought I could harvest more of these hard-to-swallow crickets? The young man was furious and immediately called out, "System, investigate the information of that young man." Checking cultivation requires 10 sect points. Checking the entire background requires 100 points. Spend those 100 points. Darling Wang Feng frowned, staring intensely ahead, thinking to himself, there's a saying, knowing others and knowing oneself, one can win 100 battles. This person puts a lot of pressure on me. I even feel that Yi Guchang might not be able to defeat him. So it's better to know everything. After a while of data loading, the system displayed, this person destroyed the Yari Empire 1,000 years ago. Great Demon Xian Sha, his cultivation has reached profound sovereign peak. He was defeated and sealed by the Emperor of the Yari Empire. He has just broken the seal, so his cultivation is now only nobility peak. After reading, the young man held his head in frustration, thinking, fortunately, this demon is not at peak, otherwise, relying solely on Yi Guchang, he might not be able to hold his ground. Contrary to the young man's fears, the chubby guy pointed at Great Demon Xian Sha and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you come to disturb our divine immortal sect? Get out of here quickly, if not, Elder Yi will definitely not leave you a place to be buried." Great Demon Xian Sha, upon hearing this, glanced at the sign hanging in front of the house and murmured, "Divine Immortal Sect? Huh? Where did this sect come from?" This great demon has never heard of it before. Recalling the words of the chubby guy, the young man glared fiercely, pointed at Li Qing's face and shouted, "And you, this fat name, don't you know how to value your life to be so disrespectful to this great demon?" Wang Feng, Yi Guchang were also very surprised by Li Qing's words, thinking, I can't believe our chubby friend Li Qing is so brave, relying on a mortal body, daring to insult nobility peak at the same time. Fei Wu stepped in to grab the chubby guy's sleeve with a worried expression. "Senior brother, this person's aura is not as low as you think. His cultivation is at least nobility peak." Great Demon Xian Sha used two of his fingers to make a makeshift binocular towards Fei Wu. This little girl has a keen eye. He tried to make a strange face, grinning like a madman, and said, "Haha, I am indeed frightening like this." After hearing this, Li Qing pointed at Wang Feng and confidently replied, "So what if it's the nobility realm? I still have the sect master right here. The sect master has said that the entry phase only takes 1 year, and the profound sovereign at most 3 years. Then, the chubby guy continued to raise his troublesome finger in front, frowning and shouting loudly, "Our sect master can kill you with just 1 finger." Great Demon Xian Sha felt a bit scared after hearing these words, staring at Wang Feng, trembling, "Although I sense he has some cultivation, it can't be exaggerated like this." Li Qing leaned back, lifting his third leg in Xian Sha's face, shouting loudly, "You little cricket, coming to divine immortal sect to cause trouble, truly unaware of life and death. Hurry up and kneel down to accept your fate." The young great demon responded, "Damn it! Shut up, you fat guy. I see you really want to seek death." Wang Feng looked at the scene before him, his face showing helplessness. "Now I understand why this chubby guy has the body of a black spirit tortoise. It's because he is just asking for a beating." Great Demon Xian Sha stood above, seeing Li Qing's stance, and shouted angrily, "Is there no one to manage your unruly man? Killing him will only dirty my hands. Someone come out and fight me." Hearing this, Wang Feng turned to order Yi Guchang, "Why don't you handle him for now? I guarantee he won't dare to come back." After the task was done, the young man secretly opened the system interface. "System, allow me to use the summoning opportunity." The system is executing the host's summoning command and is preparing for the summoning. Meanwhile, Great Demon Xian Sha was unleashing his power, and in the palm of his hand he was gathering a hidden weapon ball. "Are you the elder that the damned fat man mentioned?" After saying this, the hidden weapon ball in his hand transformed into the pressure of a gigantic hand. He struck a deadly blow towards Yi Guchang, wearing a smug smile. "Let me see how you make me die without a grave to bury me." Faced with the attack of Great Demon Xian Sha, Yi Guchang remained calm and boldly drew out his gleaming sword. He swung the sword forward, piercing through the eerie hand of Great Demon Xian Sha. However, the eerie hands immediately recovered and seized the sword of Yi Guchang. But that was just a trick to distract Yi Guchang. The eerie hand suddenly appeared behind him. In the blink of an eye, the eerie hand had captured Yi Guchang, catching him completely off guard. At that moment, He could only stare at the arm controlling the eerie hand of great demon Xian Sha, thinking, I was wondering how skilled the elder was. It turns out catching him is so easy. Li Qin looked up and was amazed at the scene before him. Fei Wu came over and grabbed the hem of Wang Feng's clothes, looking worried. Sect Master, you must act quickly to save Master. Upon hearing this, he closed his eyes tightly and calmly replied, You really underestimate your master. How could the little demon king possibly hold Yigu Chong returning to the battle between Yigu Chong and the great demon? At this moment Yigu Chong had summoned a talisman and flew through the eerie hand. Great demon Xian Sha inadvertently saw this and opened his eyes wide and focused. The beam of light was gradually speeding towards great demon Xian Sha, causing him to clench his teeth in panic. At this moment, a beam of light shone on his hand. The beam of light continued to pierce through his hand. In a moment of unprepared panic, the beam of light attacked the palm of great demon Xian Sha, catching him completely off guard. In the blink of an eye, great demon Xian Sha was knocked back by the beam of light and fell freely to the ground. His hand clawed fiercely at the ground. A second later, great demon Xian Sha landed in a position that pushed him backward, and at that moment, Yigu Chong also touched down with him. Yigu Chong, with a serious expression, stepped towards great demon Xian Sha, one step at a time. Great demon looked up, breathing heavily, clenching his teeth and thinking, in this remote mountain area, how could there be a being of nobility realm? Then he stared intently at his palm, gritting his teeth in anger. His palm had been scratched deeply down to his arm by Yigu Chang's swordmanship. This swordmanship of his, the firepower, the purity of strength is too high. Great demon Xian Sha was seething with rage, clenched his fist tightly, and his eyes emitted a sinister light. On the ground, a strange hidden weapon appeared, lifting him up into the air. Yigu Chong stood across from him, intently watching the stream of hidden weapon, slowly lifting great demon Xian Sha into the air. The chubby, talkative guy saw this and immediately pointed, raising his voice in provocation. Oh, can't fight anymore and want to run away. Where's the logic in that? Finishing his words, the chubby guy struck a wide-legged stance, accompanied by a proud expression, and said, If you want to leave, you'll have to crawl through my legs. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving the divine immortal sect in one piece. Great demon Xian Sha, hearing this, became furious and shouted, Damn, you fat bastard, you dare to mock my ultimate move. As soon as he finished his sentence, the chubby guy immediately received a punch from someone. He looked up, cradling his chubby cheek, and asked in confusion, Sect Master, why did you hit me? Well, I saw a bug on your face, but inside he was cursing. Damn it, why is this fat guy so annoying? I forgot he was beside us. Great demon Xian Sha stared intently at Yigu Chong, breaking into a sinister smile. After breaking free from the seal, you are the first one who can stimulate my appetite. To show respect for our exquisite dish, I will tear you apart with my own hands. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive concealed weapon gathered in the sky. Along with it, a strange hand was aimed directly at Yigu Chang's head. When Yigu Chang looked up, that strange hand was already very close. Ling Fei Wu, seeing this from a distance, was extremely shocked and shouted loudly, Master, be careful. Yigu Chang gripped his sword tightly. The blade was wrapped tightly in a white aura of spiritual weaponry. Yigu Chang stomped down hard on the ground for momentum, then soared into the air. The white aura of spiritual weaponry from Yigu Chang's sword spread out. Covering the area, he stared fiercely ahead, using the ultimate technique, immortal flying from heaven, delivering a fatal strike toward the concealed weapon of great demon Xian Xia. From this angle, we could see the beam of light emanating from Yigu Chang piercing through the palm of great demon Xian Xia. Everything around began to turn chaotic. Fei Wu sensed that the situation was not right and tightly grabbed Li Qing's hand. Pulling his inside, Yigu Chang's spiritual weapon launched a direct attack on the mysterious palm, seemingly trying to tear apart the giant eerie hand of great demon Xian Xia. Blood splattered continuously, and that was the finishing blow that ended the battle. As the battle concluded, the sky turned blue again. Outside Wang Fang's dilapidated house, Thick clouds of smoke appeared. He and Fei Wu opened all the doors and peeked outside, showing expressions of astonishment. Wow, the entire valley has been flattened. The yard had been completely stripped of all its plants and flowers after just one battle. Igu Chang's feet touched the ground, while Great Demon Xianxia collapsed in a position of defeat. Igu Chang raised his sword behind him, glaring intently at Great Demon Xianxia. The Great Demon clenched his teeth, thinking to himself, Igu Chang's strength is only slightly inferior to mine. If I exert all my effort, I might be able to kill him. But he will definitely realize that I am breaking my seal, and at that point I can only flee. After thinking for a moment, he decided to retreat voluntarily. That's enough for today. Once my strength is restored, I will come back to fight you all again. Igu Chang, hearing this, asked sharply, Are you scared you can't run away today? Great Demon Xianxia, upon hearing this, grinned mischievously and said, I admit, you are the most formidable marquee realm I have ever encountered. But even so, you fundamentally cannot defeat me. Upon hearing this, Igu Chang put away his sword and said, The Sect Master instructed me to hold you back. Defeating you is someone else's job. As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle breeze blew in, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Wang Fan looked up and smiled upon realizing something, as objects descended from above. It seems he has arrived. Great Demon Xianxia raised his hand to catch the snowflakes, wondering, why is it suddenly snowing? At this moment, Igu Chang suddenly closed his eyes tightly and firmly said, I actually don't know anything at all. Then he opened his eyes, frowning in discomfort. But now, my sword tells me that he might be the enemy of my lifetime. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly a foot from someone approached. At this moment, a man appeared behind Great Demon Xianxia, a thin figure with long hair. This man with gray eyes was the sword god Shermin Shu Shu. Great Demon Xianxia turned around and saw Shu Shu, beads of sweat pouring down like rain. He thought to himself, just one Igu Chang is already a headache, and now there's another strong one like him. It seems I have no chance to escape. Among the 36 strategies, running away is the best option. With that thought, he recklessly turned and bolted away like a madman, racing past Shu Shu. Observing this, the sword god Shu Shu immediately gathered a wave of spiritual energy at the tips of his two fingers, and then lightly struck towards Great Demon Xianxia as a greeting. However, it seemed that Great Demon Xianxia did not sense the attack and continued to run away frantically. A moment later, blood gushed violently from his neck for reasons unknown, and he began to feel the pain, opening his mouth wide and screaming triple A. The blood flowed from his body like a stream. At that moment, an invisible blade stained with red streaks of blood appeared in Shu Shu's hand. Great Demon Xianxia glared down at his sword and gritted his teeth, shouting, Swordsmanship without form or shadow, swordsmanship based on light that can kill. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Shu Shu, after hearing this, raised his two fingers and retracted the invisible sword. He stared intently at the face of Great Demon Xianxia and said, I only casually slashed a line. It does not count as swordsmanship, therefore, it is not worth naming. At that moment, the three young men stood silently, staring at each other without saying anything. Igu Chang raised his sword to cover half of his face, intently looking at Sherman Shu Shu. In contrast, Sherman Shu Shu focused his gaze on the ground. Wan Fong, standing to the side, saw this and squinted his eyes, thinking, I didn't expect this time to summon Igu Chang's only rival, Sherman Shu Shu. If Igu Chang is the fairy of swordsmanship, then Sherman Shu Shu is the sword god. Two strong swordsmanship, both serious and sincere, had reached a level where only the sword existed in their hearts. After thinking for a moment, he turned to open the system panel, but according to the theory, Igu Chang should be stronger than Sherman Shu Shu, right? The system panel immediately opened the character attributes. Sherman Shu Shu has a cultivation level of mid-profound sovereign realm. His profound skill is Blossom Light's word Tao, peak royal grade, and his profound weapon is a fake royal peak. During this summoning of Sherman Shu Shu after the Forbidden City battle, Sherman Shu Shu had truly emerged victorious. Since then, Sherman Shu Shu's swordsmanship has ascended to a new level, reaching a state where the mind is one with the sword, the universe, and all things can be the realm of swordsmanship. Wang Fong felt incredibly excited after reading this. If that's the case, then it makes sense. I've heard that the profound sovereign realm and Emperor Yao Ri are both pinnacle levels. Not bad, not bad. From now on, the divine immortal sect will also have a profound sovereign realm expert in charge. Suddenly, Yi Guchang swung his sword forward, pointing it directly at Sherman Shu Shu's face with a frosty expression. He said, "Since the Forbidden City battle, I never expected we would meet again." Sherman Shu Shu immediately raised 2 fingers. Brushing the sword aside, he replied coldly, "Wait until you break through to profound sovereign. Then we'll fight again." Yi Guchang was taken aback, his eyes wide then. He frowned in annoyance, gritting his teeth and glaring ahead with icy eyes. Okay. Having resolved the matter, Sherman Shu Shu stepped up to Wang Feng and clasped his hands in salute. Having met the sect master, Sherman arrived late. The young man Xian Sha Great Demon sat in pain to one side, gritting his teeth in anger but unable to do anything. He glared at the 3 of them, thinking to himself, if he elder takes action, I will definitely run with all my might. If Sherman elder acts, I still have a chance to survive, but if the sect master takes action, I will certainly die for sure. Although his strength was not immediately discernible, even someone at the strong profound sovereign realm must respect him. This suggests that his true power is immeasurable. After pondering for a moment, he realized he was out of options, so he clutched his head and burst into a sinister smile. "Even if I am destined to die here today," he said, raising his eerie hand towards the chubby kid Li Qing, angrily shouting, "If I must die, I will definitely drag this annoying brat down with me to pay the price." The chubby kid, faced with the attack of Xiansha Great Demon, could only cover his face and cried bitterly, loudly exclaiming, "Although they say I can reach entry phase in a year, my current cultivation is just that of an ordinary person. You can't hit me with your strength, but if you use me, you really are a foolish rabbit." Ling Feiwu looked up, and upon seeing the scene before him, he opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Senior brother, are you okay?" But how could anything have happened? Yi Guchang had drawn his shining sword, easily creating a protective barrier with his spiritual weapon around the chubby boy. While Yi Guchang was using his sword to create the protective barrier, he inadvertently ripped Li Qing's pants, revealing his underwear. The Xiansha Great Demon, seeing this, clenched his teeth in anger and shouted, "If I catch him, I will surely smash this brat's face." And suddenly, Yi Guchang retracted his sword, causing the chubby boy to fall from the sky and hit the ground hard. Lying on his back, water spewed from his throat as he sobbed and thought, "Even though the divine immortal sect is powerful, if I run into someone who wants a life for a life, I could die young. No matter how talented I am, it seems I can't venture out anymore." Someone raised 2 fingers, gathering an invisible stream of spiritual weapon energy. It was Shuman Chushu. He pointed his 2 fingers at the head of the Xiansha Great Demon and then, making a cool face, glanced to the side and asked in a serious tone, "SEC Master, how should we deal with him?" As soon as he finished speaking, someone raised 2 fingers. Wang Feng held his 2 fingers up in front of the Great Demon, grinning slyly. "I give you 2 choices. One is to hand over all the wealth on you as a fee to join the divine immortal sect. The other is to be used as fertilizer for the flowers in my garden." After saying this, the young man's expression suddenly changed, as if he was contemplating something. "If I can recruit the Great Demon into the sect, then I can gain the opportunity to summon in points for the sect. Let's see how it goes, whether he is truly capable or just blundering about. If he is, then he can be killed later." The Xiansha Great Demon, upon hearing these words, became extremely angry, glaring and shouting loudly, "This demon can be killed, but cannot be humiliated." At this moment, Li Cheng, who was standing next to Fei Wu, couldn't help but point at the Great Demon and say, "Sect Master." He chose the second option. Before he could finish, the chubby man continued to thrust out his belly, cheerfully pointing down at the ground with his 2 fingers. "Soon I will personally bury him in the ground, then water him with some holy water to ensure the flowers of the divine immortal sect bloom beautifully." Upon hearing these words, the face of Li Cheng clearly appeared in Wang Feng's mind. "This damned fat name. This pain I will not forget in the future. I will definitely beat you into a black spirit tortoise." Just as the thought crossed his mind, someone punched him hard on his chubby cheek. Leaving him flat on the ground, he glanced over to see Ling Fei Wu with an evil energy-filled expression and asked, "Junior sister, why did you hit me?" Fei Wu, Upon hearing this, tightly closed her eyes, trying to suppress her emotions. Senior brother, there's a mosquito on your face. I'm just swatting it for you. Upon hearing this, he immediately took out a grass mirror and wildly waved it in the air. Why do these mosquitoes like to suck my blood so much? Don't they know the precious genius blood flows through me? Seeing Li Chang making a fool of himself all this time, the great demon Xianxia could no longer hold back and shouted loudly, "AAA." Seeing that face of the great demon, Wang Feng smiled lightly. He gently stroked a tuft of hair of the great demon, then tightly closed his eyes and cheerfully said, "I know how arrogant you are, otherwise, join my divine immortal sect for a year. If within a year, our divine immortal sect cannot make you willingly stay, then 1 year later you can leave freely." Hearing Wang Feng's sweet words, the Xianxia great demon was stunned, and his anger faded away in the blink of an eye. He had left his position, leaving a plume of smoke rising. He appeared right in front of Wang Feng, howling wildly like a flesh-eating wolf. In the pupils of the Xianxia great demon, 2 streams of bright red demonic energy emerged. He shouted in Wang Feng's face the 4 words, "The demon can kill," but a moment later, surprisingly, he knelt obediently before Wang Feng and uttered the next 4 words. "Cannot be offended." In his hand was a tattered pouch. Wang Feng took the pouch, sweating and muttering, changing so quickly his body still seems very honest, yet he is making such a loud show of force. When he took the pouch, the system's notification popped up. "Congratulations, host. You have received 10,000 seconds points and a summoning opportunity." Seeing the reward on the system's board, Wang Feng was incredibly delighted, smiling broadly. "I didn't expect to recruit the Xianxia great demon into the sect, and the reward is so substantial. It seems that, in the future, I must recruit many strong individuals." After thinking for a moment, Wang Feng turned to question the Xianxia great demon. "Right, what did you just say about dim sum?" The young man furrowed his brow in thought. "Now that I have received the reward, I naturally want to clarify things. If this demon is truly a great demon harming the human world, how can I, Wang Feng, escape from this demon today?" As he was deep in thought, the Xianxia great demon suddenly coughed twice. He scratched his head and smiled. This is just a hobby of the great demon. I'm just used to scaring others. I didn't expect it to be so much fun." The young man was taken aback upon hearing that. Just as the system was about to turn off, he suddenly spoke up. "System, is everything the Xianxia great demon said true?" The system immediately displayed "true." Seeing the result, the young man gritted his teeth, his expression extremely ugly. Wang Feng stared intently at the dazed expression of the Xianxia great demon. Remaining silent after observing for a moment, he looked up at the sky. "So it was a misunderstanding." "That's right, just a misunderstanding, hehe." The young man stared at the face of the Xianxia great demon, secretly thinking, "Damn it, no matter how good or bad you are still the Xianxia great demon. Once at the profound sovereign peak, yet you still want to intimidate others to satisfy yourself. Only someone with a screw loose could do such things. If it weren't for the fear that you would kill me right away for being repulsive about breakfast, I definitely wouldn't reveal the truth even if I was crushed to death." Ling Fei Wu stood to the side, watching the boy and the great demon laughing like 2 crazy people. "I didn't expect that just a few words could convince the Xianxia great demon at the nobility realm to join the sect. What kind of secret technique is this?" The chubby guy exclaimed. "Indeed, the sect master is the real big shot." After laughing for more than 10 minutes, Wang Feng turned to look behind, pointing forward with a smile. "That's enough laughing. Don't just stand there with a blank face anymore. Everyone follow me." Wang Feng walked straight to his dilapidated house, and Fei Wu curiously asked from behind, "Sect master, where are you going?" He opened the door and put his hand inside the house, of course, in bringing everyone to the real headquarters of the divine immortal sect. Fei Wu and the chubby guy were extremely excited after hearing this, shouting loudly, "I knew it, the sect's headquarters can't just be a thatched house finally. Are we really seeing the actual headquarters?" The great demon Xianxia followed closely behind, and upon hearing those words, his expression darkened. He looked ahead with a dazed gaze and a foolish smile, sweating nervously as he thought, "Indeed, I have unintentionally stumbled upon an ancient mysterious big sect. If not, how could this shabby house have profound sovereign realm and nobility realm?" Let's see what this divine immortal sect really is, what kind of mysterious big sect it truly is. After a while, Wang Feng's group arrived at a small room. The young man closed his eyes tightly and smiled slightly. Everyone was crammed into a tiny room, feeling extremely cramped. Seeing this, Wang Feng said, "The room may be a bit small, but don't crowd together so much anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Feng gathered a flow of spiritual weapon into his palm. Suddenly, a golden token appeared in his hand, and the spiritual weapon poured out continuously. The young man read the command, "Open." Hearing the command, the token of the divine immortal sect flew up into the air, and at that moment Wang Feng's shabby house emitted a strange light. Li Qin and Fei Wu were stunned to see the streams of qi emanating from that brilliant light. Meanwhile, Xian Xia, the great demon, screamed loudly upon witnessing those streams of qi. As if he had never experienced anything like it before. In the blink of an eye, a hidden realm appeared before him, radiating a dazzling light. Just seeing it, Xian Xia, the great demon's eyes widened in shock, and he thought to himself, what kind of sect is this divine immortal sect? Its headquarters is inside a hidden realm. What kind of realm can establish a sect headquarters within it? This mysterious big sect has so many terrifying aspects. Now, here is a bit of information about the hidden realm. Hidden realms are extremely rare in Xianlan mainland. Whenever a hidden realm appears, it always leads to a bloody battle because only those at the profound emperor realm or higher can open a hidden realm. Inside a hidden realm, there may be treasures stored by the profound emperor realm, or even inheritance. Upon hearing this, Xian Xia the Supreme pondered, but I never expected this sect to directly occupy a hidden realm. This means the sect master must be at least at the profound emperor realm, which also indicates that the divine immortal sect has inheritance in the profound emperor realm. If we can inherit the profound emperor realm, then we... Before he could finish speaking, he saw Wang Feng stepping into the secret realm. As he crossed into the secret realm, abundant spiritual weapon currents rushed into Wang Feng's nose. Then he widened his eyes in surprise as if he was witnessing some mysterious scenery. Before us was a magnificent, bustling hall, with smoke and mist swirling like a fantastical fairyland. In front of the hall was a stone bridge connecting to the rushing river below, along with a stone tablet carved with the three characters Divine Immortal Sect. Ling Fei Wu and Li Qing, upon seeing the scene before them, gaped in astonishment, exclaiming "Oh wow" several times. The Xianshao great demon was also incredibly surprised. Living in darkness for so many years, now I can finally broaden my horizons. Divine Immortal Sect, with a view like this, the two words Divine Immortal truly deserve it. Wang Feng took the lead, stepping onto the stone bridge to guide the way. Seeing this, Fei Wu and the chubby Li Qing happily followed behind him. After walking for a while, they finally arrived in front of the Grand Hall's gates. Before entering, Wang Feng turned to remind them, "You can choose any tower here to stay in. After selecting, you may also tour the sect headquarters, but there are a few forbidden areas that must not be trespassed." The three disciples, upon hearing this, joyfully replied in unison, "Yes, Master Sect." After finishing his words, Wang Feng turned to open the gates wide and stepped into the main hall. He noticed small chairs made of stone arranged in rows on either side of a large chair with intricate carvings. The large chair was enveloped by a rich flow of spiritual energy. Wang Feng approached and sat on the chair with a satisfied expression. His gaze was fixed on his hand resting on the armrest. Then he clasped his hands together, half closing his eyes while intently staring ahead. He mused, "One day, I want this hall to be filled with the profound emperor realm." So he cheerfully opened the system panel and wanted to use the summoning opportunity. Immediately, the system announced, "Congratulations, host has summoned Palace Master of Shifting Flowers Palace." Yao Yu the young man was taken aback upon seeing this. He pinched his cheek to check if he was dreaming. "What, finally, this time I have summoned a once-in-a-lifetime beauty." Out of intense curiosity, Wang Feng immediately called up the system panel to display Yao Yu's character attributes instantly. The system showed the image of a stunningly beautiful girl with an exceptionally voluptuous figure. Yao Yu is a character from the novel's Dragon, the Grand Palace Master of the Shifting Flowers Palace, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the world. Her martial arts skills are on par with Warrior Yen, the world's greatest divine swordsman. She is the strongest among women, with a cultivation level at the early stage of the profound sovereign realm. Her profound skill is the bright jade skill shifting flowers, replacing jade at the peak of royal rank, and her profound weapon is the jade blood reflecting scion. Also at the peak of royal rank. After reading this, Wang Feng clapped his hands repeatedly, his face lighting up with joy as expected of the number 1 expert, the heroine from the Legend of Flowers and the 10 Gentlemen, truly powerful. Suddenly, flowers began to emerge slowly from the ceiling above him. A moment later, a glowing circle opened right in front of Wang Feng, and from that circle, a fair, delicate foot stepped out. Following that, the beautiful face of a woman, her eyes tightly closed, appeared. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful girl with a perfectly curvaceous figure in full, ripe features came rushing straight towards Wang Feng. He was utterly shocked, his eyes wide open in surprise. The girl landed on right in front of Wang Feng. Upon seeing her, he smiled slyly, drooling with delight. This beautiful girl was none other than the palace master of Shifting Flowers Palace. Wang Feng was startled when he heard her name, widening his eyes and opening his mouth in disbelief. Is this really the number 1 beauty in the world? He was so captivated by her beauty that his divine soul was in turmoil, and he murmured, even if I broke my arm painting, I still wouldn't be able to capture her beauty. The girl clasped her hands together, lowered them to her waist, and then knelt to pay her respects before the confused Wang Feng, saying, Yao Yu pays her respects to the sect master. Seeing this, he widened his eyes and broke into a pleased smile. To have the number 1 beauty in the martial world bow before me is truly marvelous. No need for such politeness, just follow me from now on. After hearing this, the girl stared blankly at Wang Feng, her face showing no other expression, and replied, Yes, sect master. With that, Yao Yu walked over and sat down on the stone bench. As her hand touched the surface of the bench, suddenly, icy flower branches sprouted up from nowhere. Wang Feng stood beside, feeling cold from the gusts of wind emanating from his younger sister, and he spat out water. He shyly turned to her and gently said, Why don't you step back for now, and when my true self goes outside, you can follow me. Hearing this, the younger sister immediately left her position, knelt down and declared, I obey the order of the sect master. After saying this, she instantly disappeared, leaving behind icy smoke. Wang Feng could only smile wryly at this. Moments later, he curled up on the chair, trembling and biting his teeth tightly. Yes, bright jade skill was truly frightening. What scared him the most was when she unknowingly used her energy. Just being beside her made him feel like he was about to freeze to death. Outside the main hall of Wang Feng, there was a slightly large but not too big arena in the courtyard. Inside a corridor of the hall, Yao Yu was currently using her spiritual energy to fly through. At the same time, Xianxia, the great demon, was walking along the corridor, looking around as if searching for something. After searching for a while and feeling tired, he raised his face to the ceiling, clenched his teeth, and thought to himself, How strange. Isn't the divine immortal sect a big ancient hidden sect? Why are there only a few strong ones? Where is everyone else? Could it be that the divine immortal sect is just an empty shell? After thinking for a moment, he inadvertently kicked a door hard with his foot. The door creaked open, and a gust of air rushed out from inside, attacking the evil foot of the Xianxia great demon, causing him to flinch in panic. The Xianxia great demon stared down, beads of sweat pouring down his face. What is this? What is behind that door? In the blink of an eye, the Xianxia great demon's foot was frozen by that gust of air. He gasped and realized, that's the freezing energy. At this point, he was stunned and collapsed to the ground, his hair standing on end like Goku resurrected. The Xianxia great demon looked inside the door and saw Yayu lying on a bench with a dark, evil energy-filled expression. Yayu sat inside, looking out with an expressionless face, her voice low and fierce, If you dare to break in again, don't blame me for granting you death. After saying that, she raised her face, and 2 beams of light appeared in her pupils, her face darkening, filled with evil energy. Seeing this, the Xianxia great demon hurriedly slammed the door shut and quickly sidestepped. He looked up to the sky, clenched his fists and thought, Again, is it another strong, profound realm? The young man sat alone, helpless with his frozen leg. It seems that the great powers and the divine immortal sect are all asleep. This person must have been disturbed by me earlier and just woke up. The act of probing every corner of me before was clearly looking for death. He then pulled his frozen leg up, leaning against the wall as he hobbled away. I am the great demon Xianxia, and right after my emergence, I was pinned to the someone. It's really infuriating. Thinking of this, he suddenly opened his eyes wide as if realizing something. He pictured himself hugging Wang Feng's thick thigh and smiled foolishly. But being able to hug a leg is also a skill of this demon. Others want to hug it but don't get the chance. The next morning, in the main hall of the divine immortal sect, Fei Wu appeared with a sad face and a vacant look in her eyes. The chubby guy appeared in surprise, eyes wide open. At this moment, Fei Wu was standing in front of Li Qin's room. I wonder what Fei Wu junior sister is looking for senior brother about. Fei Wu quickly placed her hand on Li Qin's cheek. Senior brother, I'm sorry. After saying this, she unexpectedly slapped the chubby guy, distorting his facial features to one side. She slapped him so hard that the chubby guy was thrown up, blood pouring from his mouth but painfully. The chubby cheek that had just been slapped was still bright red, and it continued to pound against the floor. The impact was so strong that the tower trembled violently as if an earthquake had just passed by. At this moment, the chubby guy fell face down on the floor, and Fei Wu looked at him with some guilt. Then, the chubby guy raised his head, his face completely distorted, his nose and mouth bruised dark purple and red. Fei Wu was startled and panicked, jumping back and asking, "What the hell is that?" Li Qin held his cheek with his hand, tears trembling in his eyes. Junior sister, what have you done? Fei Wu was surprised to see the chubby guy sit up after such a blow, and she thought to herself, the sect master really didn't deceive me. Senior brother has an incredible physique. I used 1/10 of my strength from the profound general realm just now, but senior brother can still stand up. Impressive, impressive. Fei Wu placed her hand on her chest, making an apologetic face. Senior brother, I did this for your own good. You hit me because you wanted to do good for me. The chubby brother was furious after hearing that, pointing at his cheek and shouting loudly, Junior sister, is this what is good? Clearly, you want to kill to take the position of the great senior brother of the divine immortal sect because you crave that position. Fei Wu stood straight and timidly explained, Senior brother, the sect master asked me to train with you, and as long as I don't kill you, it doesn't matter how I fight. Because the sect master said you have an extraordinary physique. Hearing this, the chubby brother was stunned, his eyes wide open. What extraordinary physique? How come I don't know about it? He was determined not to believe it, yelling loudly, Junior sister, is there something wrong with you? Fei Wu, after hearing this, closed her eyes and chuckled a moment later, unable to hold back. She put on an icy expression, furrowing her brow in annoyance, and said, Senior brother, you really do have an extraordinary physique. Seeing Fei Wu's expression, Li Qin was startled and panicked, sweating profusely. Could it be that I really am a peerless genius? Then why am I still immortal? A peerless talent should be as easy as drinking water, right? In response, Fei Wu gently clarified, it's because your physique hasn't been activated yet. The chubby guy still didn't understand how the activation worked, so he excitedly asked, so, how do I activate it? At this point, the junior sister turned her face away and kicked him square in the face with a hefty stomp. Getting hit will activate it now. The chubby guy's face had the full imprint of a shoe, and his mouth was turned upward toward the sky, giving him a rather handsome look. Struggling to sit up, he pleaded, Junior sister, maybe we should wait for the sect master instead. At this rate, I'm going to be completely wrecked. Fei Wu closed her eyes tightly, raised a finger and responded, the sect master fears that with one careless strike, you might end up meeting your ancestors. She then lowered her head and softly said, that's why the sect master asked me to practice with you first, to ease you in. After saying this, she clasped her fingers together, gathering all her energy into the palm of her hand. Seeing this, the chubby guy screamed in terror, Aya, Junior sister. A second later, he let out a frantic yell, go easy on me, show mercy. Please? Junior sister, stop beating me. Meanwhile, One Phone was standing outside the main hall, intently watching the chubby guy's room. Smiling with his eyes half closed, he whispered to himself, having a junior sister who helps senior brothers this diligently is truly a blessing. For to zero, Li Qin can definitely activate his physique and achieve extraordinary genius. If I were not concerned about the image of the sect master, I would want to take matters into my own hands and turn Li Qin into a black spirit tortoise physique. After thinking this, he turned and left, ignoring Li Qin's cries of, "Sect master, help me." The scene shifts to Lingxiao Peak, where a grand palace stands on a rocky mountain floating amidst layers of clouds and mist. Entering Lingxiao Peak, around the various halls, dense spiritual weapon energies gather before the entrance of the Ling insect inside the hall. The elders are seated in front of a man. That man is Qin Feng, master of the Ling insect. One elder turned and said, "Master, the demon sealing gathering is about to begin, but young Master Qin Xian cannot break through to the profound general realm in a short time. This time, it seems our Ling insect will not be able to make it onto the demon sealing list." He is Qiu Wanfeng, Grand Elder of the Ling insect, and when he looked over, he saw two elderly elders, one wearing an eye mask and the other grooming his dentures. Our sect really does resemble a retirement home. Old Qin Feng's face darkened as he fixed his gaze ahead. The demon sealing gathering is very important. Our Ling insect must strive to compete regardless of the circumstances. After saying this, Elder Qin Feng took out a book titled, Demon Sealing List. The Demon Sealing List is related to the ability to join the Yari Academy, and we, the Ling insect, cannot miss out on this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Elder Wanfeng lowered his head sadly. This time, the order is that only young disciples can participate in the demon sealing gathering. Our Ling insect only has the young master who has reached the medium spirit realm peak. How can we compete with the geniuses of other large sects? Upon hearing this, the sect master's expression darkened as he fell into deep thought, while the other elders helplessly sighed and held their heads. Suddenly, the sect master thought of something. He opened his eyes wide and stood up, shouting loudly, "Has anything happened recently around the Xinyao mountain range?" The Grand Elder closed his eyes tightly and stroked his beard as he replied, "The Ling family city, Haofeng, was destroyed by the Marquis of Chonglin. The eldest lady of the Ling family escaped to the Xinyao mountain range and was pursued and killed by the young lord of the Marquis of Chonglin. The outcome is still unclear." Upon hearing this, the sect master looked very sad and gritted his teeth, saying, "The matter of the Ling family is related to someone with high authority in the Yari Empire. It is not something we can get involved in. As for the noble lady of the Ling family, she is currently a disaster. Our Ling insect cannot get entangled in this." While speaking, the Grand Elder interjected, "Besides this, there is another strange matter. Tell me, last night, in a small canyon near the Xinyao mountain range, an aura of the profound general realm was sensed. According to what the sect disciples have investigated, this profound heaven realm aura likely indicates a recent breakthrough." Upon hearing this, the elder widened his eyes and frowned, saying loudly, "Could it be that there are young casual cultivators nearby, seeking opportunities around the Xinyao mountain range, and then breaking through to the profound general realm?" The Grand Elder then raised his hand and replied, "I don't know." At that time, the disciple did not dare to approach to investigate. He only sensed this aura from a distance. At this point, the sect master was filled with energy, clenched his fists, and grinned with delight. "Perhaps we can have this unfamiliar genius represent our Ling insect to participate in the demon sealing gathering, and then compete for a quota for our Ling insect." Hearing this, the elders murmured, "Master, this idea is good." The young profound general, although not considered the top genius, still had the potential to make it onto the demon sealing list. Indeed, the heavens are helping our Ling insect. After a brief silence, the Grand Elder stepped forward and shyly asked, "Master, what if that person already has a sect?" The sect master turned his face away. "If the person is a disciple of a major sect, then it's fine, but if they are a disciple of a minor sect." At this point, his expression suddenly darkened. "In that case, we will destroy his sect, ensuring he stays completely with our Ling insect. You will handle this personally." The Grand Elder's expression also darkened, and he clasped his hands together to accept the order. Back in the Grand Hall of the Divine Immortal Sect, the system display showed using 10,000 sect points to draw 10 times. After 10 draws, Wang Feng received 1/10 of Yao Yao's cultivation, the self-created swordsmanship of Yi Guchong, immortal flying from heaven, 1/5 of Shuman Shushu's cultivation, the profound skill of Shuman Shushu, Blossom Light Sword Tao, as well as 2/10 of Yao Yao's cultivation and Yao Yao's profound skill, Bright Jade skill. Having obtained all the rewards, he was incredibly delighted. The system transfers all the cultivation and profound skills received into the host. As soon as he finished speaking, all the spiritual weapon orbs created from the reward sequentially flowed into Wang Feng's body. He tightly closed his eyes, relaxed, and slowly absorbed all the essence of power into his body. After a while, he had absorbed all the power and opened his eyes with a smile. Then, Wang Feng immediately raised 2 fingers, generating a stream of sword chi without hesitation. Wang Feng unleashed an immortal flying from heaven attack forward. Since this was a profound skill of Yi Guchang, as he executed the move, an image of Yi Guchang appeared beside him from the sword chi released. Sharp swords emerged, which meant he had successfully tested Yi Guchang's technique. Next, he used the profound skill Blossom Light Sword Tao of Sherman Shushu. Thousands of invisible swords shot up into the sky, and beside him was also the figure of Sherman Shushu. Then, on his 2 fingers pinching an ice flower, Wang Feng thrust forward instantly. Huge blocks of ice shot out in succession, which was the profound skill of Yaoyao, Bright Jade skill. Wang Feng stood on top of the chair, spreading his arms wide. The young man used a stream of ice spiritual weapon, causing shards of ice to shatter and fly into the air after trying all the profound skills, and with spiritual energy continuously surging. Wang Feng smiled. From now on, my master will be the strongest in the entire divine immortal sect. The scene shifted to Wang Feng's dilapidated house, where the Grand Elder of the Lingyan sect sat on a cliff, staring down at the white aura surrounding the house. He smiled. There is indeed the breath of a strong, profound general realm early stage in this mountain valley. After saying that, the Grand Elder jumped from the cliff down to the young man's house. He approached the door, stared at the sign, and murmured, "Divine Immortal Sect. Ha! Our Lingyan sect is the largest sect outside the Xinya mountain range, yet we wouldn't dare use the name Divine Immortal." His face dark and he grimaced in displeasure. This tiny sect has actually taken this thatched house as their stronghold and dares to commit such a great taboo. They truly do not know how to live or die. While murmuring, something suddenly attacked, shattering a large stone. Next, suddenly, the monstrous hand of Xianxia, the great demon, appeared, breaking through the house and aiming directly at the Grand Elder. Caught off guard, he stood frozen for 5 seconds. The Grand Elder stared intently at the punch. A moment later, he was struck squarely by the eerie hand, flying away several dozen meters. But it was not over. The eerie hand continued to attack him, punching a massive rock in front of him. The eerie hand used all its strength to press the Grand Elder against the rock, the immense force causing the rock to crack gradually. Moments later, the Grand Elder was completely buried in the rock. After that, the air slowly dissipated, leaving only a dense white mist surrounding the Grand Elder. He was in pain, his eyes rolling back as he screamed like a madman, "Hey, why is my body on this side but my head on the other?" The Grand Elder shouted angrily, "Impudent! I am the Grand Elder of the Ling Yin sect. If you dare to touch me, Ling Yin sect will definitely make it so you can't die and can't live." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Feng and Xianxia, the great demon, stepped forward together, gritting their teeth and saying, "Ling Yin sect? I have never heard of it. Tell me, why do you insult our divine immortal sect?" The Grand Elder clenched his teeth, beads of sweat pouring down his face, and angrily shouted at the young man, "Divine immortal sect? Huh? You people are from a sect as insignificant as this bite of food? A small sect, with a thatched house as its base. How can you be strong enough to injure me severely with just one palm strike? At the very least, you must be at the entry phase realm." Wang Feng, seeing the bitter expression of the Grand Elder, smirked and said, "Our divine immortal sect always relies on virtue to win over others, allowing them to submit willingly before we even speak." Finishing his words, the Xianxia great demon summoned his eerie hand and shouted loudly, "TSK, TSK! Dare to insult my divine immortal sect in front of the sect master, truly unaware of your own mortality." After saying that, the great demon placed his hand over the Grand Elder, causing him to flinch in fear. The great demon exerted a bit of strength, lifting both the boulder and the Grand Elder into the air. "If you don't want that stone to become your grave, I suggest you obediently submit and speak." The Grand Elder heard this and was terrified, grinding his teeth so hard that he felt his molars might break. Speak of winning people over with virtue, and remain silent means submission. This is clearly a threat. My name is Qiu Wanfeng, the Grand Elder of the Lingyan Sect, the largest sect outside the Xingyao mountain range. I am here because I want to investigate the aura of the profound general realm, which had previously appeared in this mountain valley. Wanfeng was taken aback upon hearing this, thinking to himself, "Isn't this the aura of the profound general realm when Ling broke through to the profound general realm before? What do you need to investigate that aura for?" The Grand Elder frowned at the question and replied with some effort. "The demon sealing gathering is approaching, and our Lingyan sect still does not have a disciple at the profound general realm, so we cannot compete for a position on the demon sealing list. Therefore, we can only seek talented disciples from outside and bring them back to the sect." Wanfeng's eyes widened in surprise. "Demon sealing gathering, what is that?" The Grand Elder was somewhat surprised at Wanfeng's question. "You don't know?" The young man shook his head vigorously. "Humph, it is quite normal for a small, ruthless, and disrespectful sect like this not to know about the demon sealing gathering." Seeing the Grand Elder fall silent, the Xianxia Great Demon punched the Elder and shouted furiously, "Stop rambling and just speak." The demon sealing gathering is a convention organized to suppress the seal of the Xianxia Great Demon, who slaughtered the Yari Empire 1,000 years ago. The gathering is also known as the 10-year festival of the Yari Empire, because the Xianxia Great Demon is extremely terrifying. The demon energy emanating from him is very pure. Even though he has been sealed, he still exudes demon energy, causing the area where the Xianxia Great Demon is sealed to be contaminated with demon energy. Therefore, the Yari Emperor organizes the gathering and calls for all strong sects within the empire to eliminate the demon beasts that have been contaminated by demon energy. This is a move to weaken the power of the Xianxia Great Demon. However, this time, the Yari Emperor has decreed that only young disciples should participate. As a result, all the sects are frantically training their disciples to identify geniuses and compete for top ranks on the demon sealing list. Upon hearing this, Wanfeng tightly shut his eyes and chuckled. "It must be said that your gaze is indeed sharp. In a sea of people, you immediately identified the main participant of the demon sealing gathering." "What do you mean by the main participant?" At that moment, the Great Demon sat down next to Grand Elder, placed his hand on his chest, and clarified, The demon sealing gathering is organized specifically for me." The Grand Elder was a bit surprised when he heard, "What organization is for you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he realized, widening his eyes, "Could it be that you are?" Before he could finish, the Xianxia Great Demon sat down, bringing his face close to the Grand Elder's, and grinned maliciously. "That's right. I am the Xianxia Great Demon for whom you are organizing this special gathering." Wanfeng chuckled at the scene before him and thought to himself, to make a person, the master of a great empire, so apprehensive, even going so far as to organize a demon sealing gathering once every 10 years, it's clear that the Xianxia Great Demon is certainly not as simple as he appears. After pondering for a moment, Wanfeng glanced over and asked, "How could you escape the seal of the Yari Emperor?" Upon hearing this, the Xianxia Great Demon turned and smiled confidently. "Over the years I have created a splitting spell. What he sealed now is merely a clone that I made." "So what is the demon sealing list?" The Grand Elder was startled when he heard the mention of the demon sealing list and immediately explained the demon sealing list is the ranking of the demon sealing gathering. Based on the number of demon beasts killed that were invaded by demon energy, the demon sealing list used to consist of older strong individuals. But this time it is only the ranking of the younger generation. Upon hearing this, the young man widened his eyes in surprise as he suddenly came up with an idea. He snapped his fingers and whispered, "Is it a competition among young disciples? Then perhaps this demon sealing gathering can help me complete my mission of taking on an apprentice." Thinking of this, Wanfeng turned to the Grand Elder and asked in a low voice, "How much longer until the demon sealing gathering?" "Less than a month." Upon hearing this, the young man looked up at the sky, tightly closed his eyes, and smiled slightly. "Less than a month, that should be enough." At that moment, the Grand Elder suddenly put on a gentle expression and grinned. My friend. Everything that should be known has been known. Can you let me go now?" As soon as the Grand Elder finished speaking, Wanfeng stepped in front of him, Glaring and grinning slyly, this deity asks you, what will happen if you find that young man of profound general realm? Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder broke out in a cold sweat. Two teeth clashed repeatedly, struggling to utter each word. Take him back to the sect. At this moment, Wang Feng's gaze slowly closed. What happens next? The Grand Elder felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing this question, sweat pouring down like rain. After a while, the Grand Elder still did not speak. The Xiansha Great Demon pressed his eerie arm down, exerting force on the man. Are you going to speak or not? At this point, the Grand Elder was in a difficult situation. Speaking would mean death, and not speaking would also mean death, so he looked up, tears streaming down, and said, if he belongs to a small sect, we will destroy his sect and then cut off his future. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng had nothing more to say, turned his back and left, raising his finger to command the Xiansha Great Demon, kill the Grand Elder. After saying this, the Great Demon tightened his eerie hand around the rock, then he squeezed tightly, crushing the Grand Elder along with it. In an instant, a loud explosion occurred, shaking the entire mountain range. After the deed was done, the system display immediately showed, congratulations, the subordinate Xiansha Great Demon of the host has killed a strong entry phase realm. The reward received is 500 sect points. After eliminating the Grand Elder of Lingyin sect, the Xiansha Great Demon continued to express his intentions to Wang Feng. Is this the virtue of the big sect of the Yari Empire? It's even worse than us, sect master, since we had this feud with the Lingyin sect. Why don't we just strike directly at his sect? Upon hearing Xiansha Great Demon's suggestion, the young man pondered with his eyes half closed. If Lingyin sect is capable of doing such things, then they aren't good people either. Moreover, if they find out that we killed the Grand Elder of the Lingyin sect, I'm afraid the Divine Immortal sect will continuously face troubles. After thinking for a moment, he decided to agree. Fine, then let's go see what happens. The scene shifts to Yari City, Yuri Imperial Capital, a bustling and magnificent metropolis. Below, thousands of fairies are moving about, and within the city, there is a grand hall guarded by two stone Qilin statues, which is the Marquis of Chonglin's residence. Inside the main hall, a man is resting his chin on his hand, intensely staring at the scroll in his hand, deep in thought. He is Lin Tianxiong, Marquis of Chonglin. An old man with white hair and beard approaches, and upon seeing him, Lin Tianxiong immediately asks, Wang, old man, why hasn't that kid Lin Yuni returned yet? I told him to go kill the remnants of the Ling family, so why is he taking so long? Hearing Lin Tianxiong's question, the old man Wang bowed his head, closed his eyes tightly, and replied, Report, Marquis. The subordinate has already sent someone to inform young Master Yuni. Young Master Yuni must be indulging in play. He may already be on his way back. Suddenly, the token on the old man Wang's body emitted a stream of golden light. He took the token, held it up in front of him, and happily said, Marquis, news has come in. It must be that young Master Yuni is afraid you would wait too long, so he has sent a message to report to you first. Hearing Wang old man's words, Lin Tianxiong frowned, feeling a bit relieved. Looks like this little guy still has a bit of conscience. Knowing that I worry about him, quickly see what the talisman order has transmitted. What the little guy has said. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang old man smiled joyfully, using spiritual energy to activate the token to see. What he saw seemed to petrify him. His eyes wide open in shock, he stared at Lin Tianxiong, trembling and awkwardly called out, Marquis, what's the matter that you are so flustered? Has that little brat done something foolish? Young Master Yuni is dead. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianxiong felt as if struck by lightning. Stunned in disbelief, he erupted in a fit of rage, striking a powerful sword blow. His sword severed the dragon's head, blood splattering everywhere, dyeing the entire chamber red. After dealing with the dragon, his face was filled with evil energy, his sharp gaze staring directly ahead. The scene shifts outside Yari City of the Yari Empire, a massive fortress surrounding small houses above. A dark figure appeared, staring down at the bustling market. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a handsome young man, Li Qinshan, the commander of the Imperial Guards. Suddenly, in Li Qinshan's line of sight, Lin Tianxiong's army appeared. He frowned, beads of sweat forming. This is... When he looked down, he saw the dragon glaring forward, a red beam of light appearing in its pupils. Lin Tianxiong was riding the dragon, radiating a white aura all around him. Behind him was a multitude of soldiers, as dense as ants, occupying the entire roadside. As they advanced, something suddenly caused him to halt. His expression darkened with anger at that moment. Li Qingshan jumped down from above right in front of Lin Tianxiong. Surprising him greatly, Li Qingshan did not hesitate to thrust his sword forward. Marquis of Chonglin, Lin Tianxiong. Do you know that mobilizing the Chonglin army from the imperial city is a grave offense? Upon hearing this, Lin Tianxiong covered his face in anger and shouted, I know that by doing this I have betrayed His Majesty's trust, but my only son has been killed in the Xingya mountain range, and I would rather die than live like this. After I avenge my son, I will surely kneel and confess my crimes to His Majesty. The young man Li Qingshan was taken aback and stepped back in shock, murmuring that Lin Yuni is the only rebellious son of the Marquis of Chonglin. I don't know who would be bold enough to do such a thing at this point. He looked up to the sky and unleashed a powerful roar. No one can stop me from bringing Yuni back. Li Qingshan, do not force me to act against you. Li Qingshan saw the fury in his eyes and stared back, sweating nervously. Suddenly, a great hall appeared behind him, releasing a voice. Let him go. The death of his son has driven him to madness, though he has been disrespectful. It can be forgiven on emotional grounds. Tell him to seek me after he returns. Hearing those words, Li Qingshan clasped his hands and bowed in obedience. The young man then stepped aside, extending his arm to let Lin Tianxiong pass. You may go, and when you return, you should come to see His Majesty to accept your punishment. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianxiong raised his face to the sky, hands clasped in respect. Thank you, Your Majesty. Tianxiong has committed an offense. After I bring my son back, I will definitely come to accept my punishment from Your Majesty. No matter what the punishment is, Tianxiong is willing to accept it. After speaking, Lin Tianxiong led his troops away from the city gate. Li Qingshan sat high above, looking down in a daze. It's hard to avoid a storm of bloodshed. Shifting scenes to the Lingyan sect, in front of us is a small manor located within the Lingyan sect's grounds. At that moment, Wan Fong and Yao Yu appeared, leaping down from above and landing on the stone pillar in front of the manor. The young man looked down and noticed a group of people bullying a seemingly fragile young man. The young man was covered in injuries, clutching his head and desperately shouting, I don't know how Li He, have offended the young master. I beg the young master to calm down. As he finished speaking, a seductive voice came from someone's lips. This young master thinks you look rather handsome, especially reward you with a kiss. It turned out to be a pervert. He looked up at the sky with a strange smile. Yet you avoided it. Tell me, are you looking for trouble? This pervert is Chun Xiong, young master of the Lingyan sect. After that perverted youth, 3 more young men appeared, with square, round, and triangular faces, looking down and mockingly, hey. Thank you, parents, for giving birth to me so ugly, otherwise sooner or later, we would have to bloom at our backsides. If we weren't the ugly trio of the Lingyan sect, how could the master choose us to serve the young master? The pervert Chun Xiong crazily lashed the whip on Li. He's back. A servant disciple is just a servant disciple. After a few hits, you can't take it anymore. Truly a useless person who is not valued. Wan Fong, watching from a distance, felt disgusted and broke out in a sweat. He thought to himself that this young master of the Lingyan sect is so flamboyant and violent. Can be seen that the Lingyan sect is nothing good either. At that moment, suddenly the system notification board rang out. Congratulations, host. You have discovered a peerless genius. The young man was utterly shocked, his eyes widening in surprise. He then looked down at the pervert who was dancing around wildly and became furious, thinking to himself, system, is the peerless genius you mentioned really him? At that moment, the system panel clearly displayed Chun Xiong's face, accompanied by the words, the peerless genius is Wan Fong. Seeing the result on the system, grimaced as if he had just stepped in something unpleasant. Is it really him? The system then showed an image of Chun Xiong grabbing Li He by the hair, followed by a scene of Chun Xiong puckering his lips seductively, leaning close to Li He's cheek. In the final moment, the system scanned Li He's face and displayed the words, "He is the peerless genius." Wan Fang's eyes widened as he stared down, feeling a bit curious. He's the peerless genius, then why is he being bullied like this? After a moment of contemplation, Wan Fang came to a sudden realization. Could it be that he's likely though immortal? He possesses a peerless physique. Concluding his thoughts, Wan Fang quickly descended and shouted, "Stop that and shut your filthy mouth." Qin Xiong, hearing this, glanced over. Then, the pervert grabbed Li He's hair tightly and raised his voice. Which blind fool dares to tell this young master to shut up? However, when this pervert saw Wan Fang's expression, he immediately acted cute. He then released Li He and crazily rushed forward. It seems that today's kiss must be taken by this young master. Wan Fang, without a hint of hesitation, immediately called for Yao Yu. Upon receiving the command, Yao Yu swiftly appeared right beside him. Wan Fang ordered, "Slap him in the mouth for me. The more chaotic his teeth, the better." As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Yu slowly walked forward with a cold expression, her whole body exuding a powerful chill. Qin Xiong's two subordinates couldn't help but drool when they saw the girl. "I never expected there could be such a beautiful woman in this world." Hearing those compliments, Qin Xiong was extremely angry. His whole body trembled. He glared with his bloodshot eyes ahead, then turned to give orders to his three subordinates. "No one is allowed to be more beautiful than this young master. Capture this girl. This young master must make her suffer." Three young men, square, round, and triangle, rushed to surround Yao Yu. "Beauty, being in the hands of the three ugly ones of the Lingyan sect is your fortune, because we definitely will not waste your beauty. In short, you won't be able to escape, and at least you can smile as you descend into the underworld." The triangular face guy stepped forward, sticking out his tongue and making a twisted face. "Anyway, offending the young master and being played to death is nothing new. You won't be the first." Wan Fang, standing nearby, heard these words and was dumbfounded, thinking to himself as the sect master, "I don't even dare to tease Yao Yu. These people really are looking for trouble." At this moment, Yao Yu stepped forward and touched the cheek of the triangular face guy. However, the young man was still oblivious and willingly offered his face to be touched. In the blink of an eye, his face was frozen by the cold energy, followed by square-faced guy. The outcome was similar. In the end, round-faced guy was also frozen by the cold energy. In the blink of an eye, the entire bodies of the three young men were frozen, but that wasn't the end. Yao Yu generously bestowed a sword chi upon the three, causing their heads to be severed from their bodies. The three headless young men staggered and fell forward. Three heads fell in front of Qin Xian, causing him to panic and shout, You dare to kill the disciples of my Lining sect." As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Yu lunged forward, glaring coldly at the pervert. Then, with a light touch on his cheek, he was immediately frozen. "Let me tell you, they are just dead things along with you." The pervert, with half of his face frozen, opened his mouth in fear just as Yao Yu was about to give another light touch to finish him off. Suddenly a hand from someone blocked the attack. It turned out to be Li He. Unexpectedly, even with just a light touch, Li He's arm was already half frozen. Wan Fang was amazed at the sight. Li He's solemn expression showed that the ice on his arm had been shattered by Yao Yu and fell away. Yao Yu frowned, staring intensely at Li He, and pressed, "You would save him after he insulted you like that?" The pervert looked up, putting on a noble-looking sneer. "Li He, hurry up and kill them. This young master will reward you with 10 kisses. As soon as he finished speaking, Li He suddenly grabbed the pervert by the throat, and he immediately coughed up blood. Without a moment's hesitation, Li He tightened his grip, lifting the pervert high, causing his eyes to bleed and his veins to show clearly in red. "Li He, you are so bold." Hearing this, Li He looked at the pervert with a disgusting expression. His eyes filled with hatred, and 2 dim red lights appeared in his pupils. "I originally planned to keep you until tomorrow, but now you want to seek death. To prevent you from dying at someone else's hands has left me with regret for the rest of my life." With that, Li He used all his strength to crush his neck. A crack sounded from it. After dealing with him, Li He casually dropped Xian to the ground. "I just took action a step ahead. This pervert is ugly and offensive when alive, and even in death, he looks horrifically purple." Wan Fang stared at Li He, smiling to himself. It seems this extraordinary genius is not as simple as I imagined. After resolving his conflict, he stood with his hands on his hips and smiled in relief. The young man placed his hand on his forehead, then ran his fingers through his hair, revealing his good-looking face at this moment. He turned his head and secretly called for the system. Why is he called an extraordinary genius? The system table immediately displayed the background investigation of He requires 1,000 seconds. One phone saw this and his face darkened with anger. Damn it, the system is becoming more and more like a robbery. He cursed but still pressed the agree to investigate button. He's real name is Li Chonggong. He is at the peak of the strong profound emperor realm. After an unexpected death, a remnant soul fused with a supreme treasure, gaining rebirth. Seeing the result, one phone pondered. Eve heard that a strong profound emperor realm expert can defeat an entire empire alone. If his previous life had such strength, why didn't he fight back when he was bullied? The system table displayed the people who bullied him will mysteriously disappear the next day, and the entire Ling sect will not notice. After reading these lines, one phone realized, the so-called inability to judge others by appearances. The sea cannot be measured. He is indeed a ruthless person. After thinking, one phone continued to ask the system, so what is his current cultivation level? After he's rebirth, due to the remnant soul fusing with the supreme treasure, his talent has significantly increased. Since his awakening, it has only been a year, yet he has already broken through to the entry phase realm. I didn't expect that I could deceive Li Qing for a year to break through to the entry phase. There are indeed people who can do it. He, in the past, could reach the terrifying cultivation of the profound emperor realm peak. And now his talent has greatly increased. His future is even more unpredictable. No wonder the system praised him as a pureless genius. It seems that only the divine immortal sect can accommodate a potential dragon like him. After thinking for a moment, one phone turned to He and opened the conversation. You just killed the young master of the Ling insect. This place can no longer hold you. You might as well follow me. I guarantee your safety. When He heard this, he glanced over, his entire being emanating a dense aura of evil energy. What qualifications do you have? Wang Feng closed his eyes tightly and calmly responded. Based on my knowledge of your background, Li Chonggong. Upon hearing this name, he instinctively turned his head back. He stared intently at Wang Feng and Yao Yu, thinking to himself, in the Ling insect or even in this Xingya mountain range, there are fundamentally no strong, profound, sovereign realm beings. But now, a master like that is respectfully following this person. Moreover, this person seems to bear no ill will towards me. I can investigate the situation first. If things don't seem right, I will use my ultimate move later. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to turn around and smile at Wang Feng. He brushed away the dirt from his hands and agreed to follow the young man as he was about to leave. A loud shout suddenly came from behind. Who dares to touch my beloved son Chun Xian? It turned out to be the sect master at this moment. He was slowly approaching. Trembling as he looked at Chun Xian's body, the sect master broke down in tears, flowing down his face. Chun Xian, my son. The sect master stepped forward to support Chun Xian's head, his face darkening. Tears falling continuously, he glanced over at Yao Yu, growling. The 3 ugly men from Ling Yuan's sect that I sent to protect Xian'er were killed by you, weren't they? Upon hearing this, Yao Yu looked over, his face showing no emotion, and replied indifferently, that's right. Upon hearing this, the sect master exploded in fury, gritting his teeth and shouting, that means you must be the one who killed Xian'er, right? If that's the case, don't even think about leaving my Ling Yuan sect. The subordinates of the Ling Yuan sect began to murmur among themselves. Is there really someone this beautiful in the world? Such a beauty, and yet she's doomed to perish. What a pity. It's a shame she killed the young master. Amid their chatter, he stepped forward, placing his hand on his chest with a smile, as if confessing the one who killed him was. But before he could finish, Wan Feng suddenly approached, shoving He back and cutting him off. What? Do you still want to demand the life for a life? The sect master, trembling, stared at Yao Yu with bloodshot eyes and yelled, yes, as long as she gives me another son, then it could be considered as life for life. It turns out, this old man is even more depraved than his son, folks. Hearing those words, Wan Fong gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his face, thinking, damn it, I almost thought he loved his son to death. But in the end, he's just an old lecher, blinded by beauty at the same time. The Ling Yuan Sect subordinates shouted in unison, Master is wise, Yao Yu, infuriated by their words, glared ahead with icy cold eyes, her anger palpable. Do you want me to grant you death? Wan Fong didn't bother to stop him and actually supported Yao Ye's decision. If he was in a hurry to see his beloved son, then let him have it. The sect master clasped his hands behind his back and strode toward Yao Yu. He placed his hand on his chest, squinting as he spoke, I cherish beauty. To avoid disturbing the harmony, why don't I strike a palm and see if the beauty can dodge it? After saying this, he glanced at the body of his son. If the beauty can dodge it, it'll consider my son's death an injustice then. He made a twisted expression. His cheeks flushed. If the beauty cannot dodge it, then you must give me another son. Upon hearing this, Yao Ye's expression darkened. Her pupils emitted a glint of light, and she remained silent. The sect master continued to grin wickedly, his gaze shifting toward the hand that was gathering streams of spiritual weapon. Since the beauty has not objected, then I consider you have agreed with that. The sect master waved his hand sideways, the spiritual weapon gathering densely, and he fixed a sharp gaze on Yao Yu. Then he used the profound skill Ling Yun palm from his palm strike. The pressure of a gigantic hand appeared, directly attacking Yao Yu. The stream of spiritual weapon from his hand was slowly approaching Yao Ye's face. In an instant, that aura seemed to completely engulf Yao Yu, gathering and lifting her into the air. At this moment, the pressure of the sect master's gigantic hand had coiled into a huge sphere, with abundant streams of spiritual weapon continuously pouring out around it. Suddenly, a drop of blood fell from the sky. More and more drops of blood appeared, a rain of blood with drops sharp as needles, continuously falling into the sect master's spiritual weapon sphere. Suddenly, a massive bloody hand was imprinted on the ground behind a white smoke. The disciples of Ling Yun's sect laughed heartily at the sight, chatting, no wonder he's the master. This Ling Yun needle rain move is amazing, wrapping the opponent in the palm cloud, draining their blood and flesh. So it turns out the divine soul's erratic demeanor of the master is all to enchant beautiful women. Using one move to kill, the master is being too hasty, at least he should enjoy before killing. What does it matter if she's a stunning beauty? The sect master finished resolving the issue and sat down next to Qin Xian. Gloomy. Dare to kill my son? Then there is only the path of death. At that moment, Li He turned to show curiosity and asked Wang Feng, so you just watched her get killed by Qin Feng? Hearing this, the young man closed his eyes tightly and smiled. Which of your eyes saw her dead? Just then, something fell from the sky, right into the sect master's spiritual weapon. A subordinate rushed over, shouting, Master, the corpse that fell from the sky belongs to our Ling Yun sect. Indeed, lying in a pool of blood was another man. Not you at all. The sect master, seeing the corpse, widened his eyes, sweating. Impossible. Where is she? As soon as he finished speaking, from behind him, Yao Yu stood on a stone pillar, speaking, causing the sect master to involuntarily turn to look. I dodged your palm strike just now. Having said that, Yao Yu charged straight at the sect master, a cold energy gathering in her palm. Let's see if you can dodge the strike of mine now. The old sect master, filled with resentment and anger, immediately thrust his palm forward, shouting, I don't believe you can really be that strong. His strike hadn't even landed yet when Yao Yu already delivered a blow, shattering the energy gathered in his hand. In an instant, a massive block of ice appeared, intercepting the attack of the old sect master, leaving him utterly surprised and causing him to stumble backward. Then, Yao Yu's block of ice transformed into sharp ice spikes, aimed directly at the old sect master's face. Now, in his pupil, the image of 3 sharp points from the ice spikes was clearly visible, and the outcome was far from pleasant. Thousands of ice spikes pierced through the body of the old sect master, blood splattering everywhere. Thus, father and son were reunited on the motherland, with the old sect master paying the price with a cold death, his entire body frozen. Once Yao Yu finished, she landed and walked towards the group of disciples from Ling and sect, causing them to shiver and scream, Master, is Master going to die like this? Master is a peak entry phase expert. Yet he was killed by this stunning woman with a single strike. What should we do now? Hearing the disciples' words, Wan Feng placed his hand on his chest and saying, I, in the name of Master of the Divine Immortal Sect, declare the dissolution of Ling and Sect. From this moment after speaking, Wan Feng and Ye Yu flew away from the Ling and Sect. Before leaving, he proclaimed, from now on, the Ling and Sect will no longer exist. A young man looked up. Watching Wan Feng's figure gradually fade away, he held his face in anguish and trembled as he shouted, the god of death has finally left. Finishing his words, the young man turned his face aside, sighing. Does he think that by threatening a few words, the Ling and Sect will dissolve? He pointed at the corpse of the old Sect master, sneering, with both the master and young man master dead. For the future of the Ling and Sect, we must quickly choose a new master. Hearing this, another man looked up at the sky, trembling all over. There will be no next master for the Ling and Sect. The first young man glanced over instinctively. By elder, what do you mean by that? The man bit his lip tightly, clenched his teeth, beads of sweat dripping down. His face showing clear fear. Without the Ling and Sect, where will we find a successor master? As soon as he finished speaking, a giant ice block descended from the sky right in front of the disciples. In the blink of an eye, that massive iceberg had completely destroyed the Ling and Sect. Not yet satisfied, Ye Yu further added a few more large icebergs. The disciples now had no hope of escape. The death bestowed by the stunning beauty was a chilling one after the chaos. Only that man was left alive. He looked at the ruins before him, cradled his head, and screamed. The Ling and Sect has been completely annihilated suddenly. A loud voice called out from behind him, where is Qin Feng? The young man, trembling, glanced back and thought, is that terrifying figure back again? But this time it was not Wang Feng, but Lin Tianshong. He looked down at the young man from the sky with a fierce face full of evil energy. Seeing Lin Tianshong, the young man calmed down a bit and murmured, that's right, the god of death must have killed Qin Feng and then left. He wouldn't come back for Qin Feng. Lin Tianshong landed in front of the young man and asked in a stern voice, are you Qin Feng? The young man was startled, fell back, and exclaimed, no, Master Qin Feng of Ling and Sect is already dead. Lin Tianshong felt as if struck by lightning. Why died in surprise, I am the Marquis of Chonglin of the Yaori Empire. Do you know who killed my son, Lin Yuni? The young man, upon hearing this, was utterly horrified, his mouth gaping, sweat pouring down like rain. What? Who dares to be so bold? Who would lay a hand on the son of a marquis from a country? After thinking for a moment, the young man wiped his sweat away with his hand and smirked lightly as if plotting something. Then he knelt down and bowed his head before Lin Tianshong, shouting, Marquis, I know who killed your son. At this, Lin Tianshong's eyes whitened with hatred. Speak. The young man glared back and flashed a sly smile. The one who killed the little marquis is also the culprit behind the murder of my master from the Ling and Sect. Lin Tianshong's gaze became filled with anger. Who is that person? The young man looked up, thinking to himself, if you have destroyed the Ling and Sect, then I must destroy you as well. So he raised his head and bluntly replied, the one who killed the little marquis claims to be the master of the Divine Immortal Sect. The scene shifted to the Divine Immortal Sect, where the great demon Xian Shao was sitting outside a dilapidated house, playing with birds and catching butterflies. Seeing something made the great demon widen its eyes and hurriedly released the poor bird. It turned out that Wang Feng and Yao Yu had returned from Ling and Sect. The young man walked while yawning, saying, it's really tiring to be on business trips. Xian Xie great demon was fearless, but upon seeing Wang Feng, he clasped his hands and bowed in respect. Welcome, Sect Master, back from destroying the Ling and Sect in triumph. As soon as he finished speaking, a foot landed on the ground. It turned out to be Li He, who also returned with Wang Feng from Ling and Sect. The young man glanced over and smiled, asking Li He, what have you thought about? Do you want to join my Divine Immortal Sect? Li He looked closely at the sign Divine Immortal Sect of Wang Feng and secretly thought, even though in my previous life I was a great power at the profound Emperor Realm Peak and established a sect, I wouldn't dare to claim the name Divine Immortal. Yet this little sect in such a remote place dares to carry such a name. It's ridiculous. After pondering, Li He opened his eyes, smiled at the young man, and said, TSK, Can a sparrow and a little swallow understand the will of a swan? This trip with you is indeed a waste of my time, Xian Xie, the great demon exclaimed little guy after hearing this. A moment later, he used his eerie hand to grip Li He's face tightly, shouting, I advise you to speak properly with the sect master. The eerie hand completely covered Li He's face, leaving only one eye visible, filled with evil energy. Wang Feng smiled and said, even if your past life was at the peak of the profound emperor realm, in the end, you are still just at the entry phase realm. Engaging in a fight here won't benefit you at all. Upon hearing this, Xian Xie the great demon retracted his eerie hand, staring intently at Li He, thinking to himself, is he the reincarnation of the profound emperor realm peak? Even at my highest point, facing such an existence feels like confronting an insignificant ant, with no resistance at all. At this point, Wang Feng took out the divine immortal sect token and held it in front of him. Then he turned to Li He and said, don't be in a rush to refuse, wait until we're inside to answer. There will still be time before leaving. Wang Feng instructed Xian Xie. Stay here for now and be on guard against any remnants of the Lingyan sect causing trouble at the divine immortal sect. Yes, sect master. After speaking, Wang Feng opened the entrance to the secret realm. Shortly after, they stepped into the secret realm of the divine immortal sect. Li He entered, looked around at the scenery, and thought to himself, although a strong profound emperor realm can establish a small world, even when I was at the peak of the strong profound emperor realm in my previous life, I could not create such a vast and complete small world. The divine immortal sect daring to use the term divine immortal as a name. Let this sovereign see what marvels are in this sect. Li He stepped forward into the grand hall. Streams of aura continually flowed out from within. Wang Feng stood next to the main chair, turned and said, this sovereign knows you possess a treasure, but it is not yet worthy of my attention. I have only one goal with you, which is to join my sect. Upon hearing this, Li He closed his eyes and looked up at the sky. What if I don't join? Hearing that, Wang Feng raised two fingers and lightly snapped, signaling, Elder Yi Guchang and Elder Sherman Shu Shua, please step forward. As soon as he finished his sentence, Yi Guchang and Sherman Shu Shua immediately appeared before them. Li He was taken aback and exclaimed, are you trying to use numbers to pressure me into joining? The man lowered his head, closed his eyes tightly, and smiled. I just want to show you the strength of the divine immortal sect. Upon hearing this, Li He raised his hand in front of him and smirked with a mischievous smile, using treasures to create ultimate techniques. Even if 3 strong profound sovereign realm experts teamed up, I could still retreat safely. As soon as he finished speaking, a blade suddenly appeared, scraping against the floor, producing a spark. Yi Guchang and Sherman Shu Shua both felt a shiver run down their spines. Li He instinctively glanced over and was taken aback in shock. A young man was dragging his sword, slowly making his way towards Li He. So what if 4 strong profound sovereign realm experts teamed up? This young man was the sword demon Yen Shursan. He stepped forward, clasped his hands, bowed his head, and greeted Wang Feng. Yen Shursan pays respects to the sect master. Character traits of Yen Shursan. Peak cultivation in profound sovereign realm. Profound skill is the 15 Killer's Sword ultimate technique. Profound weapon is the 13 Ningzhu Sword ultimate grade. I never expected that this random summoning opportunity would summon this sword demon. Yen Shursan is the number 1 swordsman. Sword Dao Demon Ceiling. In the ancient novel X, the Sword of X Young Master, his wish while alive was to have a decisive duel with the Sword Emperor Xie Shaofeng. Yen Shursan's lifelong ultimate skill is the 13 Swords of Death. Later, he not only created the transformation but also established the 15th sword move representing destruction and death when seeking to duel Xie Shaofeng. He could originally have killed Xie Shaofeng with the 15th sword move, but he realized that this sword move only brought destruction and death. To completely eradicate this terrifying sword move, he chose to cut his own throat. As soon as Li He saw Yen Shursan, his face lit up with excitement, staring wide-eyed, wow, is that the profound sovereign realm peak? After saying this, the young man turned to mock Wang Feng. You are a master but only have cultivation in the profound sovereign realm. Do you deserve to be a master? As soon as Li He finished speaking, a sharp sword point emitted a golden light aimed straight ahead. It turned out that the blade originated from Yen Shursan, pointed directly at Li He's head. It seems the 15th sword of death needs to be unleashed now. At the same time, Wang Feng stepped forward and placed a hand on Yan Shisan's shoulder. Yan Elder, don't be hasty. It's not just the peak of the profound sovereign realm, is it? As long as I want it, I can have it at any time. Now Wang Feng's SEC points have reached a total of 40,000 points. The young man looked at the result, smiled, and thought, I never expected to accumulate 40,000 seconds points so quickly. This time I can spend freely. So Wang Feng immediately said, System, use 10,000 seconds points to exchange for a chance to draw 10 times. Start the draw directly in these 10 draws. Wang Feng obtained 1/10 of the cultivation of Yao Yu, 1/10 of the cultivation of Yan Shisan, 1/10 of the cultivation of Sherman Shui, and 1/10 of the cultivation of Yi Guchang. He received Yao Yes' profound skill, flower transference to Jade, and Yan Shisan's profound skill, life-stealing 5 swords. Upon receiving the rewards, Wang Feng immediately called out, System, transfer 1/10 of Yan Shisan's cultivation into this host. As soon as he finished speaking, a radiant area of light enveloped Wang Feng's entire body. Then, a plume of white smoke rose, passing through Li He. Wang Feng emerged from the smoke, and behind him, the pressure of a profound sovereign realm peak appeared. The system screen also announced, Congratulations on the host's cultivation reaching the peak of the profound sovereign realm. Seeing Wang Feng's breakthrough in an instant, Li He was extremely surprised. Was he really hiding his true cultivation level all along? Or can it be said that he could genuinely advance to the peak of the profound sovereign realm in the blink of an eye? Wang Feng, noticing the expression on the young man's face, chuckled. Do you have anything to say now? Li He covered his face in frustration and shouted, HMPF, even if the divine immortal sect has 4 masters in the profound sovereign realm, I'm just a fish caught in a net against all of you. Suddenly, Wang Feng raised a finger to interrupt Li He. No, you have overlooked 1 master in the profound sovereign realm. Upon hearing this, Li He's eyes widened in shock. Is there still a master? Who is it? Wang Feng immediately pointed his hand towards Yi Guchang. It is this Yi elder here. Upon seeing this, Li He extended his hand forward and shouted loudly, Are you trying to deceive me? He is currently just at the nobility realm. Wang Feng shook his head and waved his finger rapidly. But he will soon become a master in the profound sovereign realm. Finishing his words, Wang Feng pointed his finger at Yi Guchang's forehead. Today, I will show you the spatial enlightenment techniques of my divine immortal sect. Li He, upon hearing this, was completely skeptical. He placed his hand on his chest and said, Are you joking with me? Even if I cultivated to the peak of the profound emperor realm in my previous life, I couldn't achieve the spatial enlightenment you speak of. The young man tightly closed his eyes, sighed, and replied, Just because you can't do it at the peak of the profound emperor realm doesn't mean that my true self at the profound sovereign peak can't. He thought to himself, I originally didn't intend to do it, but someone is forcing me to. Thus, he had to go with the flow and immediately called out, System, transfer the cultivation of others into Yi Guchang. A stream of green spiritual weapon continuously flowed into Yi Guchang's forehead. After a while, Yi Guchang opened his eyes wide. His face radiated with brilliant light. In the next moment, streams of golden spiritual weapons continuously entered Yi Guchang's forehead. Feeling the immense power from those streams of spiritual weapons, Yi Guchang looked up to the sky and began to absorb them, smoke rising up. At that moment, the system display announced, Yi Guchang's cultivation has advanced to the early stage of the profound sovereign realm. After being upgraded in cultivation, Yi Guchang stepped in front of Wang Feng, clasped his hands and bowed his head. Thank you, Sect Master. He let out a sigh of relief and replied, This matter is simple. Suddenly, a foot approached. It turned out to be Sherman Shui. The young man stared intently at Yi Guchang, a faint smile playing on his lips. Thanks to the blessings granted by the Sect Master, and now have an opponent of equal strength. At that moment, Li He felt utterly embarrassed, his face darkened, and sweat poured down like a summer rain as he muttered, He really can help the sure elder breakthrough to the early profound sovereign realm now. 8 eyes from the 4 elders were fixed intently on Li He. Wang Feng stepped closer to Li He and stared at him closely. His entire being erupted with a powerful wave of spiritual weapon energy. With the 4 elders plus myself, the Divine Immortal Sect has a total of 5 strong profound sovereign realm members at this point. Even if you fight desperately, it won't change anything. After saying this, Wang Feng pointed his finger at Li He's face. So, how about joining my Divine Immortal Sect? I can help you recover to your peak, even surpassing what you were before. Li He thought for a long time after hearing that. Then the young man narrowed his eyes and reluctantly replied, I have only joined your Divine Immortal Sect for 10 years. After 10 years, I will leave. Furthermore, you must not reveal any information about the treasure I possess. Upon hearing this, the young man smiled with delight and opened his hand. All right, I agree. He hand over the money to me. Li He tossed his coin pouch to Wang Feng and turned away. Sighing immediately, the system announcement chimed in. Congratulations, host has recruited an extraordinary genius. The reward received is 30,000 seconds points and 1 opportunity for a random summon. It was worth my risk in matching strength with the reincarnated profound emperor. This reward truly proves the old saying, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. The scene shifted to the Xinil mountain range, where a voice emerged from deep within the forest. Xinil mountain range is indeed a place of auspicious feng shui. A man placed his hand on his belly and spoke up. Damn it, my stomach keeps rumbling. At that moment, a gigantic demon beast appeared behind the young man, sneaking up on him from behind, but the young man was not afraid at all. Instead, he smiled and said, another meal is coming to the net by itself. The young man turned to look at the beast, which was licking its tongue greedily. He was Mu Yunfei. At that moment, the beast could no longer wait and immediately lunged towards the young man, its eyes glowing with fierce red energy. Mu Yunfei calmly drew his sword. A dark mass fell down, as if the sky had been covered. Wait, that's not a beast blocking the sky, but arrows. Indeed, just as he said, thousands of arrows suddenly descended from the sky, attacking the beast. In an instant, the beast was adorned with a coat of arrows sticking all over its back, with extra arrows firmly embedded in the ground beside it. These arrows were shot by a group of soldiers, who were none other than those of Lin Tianxiong. He sat upon his dragon, staring intently at the corpse of the beast. At that moment, the arrows on the beast's corpse suddenly began to move. The next moment, the beast unexpectedly sprang to its feet, and the arrows on its back slowly fell down. In fact, the young man was accidentally pinned beneath the beast, so he used his sword to push against the beast's mouth and lifted it up to free himself. Lin Tianxiong's dragon opened its mouth wide upon seeing this and then spat out a fireball ahead. Seeing the fireball about to land on the beast, the young man immediately swung his sword. Severing the foot of the unfortunate beast, the fireball struck the beast's corpse, causing an explosion of fire that spread throughout the forest from within the flames. The foot of the beast emerged. The young man stood amidst the fire, firmly holding the sword that was embedded in the beast's foot, smiling. He took a bite of flesh and then looked up, staring at Lin Tianxiong. Thank you, you have roasted the meat for me. Upon hearing the young man's teasing, old Tianxiong smacked his hand down on his dragon's head. Without hesitation, he pulled the dragon's head down, shouting, consider this a reward for you. Soon as he finished speaking, dragon scales appeared around his hand. The scales continuously gathered into his palm, forming a giant hand that emitted a brilliant golden light. Seeing this spectacle, the young man hurriedly withdrew his sword from the meat. The sword of the young man emitted a stream of energy. This energy spread over an area in the forest. Mu Yunfei placed 2 fingers together, murmured a spell, and pointed the sword up to the sky, using the profound skill Heavenly Crimson Sword. Immediately, a sword chi was unleashed, aimed directly at Lin Tianxiong's face. The sword chi from the young man clashed violently with Lin Tianxiong's dragon-scaled hand. Lin Tianxiong exerted all his strength to press down on Mu Yunfei's sword, causing the young man to widen his eyes in sweat. The force from Lin Tianxiong's hand was overwhelming, and in the blink of an eye, Mu Yunfei's sword was completely deformed under the pressure. But that was not all. Lin Tianxiong added a powerful punch that sent the young man flying several dozen meters away from a distance. The figure of the young man, clad in black, gradually approached, tightly gripping his useless sword moments later. He tossed the sword's hilt aside, placed his hand on his forehead, and smiled brightly. Fortunately, I didn't throw up after eating the bear meat earlier. Otherwise, I would really have to replace the bear's leg. Losing another weapon would be too much of a loss. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianxiong shot him an intense glare and remarked, "Yun Elder. He is still young yet already possesses cultivation at the nobility realm." Appearing again in the Xinyo mountain range is Wang Feng of the Divine Immortal Sect. Right? Elder Yun shook his head repeatedly. No, even if Wang Feng turns to ash I would recognize him, but he is truly not him. Mu Yunfei, standing behind, trembled and said in a strained voice, "Just now you almost smashed me to death." Then he pointed at his sweaty face, looking extremely disheveled. "You smashed my face, distorted my weapon, and the result is that you mistook me for someone else." The flames in the Xinyo mountain range gradually extinguished, leaving ashes drifting in the wind. Lin Tianxiong's Qi Lin stepped forcefully on something. It turned out to be stepping on Mu Yunfei's back. "Hey, I'm really not Wang Feng. Why won't you let me go?" Lin Tianxiong blared down and said firmly, "Although you are not Wang Feng who killed my son, the possibility that you are one of his disciples cannot be ruled out." Hearing this, Mu Yunfei glanced back, 2 drops of sweat falling on his cheek. "What? Is it true that someone dares to kill the son of the Marquis of Chonglin in the Empire Yaori?" Lin Tianxiong sat on his Qi Lin, arms crossed, demanding, "Tell me, where's your master?" Hearing this question, Mu Yunfei could only remain silent, unsure of what to say. Lin Tianxiong continued to glare and interrogate. "In this area, at the intersection of the 3 major empires, you refuse to reveal who your master is. Could it be that he is not from the Empire Yaori?" After hearing this, Mu Yunfei glanced up, as if hiding something. Then he squinted and propped himself up with his hands on the ground, raising his head as his body continued to tremble. "I am a practitioner from the Empire Xiongfeng, coincidentally here for training." Lin Tianxiong, upon hearing this, glared and sternly said, "You dare to come to the Empire Yaori for training? Are you not afraid that the strong of Yaori will kill you?" Mu Yunfei, hearing this, opened his mouth wide and laughed, "Ha ha ha, if it is training, then of course there will be dangers. If one is afraid, what is the point of training?" Just then, a subordinate ran over, cupped his hands, bowed his head, and reported, 10 miles ahead, there is a place called Divine Immortal Sect. Lin Tianxiong heard this and immediately commanded, "Tie him up, and after we eliminate the Divine Immortal Sect, take him back to the royal capital." After finishing his words, Lin Tianxiong rode on Qilin, accompanied by his subordinates and Mu Yunfei, leaving the Xingyao mountain range. A while later, at the territory of the Divine Immortal Sect, Lin Tianxiong dropped Mu Yunfei from above, wanting him to be severely injured. He lay below, eyes half closed as he looked ahead, thinking to himself, "I originally thought that the Divine Immortal Sect daring to provoke the Marquis of Qianlin would be a large hidden sect, perhaps even helping me escape from this sea of suffering." He helplessly sweated as he looked at the hustle and bustle of the Divine Immortal Sect. Is this really all there is? Lin Tianxiong, with his body continuously releasing spiritual weapons, stared intently at the sect of the male lead. Then, he raised his hand to signal his elite troops below, waving the spearheads towards the sect. The elite soldiers gripped their spearheads tightly in their hands, and then, in unison, they threw the spearheads towards Wang Feng's sect. At that moment, just as the spearheads were about to pierce into the sect, there was a sudden disturbance around them, and the Xianxia great demon leapt up from the rooftop. He then landed back on the rooftop, looking ahead with fiery red eyes. His body continuously erupting with powerful strength, he summoned his treasure mace, gripping it tightly in his palm. The Xianxia great demon slammed the treasure mace down, glaring at Lin Tianxiong and his group, revealing his white teeth in a sinister grin. Then, he swung the mace, unleashing a powerful spiritual weapon. The spiritual weapon gradually accumulated into a large area, forming a strong barrier that rendered the spears unable to penetrate. The Xianxia great demon stood on the rooftop, single-handedly withstanding thousands of spears impaled on the barrier. The elite soldiers looked at the scene with their mouths agape, sweating profusely. "What is that? It clearly looks like a snake but possesses such abilities." Hearing these words, The Xianxia Great Demon became furious and glared back. Not only do you dare to attack my sect, but you also dare to say that my supreme self resembles a snake. The Xianxia Great Demon, filled with rage, opened his mouth and let out a piercing roar, the oppressive power from his body sending the spears flying back towards Lin Tianxiong and his group. Immediately, the spears shot back, piercing through the chests of the elite soldiers, sending them to meet their ancestors. Xianxia Great Demon used his evil energy to conjure a long staff several hundred meters in length. He then bared his teeth in a sinister smile, and with a demonic face and eyes overflowing with malevolent aura, he struck a lethal blow towards the group of Lin Tianxiong. The elite troops hit by Xianxia Great Demon's attack cried out in pain, their mouths wide open. Stopping there, Xianxia Great Demon turned around and delivered another blow to the remaining elite soldiers, sending them straight to the heavens. After dealing with the Tianxiong minions, the next strike was aimed directly at Lin Tianxiong's face. Who are you to dare invade my divine immortal sect? Lin Tianxiong stared at the long staff about to hit him and shouted, Xianxia Demon Staff, you are Xianxia Great Demon sealed by His Majesty. Xianxia Great Demon stood in a cool pose, his eyes pale, smirking wickedly and said, I am your grandfather, so what? Mu Yanfei looked up at Xianxia Great Demon laughing maniacally on the rooftop and was stunned, thinking, he is the Xianxia Great Demon who tormented the Yaori Empire thousands of years ago. Lin Tianxiong blared at Xianxia Great Demon impressed. How could you escape from the godforsaken land? Xianxia, upon hearing this question, opened his mouth wide and laughed mockingly. Haha, the godforsaken land is so small. How could it possibly trap this supreme being? Mu Yanfei's eyes widened in shock as he stared ahead, quietly thinking, this demonic being was able to escape from the godforsaken land. Could it be due to Wang Feng of the divine immortal sect? I never expected this small house to harbor a peerless expert in hiding. Lin Tianxiong clenched his fist, tilted his head, and glared down below. Wang Feng of the divine immortal sect killed the son of the Marquis of Chonglin. As long as you do not obstruct my revenge, I will consider that I have never met you today. How about that? The Xianxia Great Demon, upon hearing this, smiled widely from ear to ear, laughing, and then took out his demon staff, presenting it before Lin Tianxiong, saying, but we have to see if my Xianxia demon staff agrees. Lin Tianxiong, having caught the gist of it, understood if that's the case, then today this demon will kill demons even more. With that said, Lin Tianxiong mounted his Qi Lin and charged toward the Xianxia Great Demon at breakneck speed. Xianxia, the Great Demon, raised his staff and said mockingly, you think you can kill me just by talking? As he finished speaking, Xianxia swung his demon staff fiercely towards Lin Tianxiong. At the moment of life and death, the Qi Lin rushed in. That's right, but it's not based on my mouth, it's based on Qi Lin's mouth. Indeed, the demon staff of Xianxia was firmly caught in the mouth of Qi Lin after catching it. Qi Lin tightly closed its mouth shortly after. Qi Lin spewed out a blazing fire, scorching the demon staff of Xianxia. However, that alone was not enough to trouble Xianxia. He infused a tremendous amount of demon energy into the long staff. His demon staff immediately began to grow larger, stretching Qi Lin's mouth wide open. As it stared with teary eyes, unable to breathe, Qi Lin had to open its mouth wide and spit out Xiangxia's demon staff, then stuck out its tongue to pant like a dog. Seeing that Qi Lin was of no use, Lin Tianxiong kicked its head hard, leaping up with the spiritual weapon exploding all over his body. He, with his hands covered in Qi Lin's scales, was incredibly powerful, and he threw a punch directly at Xianxia, the Great Demon. Seeing this, Xianxia quickly kicked his own long staff. His long staff, surprisingly, was aimed straight at the full-force punch of Lin Tianxiong. As the long staff collided with Lin Tianxiong's body, the Qi Lin fire from earlier began to absorb into his body in the blink of an eye. Lin Tianxiong's body erupted in a blazing flame of immense power. He glanced at his scaled fist and laughed heartily. Ha ha! Thank you for using the Qi Lin fire to assist me. After finishing his words, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the Xianxia Great Demon. Seeing this scene, the Xianxia Great Demon grit his teeth. His eyes filled with fierce determination. quickly gathering his strength into his demon staff. Then he unleashed a mighty strike, shattering the Qi Lin scales covering Lin Tianxiong into numerous pieces. The shockwave from the Xianxia Great Demon's attack forced Mu Yunfei to roll away for several hundred meters. Damn it! How can I get hit while lying still? Moments later, the Xianxia Great Demon landed from the sky, his long staff thrusting forward. He stabbed his long staff directly into the chest of the naked Lin Tianxiong. It seems the answer from the Xianxia demon staff is no. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Tianxiong, who flashed a faint smile with ketchup smeared all over his lips. Marquis of Chonglin, have you been struck dumb by the Xianxia demon staff? You're on the verge of death and still able to smile. Old Tianxiong smirked, revealing a smug grin. I smile because, even though you have escaped the godforsaken land, your cultivation has fallen from the peak of the profound sovereign realm to the peak of the nobility realm. Upon hearing this, the Xianxia Great Demon placed his hands on his hips and threw back his head with a laugh. Ha ha ha, even if I use my cultivation at the peak of the nobility realm, it is still enough to defeat someone in the mid-nobility realm like you. Suddenly, the Qilin turned and spat out a burst of fire straight at Lin Tianxiong, causing the Xianxia Great Demon to sweat in surprise. What are you doing? If you can't win, there's no need to self-immolate. After the Qilin fire integrated into old Tianxiong's body, his form underwent a transformation. Indeed, my mortal body has the cultivation of the mid-nobility realm, but my Qilin body is not just that. Now, the body of Elder Tianxiong is incredibly strong and tall, wrapped in layers of Qilin scales, with flames raging fiercely. At this moment, the Xianxia Great Demon sees the body of Elder Tianxiong, his eyes bulging in shock and sweat dripping, feeling a bit scared. He clenches his teeth, staring wide-eyed, and as he senses the aura emanating from Elder Tianxiong, he cannot help but be amazed. He is actually at the early stage of the profound sovereign realm. Elder Tianxiong kneels down, forcefully pushing his foot against the ground to gain momentum. Then, with an expressionless face, he glares and charges forward at an incredible speed. Seeing Elder Tianxiong's speed makes the Xianxia Great Demon grit his teeth and stare in astonishment. When Elder Tianxiong reaches in front of Xianxia, he halts, bends his legs, and says, "This time, I won't stop until I crush your face." Elder Tianxiong stomps down with his Qilin legs, causing the ground to explode, leaving behind a tremendous shockwave. After a while, as the dust gradually clears, the stone slabs become visible. Elder Tianxiong glares down and sees that his Qilin legs have been blocked by the Xianxia Great Demon below, who has summoned demon energy to create a shield for protection. Although the Xianxia Great Demon has narrowly avoided a fatal blow, sweat continues to pour down uncontrollably. Not only has the body and strength become much stronger, but the speed has also increased several times compared to before. The Tianxiong offspring who witnessed this scene raised their fists and cheered enthusiastically. No wonder it's the body movement Qilin of the Marquis. Even the Xianxia Great Demon and that evil Sect staff can be easily suppressed. After a moment of resistance, the Xianxia Great Demon suddenly turned around. He kicked his own staff hard. After the kick, the staff returned to its original state, but it grew larger and larger, sending Elder Tianxiong flying. The long staff became so enormous that it could be clearly seen from this mountain. The Xianxia Great Demon waved the long staff in front of Elder Tianxiong, opened his mouth wide, broke into a triumphant smile, and shouted, "Hey, little thing, do you think you're the only one who can grow larger?" After saying that, he struck down with the staff towards Elder Tianxiong, causing the ground to sink deep. The formidable pressure created a gust of wind, forcing the elite troops to struggle to hold on, or else they would be blown away. At the same time, the Xianxia Great Demon could not withstand the tearing wind and raised his hand to brace himself. I thought old Tianxiong had vanished. But no. He landed on a large stone. The Xianxia Great Demon gritted his teeth in anger upon seeing this. Old Tianxiong shot him a glare with a grim expression. Seeing this, the Xianxia Great Demon immediately used all his strength to retreat, gritting his teeth and thinking, "I can't confront him directly. I can only create distance and look for openings." Old Tianxiong bowed his head, his eyes tightly shut, tensing his hand. Suddenly, a region of golden light flickered beneath his feet. The next second, He shot towards the Xianxia great demon with lightning speed, leaving a trail of dazzling golden light. When he reached the Xianxia great demon, old Tianxiong suddenly halted and glared at him. In a moment's hesitation, old Tianxiong slapped the Xianxia great demon with such force that it felt as if his eyes were about to pop out. Enduring a devastating blow, the Xianxia great demon gritted his teeth and struggled to withstand it, thinking, "Damn it, this can't be true." But a slap like that was nothing serious. Old Tianxiong continued to stomp down hard on the ground and leaped up, his fist already raised. Moving smoothly, every movement is a torment for the Xianxia great demon with devastating blows. Damn it, the speed is unbelievable. After taking 749 blows, the Xianxia great demon was sent crashing into the rock wall, splitting it in two. In pain, he opened his mouth wide and coughed up blood violently. This demon has not easily escaped from the godforsaken land, and now I have to die like this. Old Tianxiong walked up to the Xianxia great demon, looking at him with bright golden eyes. He raised both hands, gripping the two mountain walls behind him. "It's over, this time. I've truly been hit like a snake." Old Tianxiong applied no effort, tightly connecting the two mountain walls together, crushing the Xianxia great demon within. After a moment, the shattered rocks slowly began to fall. Something caused old Tianxiong to stare in astonishment. The Xianxia great demon was not inside the crevice at all, and there was no sign of him. Where did he go? As soon as he finished speaking, the Xianxia great demon shouted, "No need to look anymore." He was sitting on top of old Tianxiong, pointing at his own face. "The Supreme One is still very much alive here." Hearing the voice, the old man Tianxiong turned his head and glanced up. "It seems that your divine immortal sect has some experts, huh?" It turned out that he was looking towards Yi Guchang, who was firmly holding a treasured sword in his hand. Standing confidently on the roof, Yi Guchang, with an emotionless expression, glared down below. He raised his shining, sharp sword and then forcefully sheathed it. Immediately, the spiritual weapon auras dissipated. The Xianxia great demon descended from the sky in a cool pose, with the evil energy around him also dissipated. At this moment, Mu Yanfei hid behind a rock, glancing at Yi Guchang, thinking to himself, "One Xianxia great demon is not enough, and now another powerful expert has come. What kind of divine sect is this divine immortal sect? Why have I never heard of this sect during my training in Empire Yari?" Yi Guchang looked at the Xianxia great demon and said in a stern voice, "The sect master is very pleased with your performance. You can go rest over there for now. Alright, goodbye." However, before leaving, the Xianxia great demon did not forget to point at old man Tianxiong and introduce him, saying, "This person claims to be the Marquis of Chonglin and said he wants to take the sect master's life." Yi Guchang was furious after hearing this. Looking ahead with sharp eyes and drawing out his gleaming sword, "It's too beautiful to still be dreaming." Yi Guchang forcefully unsheathed his sword, and immediately powerful swordshire surged forth towards the elite troops. Suddenly, a tremendous force lifted the elite troops into the air. Mu Yanfei was no exception, being suppressed by that force with just a single draw of the sword. The elite soldiers were controlled and lifted high into the sky. Old Tianxiong had to struggle against the violent pressure of that force, unable to contain his impatience. Old Tianxiong stomped hard on the ground. Creating an explosion, he charged forward, swinging his fist towards Yi Guchang with an angry expression, his eyes wide and teeth clenched. Immediately, Yi Guchang raised his sword, channeling energy to create magnetic beams. The elite troops of old Tianxiong were drawn in by the magnetism. Becoming firmly stuck to Yi Guchang's sword, he floated in midair, firmly holding his sword aloft and using the skill, immortal flying from heaven. The spiritual weapon radiated abundantly and fiercely. Before the old man Tianxiong rushed in, Yi Guchang quickly unleashed a combined attack of sword and body towards him. Faced with this brutal assault, old Tianxiong had no choice but to raise his hands to defend himself. Taking advantage of Tianxiong's momentary daze from his move, Yi Guchang swiftly jumped from the rooftop behind him. Sensing the incoming attack from behind by Yi Guchang, old Tianxiong clasped his hands together. Then, he turned and swung his arms side to side, tearing apart the technique before charging straight at Yi Guchang with a cold, sharp gaze. From a distance, at another angle, a pillar of dazzling golden light descended from the sky. Then, a powerful spiritual weapon enveloped Yi Guchang's sword. Old Tianxiong surged forward, prowling a lethal punch, but Yi Guchang was incredibly agile, smoothly dodging in an instant. Yi Guchang stared intently at the glowing light shining on his face without any emotion. Then, Yi Guchang used spiritual energy to lift a large area of land into the air, leaving old Tian Xiong wide-eyed in astonishment. Yi Guchang enveloped himself in a source of spiritual energy after that. He raised the sword high and controlled a large piece of land floating in midair. This caused the old Tian Xiong and the Xian Sha Great Demon to fall freely. This was called the Earth Sword technique. The Xian Sha Great Demon instantly jumped onto the large piece of land to protect the shabby house of the divine immortal sect, but accidentally discovered Mu Yunfei sliding down. He immediately encased Mu Yunfei in a surge of demon energy. Thinking, this person is captured by the enemy. He must be one of us. Yi Guchang descended from afar and struck down with his sword. The large piece of land floating in midair immediately fell above old Tian Xiong's head, startling him. Just like that, the large piece of land crashed down, creating a shocking explosion that shattered into many fragments, while also crushing old Tian Xiong underneath. After a while, old Tian Xiong stomped hard on the ground, his eyes half closed, his body trembling as he struggled to crawl out from the rubble with his weakened physique. Before he could catch his breath, Yi Guchang appeared right in front of him, holding the sword pointed to the sky, with his body erupting with intense spiritual weapon energy. Surrounded by zigzagging lightning, Yi Guchang raised his sword in front of him, glaring down with an angry expression. A dazzling beam of light shone on Tian Xiong's face, causing him to widen his eyes and open his mouth in fear. Yi Guchang unleashed a fierce strike towards Tian Xiong, making him vanish in the sword chi, filled with overwhelming power and fierce lightning. After Yi Guchang's full-force attack, the aftermath was terrifying. However, Yi Guchang was extremely brutal and continued to deliver another full-force blow, creating an explosion. Tian Xiong's body was now tormented by painful lightning bolts. The dreadful aftermath of Yi Guchang's strike had caused everything around to shake violently, making the Xian Sha Great Demon and Mu Yunfei stagger as well. The Xian Sha Great Demon placed a hand on his hip and looked at Yi Guchang, grinning with a confident smile. It's been a few days. Yi Elder has become stronger again. How is Yi Elder's strength at the divine immortal sect? After hearing this, the Xian Sha Great Demon bared his teeth and replied with a sinister smile. Yi Elder's strength at the divine immortal sect is considered the lowest. Mu Yunfei widened his eyes in shock upon hearing this, sweating profusely as he thought. 3 swords were able to severely injure the Marquis of Chonglin in the early stage of the profound sovereign realm, yet his strength is the weakest. Luckily, the Marquis of Chonglin brought to the divine immortal sect old Tian Xiong stood firm amidst the attack, clenching his fist and raising it high with a heroic aura. He proudly shouted, "Chonglin army, form the Qilin formation." The elite soldiers, hearing this, immediately followed orders, raising their hands to gather spiritual energy. Then, the elite soldiers sequentially touched each other's shoulders to merge their spiritual energy together. When the last person joined, the Qilin stomped its foot against the tree and leaped straight over the heads of the elite soldiers. After that, the last soldier among the elite transferred the gathered spiritual energy into the alluring rear of the Qilin. Once the Qilin absorbed the spiritual energy, the elite soldiers behind were drained and burned to ashes. In this way, the entire elite force of old Tian Xiong turned to smoke. The Qilin opened its mouth wide, gathering a fireball inside. Once a large mass of fire was formed in its mouth, the Qilin then spat that fire towards Yi Guchang. The fire zone flew through, straight to where Elder Tian Xiong was, merging into his body. After absorbing the blazing flames of the Qilin, Elder Tian Xiong's entire body glowed a fiery red, glaring with his big round eyes ahead, and swung his fist forward. Then, Elder Tian Xiong raised his head, wide-eyed, and opened his mouth to let out a loud shout, causing the flames to burn even brighter, dispersing the lightning bolts. Next came a full-force punch, explosively countering Yi Guchang's strike. After the attack, Yi Guchang's powerful move gradually faded, leaving only the remnants of the lightning bolts. The Xian Sha Great Demon observed from a distance, gritting his teeth, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek, secretly thinking, The Marquis of Changlin borrowed the fire of the Qilin and the Changlin army, which can clearly elevate cultivation and power in an instant, his strong body constantly erupting with powerful blazing flames. Speaking of this, the Xian Sha Great Demon pulled out his long staff from the stream of evil energy. He then swung the long staff back for momentum, his gaze fixed directly on the Qilin below. To prevent future troubles, I will first eliminate this fire. Qilin Elder Tian Xiong unleashed a full-force punch, with an overwhelming oppressive power that was incredibly terrifying. With the pressure of the punch, it transformed into a giant hand, aimed directly at Ai Guqing. However, in the face of this full-force blow, Ai Guqing remained remarkably calm and jumped high, forcefully embedding the sword in his hand into the fist. He and his sword thrust into the blazing fire before him. The hilt of Ai Guqing's sword pierced through the area of flames. Unexpectedly, Old Tian Xiong tightly grasped the hilt of Ai Guqing's sword. When Old Tian Xiong caught the hilt, he smugly mocked, "It's just a hilt. Do you think it can harm me?" In front of him was the hilt, that was true, but Old Tian Xiong could not defend himself. The sharp blade pierced him from behind, through his chest, blood spraying everywhere. Old Tian Xiong clutched the sword that had pierced through his chest and struggled to say, "You finally fell for my torment." Hearing this, Ai Guqing quickly pulled his sword out, but then discovered that Old Tian Xiong had firmly held onto his sword. Then Old Tian Xiong leaned on the sword and directed the blazing fire toward Ai Guqing, causing him to stare in shock. In a moment of life and death, suddenly flowers made of frost appeared in the sky. Next, a stream of cold energy gathered to form a protective barrier around Ai Guqing. Something only Yao Yu could do. Seeing this scene, Old Tian Xiong couldn't help but be astonished. Before he could recover, Sherman Chui Shui appeared. He was controlling cold energy to form a massive sword right in front of Old Tian Xiong. Sherman Chui Shui glared at Old Tian Xiong, his expression as cold as ice. Sherman Chui Shui raised his two fingertips, releasing the spiritual weapon from his body. The source of spiritual energy instantly transformed into a powerful sword qi in his hand. Then, Sherman Chui Shui sprang down hard onto the ice and soared upward. He advanced towards Old Tian Xiong with lightning speed and launched a direct attack that left the old man wide-eyed in shock with no other option. Old Tian Xiong slammed his foot against the ice and mustered all his strength to run forward in order to pull the sword that had pierced through his chest out. After a moment of effort, Old Tian Xiong managed to free himself from the sword, blood pouring out violently. But it just happened to evade a fatal strike from Sherman Chui Shui that was racing toward him in the moment. Sherman Chui Shui's sword qi had shot straight above the head of Tian Xiong, causing him to be startled as he raised both hands to block the sword qi. While he was defending, the sword qi suddenly vanished, causing Tian Xiong's hands to clap together. He glanced back and saw Sherman Chui Shui preparing to launch another strike at him, and immediately released sharp Jilin scales. As expected, those sharp Jilin scales pierced Sherman Chui Shui's body, causing him to feel pain and glance down. In the next moment, flames suddenly erupted from Sherman Chui Shui's body, running along his entire form. Seeing this, Sherman Chui Shui pondered with a grim expression. This fire clinging to me is not causing any injury. At this time, Tian Xiong across from him bared his teeth, wearing a sinister smile. Sherman Chui Shui couldn't help but feel suspicion, and launched an attack toward Tian Xiong. However, after the strike was unleashed, it quickly dissipated in an instant, making Sherman Chui Shui suddenly realize, "This is bad. It's burning my profound qi." Catching a flaw in Sherman Chui Shui's defense, Old Tian Xiong stomped hard on the ground and leaped up, speeding toward Sherman Chui Shui with lightning speed. His slap was ready to strike Sherman Chui Shui's face directly. But in that critical moment, Yayu cast a skill, using a massive block of ice to freeze Tian Xiong's legs in place. This stopped Old Tian Xiong at the closest distance, preventing him from landing the strike on Sherman Chui Shui. Missing his attack, Tian Xiong became enraged and used his strength to break free from Yayu's ice. He then clenched his fists in front of his chest and charged at Yayu with a face twisted in extreme anger and cruelty. As he got closer, Tian Xiong clenched his fist tightly and swung it forward, landing a powerful punch right in Yayu's dantian, sending her flying. Bloodied scales fell from Tian Xiong's body as Yayu crashed to the ground, clutching her abdomen tightly. Her teeth gritted as she glared at Tian Xiong. At that moment, Sherman Chui Shui was weakened, consumed by the flames, but upon witnessing Yayu's condition, he mustered the strength to shout, "Don't let his scales hit you. They will transform into flames and devour your profound chi." Immediately, as soon as the words were spoken, a scale fragment shot towards Yayu. Seeing this, Yayu immediately raised her hand to condense cold energy, creating a layer of ice. When the scale fragment simultaneously rushed towards her, thankfully Yayu had been shielded by a layer of frost. Sherman Chui Shui used all his remaining strength to draw his sword. With pitch-black eyes, he charged straight at old Tian Xiong with the speed of the wind. Causing his long hair to flutter, the next moment was the collision between his sword and old Tian Xiong's scale skin. After delivering the strike, Sherman Chui Shui collapsed and kept gasping for breath on old Tian Xiong's arm. He looked up and stared intently at Sherman Chui Shui, mocking, "Your profound chi is depleted, so weakened that you can't even pierce through my arm." With labored breaths, Sherman Chui Shui forced himself to say, "You definitely can't avoid this sword strike." Upon hearing his words, old Tian Xiong stared in shock. "What sword strike? Do you think you still have profound chi to wield a sword?" As soon as the sentence was finished, a sword designed from white bones was raised. "I said it is not mine, but that of Yen Elder." Yen Shirsan had unexpectedly appeared from behind, wielding the sword with momentum. With a serious face mixed with a hint of anger, he stared intently at the old Tian Xiong, filled with indignation. Immediately, without any hesitation, Yen Shirsan flicked his hand, unleashing a blazing fire. The flame seemed to engulf the lower half of old Tian Xiong's body, causing him to be caught off guard and startled, receiving a devastating blow. Old Tian Xiong's eyes widened in shock. Now, half of his lower body had turned into white bones, causing him immense pain as he screamed loudly. Not only had the lower half been completely crippled, but the remnants of the attack also brutally tore at the upper part of old Tian Xiong's body. He was in excruciating pain, his face drenched in sweat. When did a profound sovereign peak expert from the Yari Empire appear? Why have I never heard of it? Straining to think, but unable to guess, old Tian Xiong glared fiercely at Yen Shirsan, gritting his teeth, and asked in a trembling voice, "Who the hell are you?" Yen Shirsan pointed the sword directly at the face of the old Tian Xiong, with a powerful spiritual weapon emanating from his entire body, boldly declaring, "Disciple of the divine immortal sect, Yen Shirsan." At that moment, a foot stepped onto the rooftop, looking towards Yen Shirsan and the old Tian Xiong. Turned out that Wang Feng, Li Qing, as well as Ling Feiwu and Li He had returned. Li Qing, with a surprised expression, thought to himself, "Eve only secluded for a short while, and already an elder as strong as this has awakened in the sect." Li He glared ahead with a regretful look, thinking, "I wonder when in this life I will reach the profound sovereign realm peak again." Meanwhile, Ling Feiwu, behind the male protagonist and Li He, wore a dark and furious expression. With her eyes wide open, she thought, "He is the Maki of Chonglin, the one responsible for the destruction of our Ling family." Sensing Ling Feiwu's anger, Wang Feng turned to her, placed his hand on her shoulder, and said, "Don't rush. Wait a moment and he'll let you take revenge yourself." The Shenxia Grey Demon sensed Wang Feng's aura, glanced back, and grinned smugly. The sect master is out again. He did not hesitate at all and turned back to extend his long staff towards Lao Tianxiang's Qilin. "I must quickly kill this beast to prevent the sect master from thinking I am useless." At that moment, a hand filled with abundant spiritual energy was raised. Before the long staff could strike the Qilin's head like hitting a snakehead fish, a beam of golden light wrapped around it and pulled it away in the blink of an eye. The Qilin had completely fallen into Lao Tianxiang's hands. He glanced at the Qilin and said in a stern voice, "Correspondent, today to avenge my son, I can only sacrifice you." Upon hearing this, the Qilin's eyes widened, and before it could react, Lao Tianxiong used his large hand to pierce through the Qilin's chest, causing it immense pain as it let out a desperate roar. Immediately after, a blazing fire erupted all over Lao Tianxiang's body. His body gradually recovered, from his hands and legs to his muscular frame. In an instant, Lao Tianxiong donned a new interface, sturdier and more brutal, with spiritual weapons erupting violently all over. One Feng, seeing this scene from afar, felt powerless and thought, "What the hell is this? Do you think you're Superman transforming back and forth like that?" If I were the one drawing this story, readers would definitely say the author is prolonging the plot because the main character is too weak. Seeing the new appearance of the old man Tianxiong, Yen Shursen couldn't contain himself and immediately sent a sword strike towards him. However, Yen Shursen's sword chi was completely neutralized by the black flames relentlessly protecting old man Tianxiong. In a fit of rage, he turned around and shouted loudly, causing the flames of vengeance on his body to blaze even more fiercely. At this moment, my Qi Lin Dharma body had fully formed. No matter how powerful your sword is, don't even think about harming my dragon scales. Hearing this, Yen Shursen blared forward with a darkened face and retorted, "Not necessarily, darling, with that." He threw his arm back, forcefully drawing his sword while channeling an immense amount of spiritual energy into it, making it shine brightly. Yen Shursen scraped the tip of the sword against the ground. Creating shockwaves, he then unleashed the swordsmanship, 15 Death Sword, launching a full-force attack towards old man Tianxiong. The powerful sword chi was unleashed with great force, radiating a zone of light and dark that illuminated the face of the old Tianxiong. At that moment, old Tianxiong was struck by the overwhelming pressure of the sword chi against his face, pushing him backward. The scales on his body began to stir and gradually fell off. It was not just a piece of scale, but all the scales on his lower body fell away, leaving a red mass of flesh beneath. Witnessing the entire scene before him, Mu Yunfei stood stunned for 5 seconds. Suddenly, the system appeared next to Wang Feng, displaying the notification, "Congratulations, host. A supreme demon has been detected." Receiving the notification from the system, Wang Feng glanced over, eyes wide open in surprise. There is only one new face around. He is young but already has cultivation at the noble realm. It seems this supreme demon is him. After some thought, Wang Feng raised his hand to cast a spiritual weapon. Then he forcefully launched the spiritual weapon toward Mu Yunfei to free him. After freeing him, the male lead stepped forward and warmly asked, "Who are you?" "I am Mu Yunfei from the Xinfeng Empire. Arriving at the Xingya mountain range for training, I never thought I would be mistaken by the Marquis of Chonglin as a member of the Divine Immortal Sect and thus be tied up here." Hearing this, Wang Feng's eyes widened in surprise. "With your talent, among the younger generation of the Xinfeng Empire, you could be considered the strongest. Does Emperor Xinfeng not value you?" Mu Yunfei lowered his head after hearing this, putting on a downcast expression. "I was just a useless person before, strolling around to ease my worries, and by coincidence, the opportunity came, which is why I have the cultivation I have today." Upon hearing this, Wang Feng looked at Mu Yunfei with sparkling eyes, thinking to himself, "Isn't this the typical main character? Someone like this should definitely be recruited into the Divine Immortal Sect." After pondering, the male lead hugged Mu Yunfei's shoulders and spoke earnestly. "Having such an opportunity proves that your luck is extraordinary. Would you like to join my Divine Immortal Sect?" "What did you say, senior?" "Joining the Divine Immortal Sect will allow you to receive direct guidance unknown with a strong profound sovereign realm with your talent. You might even become a profound sovereign realm. The words of the sect master are as solid as nails. Rest assured." "Do you really want to take me in? If I join the Divine Immortal Sect, troubles will constantly come my way." "Divine Immortal Sect, do the seniors still want to recruit juniors?" Wang Feng, with his eyes half closed, placed his hand on his chest and said, "As long as you are with me, I am not afraid of how many troubles come. Just leave it to me." While they were having a good conversation, Li Qing suddenly rushed in like a rocket, shouting loudly, "Sect Master, there's trouble." Looking towards the fight between old Tianxiong and Yen Shursen, at this moment, old Tianxiong opened his mouth wide and emitted a blazing fire. The fire quickly grew larger and headed straight for Yen Shursen, shocking him. Yen Shursen blared at the blazing fire before him, clenching his teeth and sweating profusely. Wang Feng, with an annoyed expression, turned to look at Li Qing, only to see him with both hands stuck in his mouth. "This stupid guy is consistently the same," asking for a beating, immediately ruining the atmosphere I worked hard to create to recruit disciples. After pondering, the male lead loudly called out, "Li Qing," causing the chubby guy to turn around with a dazed look on his face. "Are you ready to step into the medium spirit realm?" Li Qing spoke softly, fearing no one would hear, so he tightly squeezed his chubby face and tried his best to shout, "Master, I am willing." Seeing Li Qing's enthusiasm, the male lead happily knelt down and patted him on the shoulder. "I assure you that today you will definitely get what you desire. Trust me." After saying this, Wang Feng glanced at Mu Yunfei and smiled slightly. "In order to successfully take on a disciple, it seems I ultimately have to take action." After contemplating, Wang Feng waved his hand, transmitting a stream of spiritual weapon energy to Li Qing, leaving him bewildered. Old Tian Xiong, with an angry expression, turned and shouted loudly, "You are the one who killed my child Wang something Feng, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, the male lead emerged before Old Tian Xiong, surrounded by an abundant source of spiritual energy. Without hesitation, Old Tian Xiong charged forward, opening his mouth wide to spit a ball of burning saliva at Wang Feng. In response to Old Tian Xiong's attack, Wang Feng unleashed the Skill Blossom Lightsword Dao and Bright Jade Skill, which were two skills of Shi Ming Chui Shui and Yao Yu. He used his icy arm to touch the sword Qi, merging the two sources of power to create a gigantic ice sword that swung forward. Right after successfully combining, Wang Feng swung his sword backward to gain momentum. Waiting until the gathered energy grew stronger, he quickly brought down an immortal flying from heaven strike, splitting the blazing fire before him in two. Missing a blow only intensified Elder Tian Xiong's rage. He turned around and launched an attack at Wang Feng's ice mass. With a powerful impact, the main character's ice quickly cracked into multiple shards, then gradually shattered and fell. Moments later, the main character landed from the sky. He gathered a whirlwind of cold energy right in front of him to protect his frail body. A second later, Elder Tian Xiong punched through the whirlwind of cold energy. Following that, Elder Tian Xiong delivered a swirling punch straight into the ground, causing an explosion after striking. He glared and gritted his teeth, clenching his fist and shouted, "Can't withstand even one blow from me." Ling Fei Wu, observing from a distance, widened his eyes at the sight and muttered, "If even the master can't defeat the Marquis of Chonglin, so when will we be able to take revenge for the Ling family's blood grievances?" Li He stood beside, arms crossed, eyes tightly shut and said, "Master has never been defeated by the Marquis of Chonglin. Senior sister, don't you realize what you are missing by your side?" Upon hearing this, Ling Fei Wu suddenly awakened, looking around with a bewildered expression. Below, as the cold energy gradually dissipated, the hazy figure of Old Tian Xiong began to appear. He stared intently at something behind the layer of cold energy. The male lead, with a calm expression, stood before him, waving his hand to fan away the cold energy in front of him. "Having been hit by my Qilin Flame Fist, you surprisingly are not injured at all. This is really strange," the male lead said. Looking at Old Tian Xiong straightforwardly, he replied, "What hit Qilin Flame Fist was not me, so how could I be harmed? Look at the unconscious fat guy behind me. He is Li Qing, my disciple, and he is the one who was hit by your Qilin Flame Fist or whatever. Anyway, this master is generous, not calculating with you, and I must thank a low-level profound sovereign realm expert like you for training my disciple on behalf of this master." At this moment, from Li Qing's body suddenly appeared the phantom of a huge black spirit tortoise, accompanied by the system notification disciple. Li Qing awakens black spirit, tortoise minor veins, entering medium spirit realm. Although he had awakened the black spirit tortoise minor veins, Li Qing lay unconscious on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Old Tian Xiong waved his hand forward, sternly saying, "If you like my body refining so much, then I will add a little more strength." After saying this, Old Tian Xiong blared with wide eyes, clenching his fist, and forcefully brought it down on the head of the male lead while shouting, "Let me body refine you to journey to the west for scriptures." Wang Feng raised his hand, tightly pinching his nose against the white gas, glaring at Old Tian Xiong, Haven't you noticed that the sword chi you just turned into frost particles is being inhaled without a single bit left? Sure enough, upon hearing Wang Feng's words, old Tianxiong looked down and saw that the streams of gas were continuously entering his mouth, but it was too late to realize now. Wang Feng quickly raised 2 fingers to form a seal, using spiritual energy to control the sword chi. Then he activated the skill 15 Swords Fatal Strike, launching a series of sword chi toward old Tianxiong. The swords of chi sliced into the flesh, breaking all the scales on the old man's body. Thousands of sword chi pierced through old Tianxiong, stripping away all the scales from his body. This revealed red, sunken flesh that continuously bled and was in immense pain. Old Tianxiong fell to his knees, gritting his teeth. A drop of bright red blood dripped from his mouth as he struggled to say in a gasping breath, "If you kill me, you won't survive either. The Emperor will avenge me." Wang Feng turned around with an indifferent expression. Smiling, "I never said I would kill you." Upon hearing this, old Tianxiong raised his head. Staring ahead with narrowed eyes, Wang Feng clasped his hands behind his back. Leaning to one side, glaring down at old Tianxiong, "Ling Fei Wu, I leave him to you." Ling Fei's eyes widened in shock as she stared ahead in disbelief. A moment later, she jumped down from the rooftop. Then, Ling Fei Wu clenched her fists and took long strides toward old Tianxiong. He glared at Fei Wu with gritted teeth and one eye. "You are Ling Fei Wu. How are you still alive?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Fei Wu drew the legendary pickaxe. She clenched her jaw tightly, pointing the legendary stick at old Tianxiong while insisting, "If I die, how can I kill Ling Yunyi to avenge the Ling family?" Upon hearing this, old Tianxiong covered his face with his hands, trembling all over. "So my son was killed by the remnants of the Ling family that you are after?" Saying that, old Tianxiong bared his teeth and broke into a sinister smile. Then he raised his hands to the sky and laughed uproariously, leaving Ling Fei Wu and the male protagonist wide-eyed in shock. "Very good. That's very good." Wang Feng gave the old man a sidelong glance, pondering, has this old man gone mad? Knowing Ling Fei Wu killed his son, yet he still laughs like this. Old Tianxiong opened his mouth wide and shouted directly at Ling Fei Wu, "No matter how tragic my son's death is, your future will be 100,000 times worse." At this moment, the entire sky suddenly turned blood red, and a bolt of golden lightning struck down. "If you kill me, maybe the divine immortal sect will have a chance to survive. But if you dare to take in Ling Fei Wu, the entire sect will definitely perish." Wang Feng, after hearing this, fell silent and pondered. Indeed, as we predicted, the annihilation of the family's sect had hidden reasons. However, looking at the demeanor of the Marquis of Chonglin, it seemed impossible to get him to reveal the secrets of the Ling family's sect destruction. Right, the Xiansha Great Demon is a well-known entity from the Empire of Yari 1,000 years ago. Moreover, he had once fought against the Yari Emperor. Perhaps he might know some hidden truths. Later, I could ask him a few questions. After hearing those words from the old Tianxiong, Ling Fei's expression changed, and she trembled as she turned to look at the male protagonist with a visibly sad gaze. "Sect Master, can I really kill him for revenge?" Upon hearing this, Wang Feng held Ling Fei's hand. "What have I told you before?" Wang Feng closed his eyes and focused on the miraculous piece of wood in Ling Fei's hand. "Our divine immortal sect fears no one. If there is a blood feud, even if he is as powerful as the heavens, we must kill him without fail." Upon hearing this, Ling Fei regained her courage and shouted loudly, "Father, if you have any spirit in the underworld." After saying that, the girl immediately ran over and pierced through the body of old Tianxiong with the magical stick in her hand, blood splattering everywhere. "Father can rest in peace now." Although pierced, old Tianxiong still opened his mouth wide to reveal a strange smile. Ling Fei's eyes widened, a glimmer of fury appearing in her pupils. Immediately afterwards, she twisted forcefully at the wound on old Tianxiong's chest, so that he could feel excruciating pain under the intense force. The stick finally broke in half. Old Tianxiong's gaze became blurred, and he tightly clenched his mouth. Then he fell freely, causing his hair to flutter in the wind, with blood continuously pouring from his chest. Ling Fei stared intently at the stick in her hand, panting heavily. Meanwhile, the great demon approached, raised his hand and declared, "Sect Master, if the Marquis of Chonglin dies, Emperor Yao Ri will certainly not be willing to let it go. I hear only fears that he will be willing to let it go," Wang Feng said with his hands clasped behind his back, standing confidently and frankly. Otherwise, how could the divine immortal sect become famous so quickly? After saying that, the male protagonist rolled his eyes up to the sky, self-admiring in his heart, the showiness, giving himself a perfect score. Mu Yunfei presented the money pouch in his hands, kneeling on one knee before the male lead, sincerely pleading, "Disciple Mu Yunfei wishes to join the divine immortal sect. Do you know the rules for accepting disciples of the sect master?" Upon hearing this, Mu Yunfei pointed at Li He and smiled, exclaiming, "The disciple has consulted with senior brother Li He." Hearing this, Wang Feng reached out to take the money pouch, thinking to himself, "Not bad. Saves me the trouble of having to deceive him." As soon as he took the money pouch, a notification from the system appeared, stating, "Congratulations, host. You have accepted a top-tier demon. You have received a reward of 50,000 sect points and 1 random summoning opportunity." After receiving the notification from the system, Wang Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow! The sect points that Mu Yunfei brought are even more than Li He, the profound emperor reincarnated once everything was settled. Wang Feng returned as the representative of the divine immortal sect, sitting prominently in the chair, propping his chin with his hand. "Xianshao Great Demon, before you were sealed in the godforsaken land, had you ever heard of the Ling family and Ling Feiwu?" Upon hearing this, the Xianshao Great Demon stared wide-eyed in shock. "Sect Master, the Ling family you mentioned, is it the Ling family of Yaofeng City?" Hearing the clear answer from Xianshao Great Demon, Wang Feng widened his eyes in astonishment. "Do you know?" Xianshao Great Demon raised a finger and replied loudly, "The Ling family of Yaofeng City may not be considered as the leading noble family in the Empire Yaori, but it is an ancient family with a history of nearly 5,000 years. It is said that the Ling family has always not to develop because of a supreme treasure that they have inherited, and only the descendants of the Ling family with truly pure veins can activate that supreme treasure of the Ling family. Once that supreme treasure is activated, the Ling family will undergo a complete transformation and can easily become the leading family in the world." Upon hearing this, the male protagonist held his head, sweating profusely, and secretly rejoiced in his heart. "What kind of fortune do I have? Every casually accepted disciple is someone of great fortune." Xianshao Great Demon raised his hand again and said, "Of course, this is only a legend, but I think the mysterious destruction of the Ling family may be closely related to this legend. A treasure that stirs the heart. Your analysis is very plausible." Finishing his words, Wang Feng stomped his foot and stood up. He clenched his fist and looked over, speaking loudly, "If Ling Feiwu has joined our divine immortal sect, then as sect master, I will of course support her. The people of the Marquis of Chonglin are just the beginning, but as long as they are the ones who destroyed the Ling family, none shall escape." Upon hearing this, the Xianshao Great Demon clasped his hands together and spoke with a wide mouth. "Ling Feiwu being able to enter the divine immortal sect is the greatest fortune of her life. Being able to hold on to this big thigh of the divine immortal sect is also the luck of this lifetime for me." Wang Feng raised his arm in front of the Xianshao Great Demon, signaling, "Do not mention this to Feiwu. Let her focus on her cultivation. When she becomes capable, I will personally help her take revenge." "Understood, Sect Master," the Xianshao Great Demon replied. "Call the elders and the disciples here. I have something to announce." Hearing this, the Xianshao Great Demon swiftly teleported out of the Great Hall. Once alone, Wang Feng took the opportunity to open the system panel. "My friend, open the news. I haven't had time to check yet. Congratulations, host, for slaying the Marquis of Chonglin and the Chonglin army. This is the first time host has killed a strong, profound sovereign realm and an entire legion especially. Reward the host with 1 random summoning opportunity and 30,000 seconds points." At that moment, because the host killed the Marquis of Chonglin, the Yaori Emperor developed a grudge against the host, triggering a rival mission. The male protagonist, upon receiving the mission, opened his eyes wide in shock. "System, what is this rival mission about?" The rival mission begins, automatically considering the Yaori Empire as an enemy force. As long as the rival mission starts, The host or disciples of the divine immortal sect who complete the rival mission can receive mission rewards. Now sending the first rival mission to the host, lead the disciples in the participate in the Demon Sealing Conference organized by the Yari Empire, achieve first place in the Demon Sealing Conference, and have the disciples in the sect rank at the top of the Demon Sealing list. Additionally, after achieving first place in the Demon Sealing Conference, provoke the Yari Emperor. The mission reward is 5 random summoning opportunities and the opening of the mission hall in the sect. The accompanying mission is to try your best during the Demon Sealing Conference to bring in the exceptionally talented disciples from other sects into the divine immortal sect, or kill those individuals to seize their luck. Every time one captures or kills a talented disciple, taking away their luck, they will receive a certain amount of sect points, with the specific situation depending on that person's talents. The system assigned a series of tasks that made Wang Feng a bit angry. This damn system really loves to provoke, truly challenging Emperor Yari. If this were an ordinary person, they would likely be scared for their life, but the host really enjoys digging up dirt. After thinking it over, Wang Feng raised his hand curiously and asked, "System, how do we seize this luck?" When the host or sect disciples kill a talented disciple, the system will automatically seize the luck without the host needing to take action. That is quite convenient with only a little over 10 days until the Demon Sealing Conference begins. It's a bit unrealistic for the disciples of the divine immortal sect to aim for first place. But at the right time, this gathering I called for is precisely to enhance the cultivation of these disciples. Just as he finished speaking, the strong and the protagonist's disciples entered the main hall. They all stood in front of Wang Feng, cupped their hands, bowed, and saluted. "Greetings, sect master." The protagonist stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the crowd, and spoke boldly. 10 days later, the sect leader will lead the disciples in the sect to participate in the Demon Sealing Conference to improve the strength of the disciples in the sect. The 3 elders among you will each select 1 disciple from the 3 candidates, Li Qing, Li He, and Mu Yunfei. Hearing this, Li Qing and Mu Yunfei were extremely excited. The sect master truly did not deceive me. The unknown teaching in the profound realm is indeed like this. Your talented son is about to soar. My lady 11 men Shui wasted no time and pointed directly at Mu Yunfei. I choose him. Seeing 11 men Shui's decisiveness, the male lead was very pleased. Good, I agree. Next, Yao Yu stepped forward, placed a hand on Li Qing's head, glared down at the chubby boy, and straightforwardly said, "I choose him." Li Qing, being pointed out by the beautiful girl, showed a face of fear and panic, sweating profusely. I heard the demon leader Xianxia said Yao Yu elder is very strong and doesn't talk much. After receiving a punch from the Marquis of Chonglin, I was nearly done for. Isn't this just a life-and-death situation? Wang Feng boldly approached Yan Shisan and pressed. Now there are only 2 left. Yan elder, do you agree to accept Li He as your disciple? Yan Shisan, upon hearing this, tightly shut his eyes, showing a cold expression, and shook his head to signal refusal. Li He, seeing this, crossed his arms with a stern face and thought, I am a strong, profound emperor reincarnated. Why do I need guidance from a strong, profound sovereign? The male lead stood across from them, feeling helpless as he observed the 2 young men glaring at each other. Leading a powerful team is not easy, especially considering that these elders are all proud and arrogant. Li He, this strong, profound emperor reincarnate, is also a sharp thorn. If I can't find someone to be his master this time, I fear he will look down on me. Given this situation, the sect master will summon another elder, using the opportunity for a random summoning. After using the summoning once, at this moment, sound waves began to spread from somewhere. Catching Li He's attention, the sound waves then reached Li Qin, Ling Fei Wu, and Mu Yunfei, who were also affected by these sound waves. What is this sound? Could it be that the sect master is under attack? The sound waves were emitted from a golden bell. A second later, a beautiful girl suddenly appeared behind Mu Yunfei, wrapping her arms around his neck and softly blowing rings of sound waves, leaving him stunned. The sound was incredibly enchanting, causing Mu Yunfei's cheeks to flush red. After she had captivated Mu Yunfei to the point of making him forget everything, she placed her hand on his chest and glided away. She floated gracefully past Ling Fei Wu, making even a girl like her fall under her spell. And then she drifted in front of Li Qin, leaving the chubby guy so entranced that he couldn't open his eyes. The girl stood in the middle of the grand hall, spreading her arms wide, sending sound waves rippling in all directions. Then, she lifted her head, revealing a divine side profile, complete with a freshly done nose job that cost 100 grand. Wang Feng saw this beautiful girl and was utterly astonished, exclaiming, "So this is who was summoned." The system screen displayed the character's attributes. Zhiyu in Empress Zhiyu is the sect master of the #1 demon sect in the novel. The twin dragons of the Yellow River if she hadn't been deceived by the evil king Shi Ziyuan, preventing her from mastering the 18th level of the heavenly demon great art. Her strength would undoubtedly be unfathomable. Her current cultivation is at the midstage of the profound sovereign realm with profound skill heavenly demon grand law, royal peak, and profound weapon in Empress sword, royal peak. Zhiyu stood before the disciples of the male protagonist, exuding a graceful demeanor and a slender figure that captivated the hearts of many. He glanced away, avoiding eye contact with a blush on his cheeks. This voice can use sound to stir emotions and mesmerize the mind. Wang Feng focused intently on Zhiyu, smiling as he thought, heavenly demon grand law, heavenly demon sound. No wonder these disciples appear to be in a divine soul frenzy protagonist. She then smiled brightly, clapping her hands together, sending waves of sound radiating outwards. The 4 disciples, affected by the sound waves, became lost in a daze, captivated by her charm. Iyu stood at the back, calming her mind amidst chaotic world, tightly closing her eyes. She released a wave of cold energy, overwhelming the 4 disciples of the male lead, causing them to shiver. Even the chubby boy caught a chill. Wang Feng reached out to Iyu, then glanced at Li He and said, "From now on you will follow Zhu Elder." "I understand, Master." Having given his instructions, Wang Feng, with a serious expression, raised a finger and firmly said, "In 10 days, I, the sect master, will take you all to participate in the Demon Sealing Conference. During these 10 days, Mu Yunfei, Li Qing, and Li He follow your master to cultivate." As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 disciples shouted in unison, "We will not let the sect master down." After a while, the disciples and the strong ones had left the grand hall. Wang Feng sat alone in the empty room, opening the system panel. "Now I have a huge number of 100,000 seconds points in hand, so of course I need to redeem a reward. System, spend 10,000 seconds points to redeem a reward. Congratulations host for drawing 1/10 of In Shursun's cultivation. Drawing the profound skill in Empress Jade Stone Staff and the profound skill in Empress Celestial Demon Technique." Wang Feng was extremely excited to see the rewards obtained. System, quickly channel the Celestial Demon Technique into the host's body. The male protagonist placed his hand on his chest and began to absorb the profound skill Celestial Demon Technique into his body system. Is the cultivation obtained enough to raise the host's cultivation to the profound venerable realm? The strong profound venerable realm has preliminarily entered the lower realm unless the host summons a strong profound venerable realm and acquires the cultivation of the profound venerable realm. Otherwise it is impossible to elevate one's cultivation to the profound venerable realm. Hearing this, Wang Feng made a frustrated expression. That's true, if the profound venerable realm was so easy to advance to, then within the 3 great empires there wouldn't be only one peak strong profound sovereign realm. Time passed quickly, and 10 days later, 4 disciples and 4 strong individuals gathered before the divine immortal sect. "Not bad after being taught by the elders. You have indeed made rapid progress, but you are still a little short of my expectations." Li Chang, with a bruised and reddened face, cried out loudly to report, "Sect Master, if we continue to cultivate we will be killed by Elder Yao Yu." Sob sob sob. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng raised a finger with a confident expression and replied, "That's not necessarily true. System, transfer the cultivation I have obtained before into the bodies of Li Chang, Lingfei Wu, Li He and Mianfei." The male protagonist used a method of nonentity transfer to pass the cultivation he had accumulated into his 4 disciples. In an instant, Li Cheng's cultivation rose to the early stage of the entry phase realm. Lingfei Wu's cultivation reached the peak of the entry phase realm. Li He's cultivation increased to the early stage of the nobility realm. And finally, Mianfei's cultivation advanced to the peak of the nobility realm. "Thank you, Master, for the nonentity transfer of our cultivation. MANHUA stepped forward, clasped his hands, and bowed with a surprised expression, not expecting the sect master to have such a. There's nothing surprising about it. Previously, the sect master had raised elder yes cultivation from the peak of the nobility realm to the early stage of the profound sovereign realm. The male protagonist glanced at the Shenxia Grey Demon and asked, "Where are the flying tools I told you to prepare before?" The demon replied, "I have prepared them long ago. After you saw Sect Master, you definitely felt it was very thoughtful." As soon as he finished speaking, the flying prop came tumbling down from the sky. The flying prop turned out to be a spaceship made from a thatched house. I designed it in the style of the major hidden sect of our divine immortal sect. Surely it suits the humility of your sect master, and I even added a sign that says, Divine Immortal Sect. The male protagonist raised his head to look at the spaceship, his expression clearly one of helplessness. Indeed, no matter where we go, we can't escape this thatched house. Can we? Oh well, let's just make do with it. We're already poor, so who can we cry to now? After some thought, the male protagonist looked at Yaoyu and Yanshir-san. Then ill trouble the two elders to guard the divine immortal sect understood. A moment later, the group of the male protagonist boarded the spaceship and started it. Rising into the sky, Shenxia, the great demon, took the lead, acting as the captain, standing in front and steering with great flair. Behind him were the male protagonist, along with the disciples and strong individuals, sitting in neat rows. Our divine immortal sect will not act unless necessary. Once we do, it will shake the world. One phone blared ahead with a confident expression, showing off his personality. Let's set off. At the end of the sentence, his spaceship shot up into the sky, leaving behind a powerful trail of golden light. Dust and smoke rose up from below. Outside the godforsaken land, countless spaceships had stopped. Here the scene shifts to Shinlin City, where a bustling market is below with people coming and going. The strong used the teleportation routes from outside the godforsaken land to enter Shinlin City, and then descended from their spaceships upon landing. The strong headed towards the Chinian pavilion inside the building. The voices of the crowd buzzed. I heard that at this demon sealing conference, all the top big sects sent their outstanding disciples to participate. I wonder what their cultivation levels are. I am Yi Feng from the Feiyu sect, and I have cultivated the sky-soaring dragon to the 9th level. My strength is sufficient to be on par with the strong nobility realm. Indeed, he is the direct disciple of a major sect at the peak level. He is truly formidable, isn't that right? I heard that Li Tianxian, the fairy of the Tianxian sect, has the strength to contend with the nobility realm. This time we can witness one of the 5 great beauties of the Empire Yaori, which is indeed worth looking forward to. The Empire Teufei feels a bit shaken by Li Tianxian, so it would be better for you to not have any improper thoughts. On the 2nd floor of Qining Pavilion, 2 girls in cloaks appeared. Master, please come in. The 2 girls stepped into the inner chamber. One of them took off her cloak, revealing a stunning beauty. The other girl sat down in a chair and then removed her hat. This girl was Li Tianxian, a member of the Tianxian sect. Indeed, she possessed a beauty that could topple kingdoms and cause fish to sink and birds to fall. The girl next to her was her master. The female master picked up a teacup and brought it to her lips to save her tea on air. The Prince of the Empire will also participate in this demon sealing convention. So when the time comes, you should stay close to the prince and not ignore him. Li Tianxian gasped in shock. Is this your idea, master, or is it the sect master's? This is the consensus of the entire Tianxian sect. Upon hearing this, Li Tianxian turned her face away to avoid eye contact. How can the prestigious Tianxian sect, the leading major sect of the Yaori Empire, need to send its female disciples to flatter the prince? How dare you speak to the master like that? You are a disciple of the Tianxian sect, and having received its training, you should dedicate yourself to your sect. After speaking, the female master turned to look behind her. Seemingly having noticed something, it turned out she was intently staring at the spaceship of the male protagonist's group. A sect that uses a straw hut for a flying device dares to call itself Divine Immortal. It's truly ridiculous. Wang Feng turned to look at Yu Yen and exclaimed, Zhu Elder, come down with me to investigate the situation. The other disciples and elders can stay on the ship. After saying this, Wang Feng and Yu Yen swiftly jumped down from the spaceship. Seeing this, Li Qian immediately rushed out, loudly calling, Master, Remember to bring back some food for me moments later. The male protagonist and Yu Yan entered the Qianyun pavilion, their aura immediately attracting the attention of the crowd inside. Wherever Yu Yan went, she exuded a fragrance that made the men captivated to the point of losing their divine souls. Is there really such a beautiful woman in the world? Indeed, seeing her makes my heart race uncontrollably. How dare you look directly at this exquisite beauty? Just a glance has left me feeling disoriented and unable to gaze any longer. A waiter approached as if in a daze, saying, "Welcome to Qianyun Pavilion. May I ask if you esteemed guests need anything? This inn is a bit unusual. Even just one waiter has reached the medium spirit realm in cultivation. We want to stay overnight." The waiter replied cheerfully, quoting the price, causing Wang Feng to spit out his drink. One room is 1,000 lower grade profound stones. How many rooms would the guests like? What? One room for 1,000 lower grade profound stones? Good heavens, is this a black inn? The total amount of profound stones I have is only a few hundred, and that's including what Mu Yunfei gave me as a gift. I'm supposed to be the master of the divine immortal sect, yet I can't even afford a single room. Wait, I should have plenty of money. System. Where is the wealth of Lin Yuni and the Marquis of Chonglin after I killed them? The system displayed a notification. All assets have been collected into the host system space. The host can check at any time. Indeed, the male protagonist's wealth was as high as the peak of Everest, along with the finest high-grade swords. The male protagonist held his head high, smiling broadly at his enormous wealth. Ha ha ha, no matter where it is, killing and robbing is the fastest way to get rich. After thinking for a moment, Wang Feng looked at the waiter with a cheerful smile and said, "Hee, I want." Before he could finish his sentence, a young man waved a fan and called out, "Beauty." A chubby guy with a large double chin walked over to Yu Yan and said, "Young master, we can rent a room for her." The crowd below began to gossip when they heard the chubby guy's voice. I couldn't have guessed it was Xiao Chongfeng, the young palace master of Sifang Palace. It's over with this guy showing up. That beauty is likely to find it hard to escape his grasp. That's right, this guy may spend all day seeking pleasure, but his cultivation hasn't regressed at all. He's already a master in the nobility realm, standing among the genius peak level. Seeing Xiao Chongfeng getting too close to Yu Yan, Wang Feng couldn't help but speak up. "Brother, are you willing to pay 7,000 low-grade profound stones for us?" Hearing this, the chubby guy shot a glare behind him, looking angry. "Who do you think you are? Besides the beauty, no one can make Xiao Chongfeng willing to help." Upon hearing this, the male lead opened his arms, shrugged, and threw a sarcastic remark. The SEC master thought there was a big spender who could kill, but it turns out he is just a poor person. Daring to laugh at the young palace master of Sifang Palace. Is this person tired of living? Feng, with a chubby face, turned around with a spiteful attitude, pointing his fan at the male protagonist's face, shouting, "As long as you step out of this Qianyun pavilion, I guarantee you will die without a complete corpse." Wang Feng, upon hearing this, squinted and shot a sarcastic glance. "So that means you don't dare to act in Qianyun pavilion, right?" The crowd watching the scene scratched their heads helplessly. Is this guy not just someone who crawled out from some corner? That's right, Qianyun Pavilion is located in 3 major empires with deep and unfathomable forces. Who dares to act in Qianyun Pavilion? Feng waved his fan, covering his mouth in mockery of the male protagonist. A frog sitting at the bottom of a well, unaware of its own limitations. "Stop beating around the bush, do you dare or not?" After saying that, Wang Feng lunged forward and struck a palm to Feng's belly, causing him to fly away before he could react. "What is Qianyun Pavilion anyway? I dare to hit you, so what?" Taking the full blow, Feng's face smashed into the wall. Shattering it, then he was thrown forward, hitting his face against the ground, breaking all his teeth. Damn it. Xiao Chongfeng is at the strong nobility realm. Even if it's a sneak attack, shouldn't he at least be able to react? How could he be hit like this? Compared to this, his audacity to act in Qianyun Pavilion is what surprises people. Xiao Chongfeng, eyes half closed, lifted his head to look up, his face swollen and bruised. "You dare to lay a hand on me in Qianyun Pavilion?" Before he could utter a few more trashy words, the male protagonist swung his large hand down, grabbing Xiao Changfeng's head and pressing it down onto the steps, causing a thunderous explosion. "You think you can choose where to fight? Course if I want to hit, I'll hit. This concludes the latest chapter, and we will be continuing it from here in the next episode. I'm not afraid of you. Wang Feng wasn't letting go, pressing harder on Feng's head, making it sink deep into the floor at that moment. A flash of light sped by at breakneck speed, causing the onlookers to stare in shock. A black man with an angry face charged toward Xiao Changfeng, gritting his teeth and shouting, "You piece of trash." Before being slapped in the face by the black man, Wang Feng quickly stepped back to avoid. The coarse black man glared with gritted teeth at Wang Feng, shouting loudly, "Dare to touch the young palace master of Sifang Palace. You're dead for sure." The crowd watching couldn't help but sweat profusely at the sight of the black man. The elder of Sifang Palace, Gu Weisheng, he is a strong, profound sovereign. This storm is definitely not something we want to get involved in. At this moment, Li Tianxian and her master on the second floor also saw the scene. The female master silently glared down below, thinking to herself, "This little guy really doesn't care about his life anymore. Not only did he act in Qining Pavilion, but he also went for the young palace master of Sifang Palace with Elder Gu Weisheng appearing. This guy is surely dead." Meanwhile, Li Tianxian couldn't help but be astonished. Her eyes wide open. This person dares to act in Qining Pavilion. He must have some backing. Down below, Wang Feng pointed directly at Gu Weisheng's face provocatively, which infuriated him. "Oh really? Then why don't you try to lay a hand on me?" Just as he finished speaking, a delicate white foot stepped down from the stairs. Those feet belonged to a beautiful girl. The girl with a serious and emotionless face pressed on. "Sir, you must know the rules of Qining Pavilion, right?" Upon seeing the girl, Gu Weisheng quickly turned around, clasped his hands, and bowed respectfully. "Gu Weisheng from Sifang Palace. Greetings to Elder Zhu Qin." Whenever a new character appears, the crowd always has something to say. Who would have thought that even Elder Zhu Qin, the one in charge of Qining Pavilion, has been disturbed? Elder Zhu Qin is a master of the profound sovereign realm. The fate of this little guy is already clear. I didn't expect to see two stunning beauties today. This trip is worth it. Wang Feng extended his hand toward Zhu Qin and composed a poem, which surprised her a little. Once charming a city, again charming a nation. After finishing the poem, the male protagonist placed his hand on his chest and winked at Zhu Qin. "It is an honor to meet you today. I am pleased, and I apologize for any offense. I hope for your understanding." Several young men nearby couldn't help but laugh. "Oh my God. Is this little guy crazy? He doesn't even realize what situation he is in. Not kneeling down to beg for mercy is one thing. Daring to play tricks with Elder Zhu Qin is unacceptable now. I just want to see how this little guy dies." Gu Weisheng said with a disdainful grin. "You really are seeking your own death." Zhu Qin closed his eyes, his expression calm as he remarked, "Your courage is quite impressive." "Not that impressive, just a little bit." Zhu Qin could no longer maintain his composure. His eyes widened as he growled, "You have attacked in the Qin Yun Pavilion, breaking our rules. What do you intend to do about this?" With that, Zhu Qin activated his skill, condensing a spiritual weapon into a sphere. Upon seeing this, Gu Weisheng grinned triumphantly, saying, "The little guy's day of death has come." However, Wang Feng was not afraid at all. He placed a hand on his chest and calmly said, "I have no intention of offending the Qin Yun Pavilion, but if you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you." As he spoke, Wang Feng pointed behind him, exerting a bit of force into Xiao Chongfeng's backside, causing him to awaken, raise his head, and shout, "No matter where it is, anyone who dares to offend the sect master must die." Now that little guy isn't dead yet, the sect master is already showing great respect to Qin Yun Pavilion and has been very lenient. Gu Weisheng heard this and was extremely angry, immediately throwing himself at Wang Feng. "You little brat. Not only do you dare to speak arrogantly in Qin Pavilion, but you also want to kill the young palace master of Sifang Palace." At that moment, the silk cloth on Yuan's body flew towards him, gliding gracefully through the air, then wrapping around Gixiang's arm. The silk brushed against his face, releasing a fragrance that made Gu Weisheng intoxicated to the point he couldn't open his eyes. He surprisingly supported the silk cloth lightly. Yuan interlaced her hands tightly, holding the silk cloth firmly, and cast a sharp glance. One less matter is better than one more. With that, she waved her hand, tightening the silk cloth in an impressive manner. The silk quickly tightened around Gixiong's arm, causing him to snap back to reality. With whitened eyes, Yuan stepped forward, effortlessly taking Gixiong's arm, and said to him, "One more arm is not as good as one less arm." Having dealt with one insignificant fool, Yuan retreated to stand beside the male lead, facing Xiuqin, who was still in shock. At this moment, Xiuqin no longer had the attitude of staring wide-eyed at the male lead. Instead, she fearfully thought to herself, "This person is too mysterious, and moreover, with him being strong by his side, I am not even an opponent." Once things get truly tense, the only ones who will suffer losses are us from Chinin Pavilion. If it weren't for this young master dressed in silk, how could Chinin Pavilion be in such a difficult situation? Right after that, an old man with white hair and a beard suddenly descended from the sky, reaching out to grab the silk cloth of Yuan and bringing it up to his nose to sniff. Afterward, he turned to look over with a sinister expression and exclaimed, "This is the scent of strong, isn't it?" As usual, there was chatter among the crowd when a notable figure appeared. "Oh my, I didn't expect the deputy master of Chinin Pavilion, Elder Qin Shang, has also been alerted." Young Master Xiao Changfeng probably didn't anticipate that his lustful behavior this time not only harmed his own elder but also brought such a significant figure into. That's right, Elder Qin Shang is someone who even the royal empire has to regard with some respect. Su Qin tightly shut her eyes with a look of helplessness. Exclaiming, "Elder Qin Shang!" Old Qin Shang walked up to Wang Feng and firmly planted his staff on the ground. "The reason you took action this time must be significant. Our Chinin Pavilion makes an exception for you once, but you have already punished Xiao Changfeng. Elder Gu Axiom also lost an arm because of this. This matter has gone far enough, let it go." Wang Feng looked seriously at old Qin Shang, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect that there would be a late peak profound sovereign realm existence in Chinin Pavilion. Truly a powerful force, making the three great empires envious." After pondering, the male protagonist raised his hand warmly and said, "Of course, I must respect Elder Qin Shang's face." "Thank you," old Qin Shang said as he took out a gold token and handed it to the male protagonist. "This time, all your activities in Chinin Pavilion are free, and you will become a distinguished guest of our Chinin Pavilion. As long as you are in any pavilion of Chinin Pavilion within the empire, you will enjoy a twofold discount." The crowd, upon hearing this, gritted their teeth in envy. Is such a big matter really ending like this? This person broke the rules of the Chinin Pavilion, but Elder Qin Shang not only did not pursue the matter but also gifted him a precious platinum guest card. It was the platinum guest card of the Chinin Pavilion, and very few people in the Yarui Empire could obtain it. Wang Feng pinched the guest card between his two fingers, then raised it in front of him, glancing sideways with a faint smile. "If that's the case, then to refuse would be foolish. Thank you very much." Old Qin Shang pointed towards the stairs and exclaimed, "Please, gentlemen, go upstairs to rest." The male protagonist brushed past Xiao Changfeng, closed his eyes, and made a sarcastic remark that startled him. "I hope you don't step outside the Chinin Pavilion." Wang Feng raised two fingers, condensed a flow of spiritual energy, then released the source of spiritual energy downward. A powerful force of energy shot straight towards Guixing's arm, spiraling directly into Guixing's arm. Moments later, his arm exploded right in front of Guixiong, leaving him wide-eyed and aghast with an angry face. He turned around and cursed, "What the hell? Why are you so ruthless?" Yu Yan immediately turned around, releasing the silk that wrapped around Guixing's neck. The pressure of the silk thread suppressed Guixiong, rendering him unable to speak. Elder Qin Shang and Zhu Qin, witnessing the scene, could only look away. "It seems the ceiling has added a spider web." Elder Qin Shang, "Don't worry. I'll arrange for someone to clean it up shortly." Wang Feng turned to Yu Yan and pointed forward, giving orders. "You go call the others to come here." "Yes, Sect Master." After saying this, the male lead strode up the stairs and then extended his hand. "Elder Qin Shang, please." All right, please." A moment later, Xiao Changfeng rushed over to help Guixiong to his feet. "Elder Guixiong, what shall we do now? You surely have the sound transmission order from the palace master, right?" "Yes, my father gave me a sound transmission talisman before he left." Guixiong blared, frowning as he looked ahead, his face dotted with sweat from the pain. Immediately contact the palace master and tell him to bring the strong from Sifang Palace to kill that bastard in Xinlin City. Otherwise, we will all be doomed upon hearing this. Xiao Chong Feng threw the talisman order to a subordinate. You take the sound transmission talisman and contact the palace master after assigning a task to the subordinate. He turned to Guixiong, asking urgently, what should we do next? Just wait. Xiao Chong Feng lowered a finger, glared at him, and exclaimed, so we're not participating in the Demon Sealing Conference anymore. Guixiong, hearing this, was extremely angry. He turned and gritted his teeth, shouting loudly, if you want to die, then go ahead and participate with that. He stormed off, clutching his bleeding arm, leaving Feng standing alone amidst the crowd. Xiao Chong Feng turned to look at the second floor and sensed a thick aura of evil energy. He fearfully tightened his mouth, drenched in sweat. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chong Feng ran out of the Kainan Pavilion. The two young men who had witnessed the events up to this point sighed in relief and enjoyed their tea. Who would have thought that the young palace master of Sifang Palace, a major sect at the top of the Yarway Empire and a master of the nobility realm, would end up in such dire straits? Outside the Kainan Pavilion, laughter echoed as Lao Qinshang and Zhu Qin led the group around the bustling floor. The fifth floor of the Kainan Pavilion is accessible only to the top experts of the various legitimate sections. Indeed, everyone on this floor emanated a heavy aura of malevolence. The sight of these powerful figures made the disciples of the male protagonist feel somewhat intimidated. The group of experts approached with gloomy expressions and no emotions, creating a chilly atmosphere. However, just a second later, they all broke into warm smiles and clasped their hands in greeting. Greetings, Elder Qinshang. Greetings, Taoist friend. Greetings, Elder Zhu Qin. Elder Qinshang gestured toward Wang Feng, introducing him. Everyone, this Taoist friend is Wang Feng, the sect master of the Divine Immortal Sect. I respectfully greet all Taoist friends. The male protagonist secretly smiled at the respect shown by those before him. Indeed, threatening them did have its effect, otherwise the treatment I received would not be so grand. The group of experts then turned to the male protagonist, showering him with compliments. Wang's sect master is young yet already leads a sect truly impressive. Indeed, he possesses remarkable demeanor. Among the younger generation, the achievements of Wang's sect master are truly admirable. I don't know where the Divine Immortal Sect is, but if we have time, we will definitely come to pay a visit. The male lead clasped his hands behind his back and raised one hand to respond loudly. The Divine Immortal Sect is located in a valley, outside the Xinyao mountain range. If you wish to visit, the sect master will welcome you at any time. Wang's sect master, as far as I know, there is no powerful sect like the Divine Immortal Sect outside the Xinyao mountain range. To be honest with you, our Divine Immortal Sect is an ancient hidden major sect that has only recently resumed its operations. The fifth-generation sect master of the Divine Immortal Sect was the Tong Tian leader, who fought against the heavens using Tong Tian cultivation. As a result, he was struck down by the heavens and a curse was placed upon us, forcing the Divine Immortal Sect to hide and avoid the curse of the heavens. Fortunately, the ninth-generation master, Shi Tian Great Saint, has emerged from the void and finally managed to break the curse of the heavens, allowing our Divine Immortal Sect to reappear. It is just that the Great Saint lost his life due to breaking the curse, passing the position of sect master of the Divine Immortal Sect to me. This is also my first time entering the world, and I hope you Taoist friends will guide me more. Old Xian Shang and the group of strong fighters were astonished when they heard the four words, Major Sect Ancient, their mouths agape and sweat pouring down. Moments later, the entire atmosphere became silent, and the group of strong fighters stared at the male lead, not daring to make a sound. Seeing this, Wang Feng was very pleased, quietly laughing to himself. Let me deceive you all in circles. However, it was not only the strong fighters who were astonished, even the disciples could hardly believe it, thinking, we know that the Divine Immortal Sect has a long-standing heritage, being a big sect hidden in the ancient world, but we never expected it to have such a terrifying legacy. With such a powerful sect as a backing, does Emperor Yao Ri still need to be afraid? Fighting against the heavens, and even losing slightly, what kind of existence is that? Could it be that the divine immortal sect will always have some strong fighter awakening? Old Xian Shang walked up to Wang Fong with his cane, chatting cheerfully. I never expected the divine immortal sect to have such a background. Our Qingyan pavilion was indeed careless. I hope Sect Master Wang won't hold it against us. Elder, don't say that. It is I, the Sect Master, who should be the one to apologize. I hope the Elder won't blame me, seeing how formidable the male lead sect was. A young man stepped forward to strike up a conversation. In this life, we have never encountered a true hidden major sect like the ancient one. If there is any disrespect later, I hope the Wang Sect Master will forgive us. Wang Fong, with eyes half closed, spread his arms confidently. It's all easy to talk about, and I welcome you all to exchange ideas at our divine sect. Our divine immortal sect has been hidden for a long time, and we are somewhat out of touch with the current era. Su Qin stood behind the elder Qin Shang, with a stoic expression. Elder, can you tell me how much of what Wang's sect master said is trustworthy? Elder Qin Shang looked at the male lead and replied with a serious tone. We will know soon enough. What do you mean by that? The Xifang Palace is not a power to trifle with. If we can withstand them, then there's a 50 chance it's reliable. If we can't, then it's just a clown jumping around. Hearing this, Su Qin pondered with a serious expression. I also want to see if the divine immortal sect is as fearsome as Wang Fong described. After a while, in a boudoir, the female master slammed her hand on the table with a shout. What the hell is the divine immortal sect? I've never heard of it, and this nonsense about fighting the heavens is truly ridiculous. Little guy does not know the vastness of the sky and the depth of the earth. The elder wants to see how you will withstand the wrath of Xifang Palace. The ancient hidden major sect you mentioned. I will go visit the young master of Xifang Palace for a bit. You stay here and think quietly. Yes, master. Li Tianxian turned her head and stared at the door, then bowed her head and touched her chest, exclaiming, Master, you can come out now. As soon as she finished speaking, a stream of red light flew out from Tianxian's chest. Within the red light, the hair and legs of a young girl gradually appeared. It was unexpected that Tianxian's master was a petite and adorable little girl, incredibly cute. The lovely master took a piece of cake, glanced over and stuck out her tongue, exclaiming, That master of yours outside is indeed a big-chested person with a brain the size of a grape. Tianxian approached, her eyes wide and innocent as she asked, Master, do you think what that Wang Sect master said is true? It is very likely to be true. Why? Have you discovered something? I just probed that Wang Sect master up close, although he has a mysterious power shielding him. But at one moment, the master was still able to probe into his cultivation. Tianxian, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in amazement and curiously asked, What cultivation does that Wang Sect master have? The cute master crossed her arms and turned to her with a serious expression, directly replying, Profound Sovereign Realm Peak. Hearing this, Tianxian looked up and murmured, Profound Sovereign Realm Peak cultivation, truly extremely terrifying, but it does not match the identity of a sect master of a major hidden ancient sect. Upon hearing this, the cute master responded, then clasped her hands behind her back and continued, What if the master says he is only 20 years old? What? Earlier, the master not only probed into his cultivation but also his bone lineage. It is precisely because of this that the master could guess that what the Wang Sect master said is probably true. Upon hearing this, Tianxian was extremely astonished, bringing her hands up to cover her mouth, achieving profound sovereign realm peak at just over 20. In the realm of the three great empires, Eve never seen such a genius. Soon, the day of the Demon Sealing Conference arrived, and a crowd gathered in the square of Xinlin City. Among them were representatives from the three empires and the master-disciple Pearly Tianxian. Everyone huddled together, gazing at the empty chair in the square. Yet no one was sitting in it. The male lead, feeling curious, turned to Elder Qin Shang and asked, Elder, who is presiding over this Demon Sealing Conference? Elder Qin Shang glanced over with a serious expression and replied, General Chen Lai, known as the war god of the empire, has reached the peak of the profound sovereign realm and the entire army of the empire. Upon hearing this, Wang Fong was astonished, his eyes wide in surprise, secretly thinking, is Emperor Yao Ri really placing such importance on this Demon Sealing Conference? Just to preside over the conference, he sent a peak profound sovereign realm expert. Meanwhile, the great demon Qin Shang opened his mouth wide, laughing with a sound that shook the heavens and the earth, thinking to himself, "Haha, Emperor Yao Ri is afraid that I will break the seal. He is truly scared." At that moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared above the crowd, startling them into exchanging glances. Then, the strong individuals raised their heads, alarmed by something that left them wide-eyed and gaping. In the sky, there was an enormous and bustling spaceship, with the front resembling the head of a dragon. Two people stood on top of the spaceship. One was Chen Lai, the general of the Yao Ri Empire, and the other was Yu Fei, the crown prince of the Yao Ri Empire. After the introduction, Yu Fei and Chen Lai descended from the spaceship together. Yu Fei sat down in a chair in the square and slammed his hand on the armrest. In his hand, he held a seal, glancing contemptuously down at the crowd below. Seeing Yu Fei's cold expression, the crowd immediately knelt in unison, causing the ground to tremble violently. "Bow to the crown prince. Bow to the general." Yu Fei looked at the crowd him with half an eye. "You do not need to be so formal." Wang Feng stared intently at Yu Fei, thinking to himself, in recent days the top geniuses I've seen have only reached the mid-stage of the nobility realm. I did not expect this prince of the empire to have reached the late stage of the nobility realm. Chen Lai walked forward, driving his sword sharply into the ground, looking at the crowd below with bright, glaring eyes. "In this demon sealing conference, there will be no restrictions. The winner will be the one who kills the most demon objects." Hearing this call to action, the crowd below began to murmur. With this rule, is the demon sealing competition going to turn into a bloodbath? That's right, as they compete for the top position on the demon sealing list, once the contestants meet, it's either you die or I live, and some will even deliberately kill the young geniuses. At that moment, two subordinates carried a wooden box and placed it in front of Chen Lai. He then held up a token and spoke in a serious tone. "This is the demon sealing command. You only need to carry the demon sealing command and kill a demon object. It will automatically absorb the aura of the demon object and convert it into accumulated points. The higher the cultivation of the demon object, the higher the accumulated points, and the person with the most accumulated points will be the winner of the demon sealing competition." As soon as he finished speaking, a young man stepped forward and asked urgently, "What if the demon sealing command is stolen?" Upon hearing this, Chen Lai glared angrily and gritted his teeth. "That would mean you are not worthy of possessing the demon sealing command." With that, Chen Lai used spiritual energy to lift the demon sealing commands from the wooden box into the air. "To all the geniuses who are not afraid of the cruel rules, come to the platform to seize the demon sealing command." The group of young people glanced at each other hesitantly upon hearing this. Then, they all rushed forward, desperately grabbing for the demon sealing command. Wang Feng threw the golden VIP card to the Shenxia Great Demon, saying, "Those young people who are not suitable for the demon sealing conference should stay at Qining Pavilion." Having said that, the main character and his 4 disciples rushed forward to seize the demon sealing command. Chen Lai widened his eyes as he looked down below and shouted loudly, "This general announces that the demon sealing conference begins." Upon hearing this, the geniuses began to transform into rays of light and flew away. Chen Lai pointed his sword forward, mistakenly indicating the direction, and then said, "Everyone follow me to the demon sealing of the godforsaken land." Su Qin and the old Qin Shang looked towards the beams of light and exclaimed, "Elder, although Wang's sect master is very good at maintaining his appearance, he is not under 30 years old yet. Does he want to escort the disciples of the sect to the godforsaken land?" A moment later, the main character descended from the sky. The main character and his 4 disciples stood on a cliff, looking at the red hole below. He and the chubby Qin stared wide-eyed, gazing intently down below. Is this really the godforsaken land? At the same time, Yu Fei and Tian Qian had also arrived and landed in a large area. Tian Qian turned her face towards a certain direction when Yu Fei called out, "Tian Qian, you should follow the prince now." Hearing this, she glanced back and replied bluntly, "No need." Yu Fei's subordinate had just landed and upon hearing this, pointed at Tian Qian's face, shouting, "Li Tian Qian, the prince has extended an invitation, yet you refuse." Yu Fei interrupted his subordinates and raised his hand to speak firmly. "This time the rules of the demon sealing conference are harsh. Tian Qian should not be capricious. Staying close to me ensures that nothing will happen." Tian Qian still did not bother to glance at Yu Fei and bluntly said, I don't need to. After that, she went straight to the male lead and exclaimed, I already have teammates. At this moment, Wang Feng was not paying attention to everything around him, continuously waving his hand at his nose. Oh my god, Qian Xiao's place smells horribly bad. Ignored by Tian Qian, Yufei's face darkened, his eyes narrowed, and he frowned, clearly showing his dejection. Returning to the earlier time, while Yufei was sitting confidently on the chair, being worshipped by the crowd below, he did not take his eyes off the seal on his hand. That scene caught Tian Qian's attention, making her feel a mix of doubt and fear. Back to the present, beams of light were flying toward the godforsaken land. At this moment, a pot of tea was being brewed. It turned out that the main characters group was taking a break on the cliff, enjoying tea and food while allowing the disciples to rest. Li Qin was lying on the cliff, pointing down at the godforsaken land and exclaimed, Sect Master, let's also enter the godforsaken land. The demon sealing conference only lasts 3 days, and soon the demon objects will be killed off by those geniuses. Wang Feng heard this and shot a glare down below, baring his teeth in a confident smile. What's the rush? If all the demon objects are killed, we can just rob those geniuses. Why waste our efforts going into the godforsaken land? Upon hearing this, Li Qin realized and glanced over at Wang Feng. That's right, we can rob those geniuses, Sect Master. You truly deserve to be the Sect Master. Indeed, you are cunning. No, you are resourceful. At that moment, Tian Qian walked up to the male lead, clasped her hands, and bowed in greeting. Li Tian Qian of Tian Qian Sect pays respects to the Sect Master and the esteemed Taoist friends. Wang Feng picked up a teacup and handed it to Fei Wu to pour water, then glanced over to respond. May I ask what brings Miss Li to seek our Sect Master? Tian Qian opened her eyes wide, looking at the male lead with a serious and straightforward expression. Tian Qian wants to join the Divine Immortal Sect, and hopes that Wang's Sect Master will accept me. Upon hearing this, the male lead choked on the water in his mouth, while Fei Wu also accidentally spilled hot water on his hand. Wang Feng raised his swollen red hand and blew gently on it. Miss Li, why would you choose to join our Divine Immortal Sect instead of a prestigious sect like Tian Qian Sect? Although I boast that Divine Immortal Sect is a major hidden sect, Miss Li Tian Qian, you wouldn't fall for my one-sided words and truly wish to join Divine Immortal Sect, would you? Tian Qian's eyes gradually dimmed, revealing her sadness. Because what Tian Qian Sect covets about me is not my prodigious cultivation, but my appearance. They want to use me to climb up to Prince Yufei of the Yao Rui Empire. Wang Feng, upon hearing this, casually picked up his teacup and took a sip before saying, although the Tian Qian Sect is using you, your status as the Prince of the Empire is already enough to be worthy of you, right? Hearing this, Tian Qian did not hesitate to open up. The status of the prince is noble. If I could unite with him, then even if I am used by the sect, it wouldn't matter. However, Tian Qian did not anticipate that the prince was gilded on the outside but shabby and devastated on the inside. Wang Feng and his 4 disciples were all astonished after hearing this. Oh, is that so? How should we interpret that? Could it be that after eating sweet potatoes there's now a watermelon? Tian Qian lowered his head and unconsciously muttered, once, I received an invitation to the palace, and without realizing it, I accidentally wandered into the prince's palace. The things that were incompatible with the status of the prince were the jewels of the crown prince's palace all emanated an aura that made others feel uneasy. Among them, the most eerie was the prince's seat. Looking at its shape, it could be said to resemble a chair, but behind it was a clear image of women who were continuously crying out in despair. When I was inside the grand hall, it just so happened that the prince returned. I immediately hid behind the chair and heard this. Li Tian Qian, the beauty Li Tian Qian, the leader of the Tian Qian sect. The prince walked over, sat arrogantly on the chair, and raised the seal, gazing intently at it. When will you come to stand by my side, Tian Qian? At first, I thought it was just an ordinary chair. Only when the prince placed the seal on the chair did I realize that the chair was a living being. At that moment, I could only cover my mouth tightly and pretend I saw nothing happening before my eyes. After this incident, I learned that the prince had a jade stamp in his hand. With just one imprint, it could turn a living person into gemstone, and he used it to turn the beauties he liked the most into a chair. Wang Feng was so furious that he threw the teacup behind him, frowning in thought. Damn it, I thought the people in the market were skilled, but it turns out the ones in the palace are the real experts when I eventually turn against the Yari Empire. I will definitely use that perverted prince's name as a sacrificial knife. After thinking, Wang Feng looked at Tianqian and asked, "Then why didn't you just leave the Tianqian sect? My entire clan is within the Tianqian sect. If I leave, my clan will surely be annihilated. So you want to take advantage of our divine immortal sect to withstand this destiny of yours? That's right, no big sect in the empire dares to oppose the great Emperor Yari. Only you and the divine immortal sect have given Tianqian a glimmer of hope." The male protagonist pointed at Tianqian and asked, "What right do you have for our sect master to take you in? Or rather, what value do you possess that could make our sect master risk confronting the Yari Empire to accept you?" Hearing this, Tianqian felt a bit disappointed and closed her eyes tightly. The Tianqian sect only knew that I had outstanding prodigy cultivation, but they did not know that my cultivation was entirely supported by the pills I refined to help me advance at this point. She placed her hand on her chest with a serious expression. "In fact, I am an 8th grade great master in pill refinement." Mu Yanfei and Fei Wu were slightly astonished upon hearing this, leaving the male protagonist behind confused and unaware of what was happening. In just over 20 years, she has become an 8th grade great master in pill refinement. Is being an 8th grade great master in pill refinement really that impressive? With his vast experience, Mu Yanfei stepped up to clarify the doubt. It is said that a long time ago, due to reasons unknown, the inheritance of refined pill master, formation masters, and other supplementary cultivation paths has been completely lost. The remaining inheritances of supplementary cultivation paths are extremely scarce. Now, in the 3 great empires, the number of refined pill grandmasters who can reach the 8th rank or above is definitely no more than 5 fingers. Furthermore, the 16-year-old 8th rank refined pill master is something that has never been heard of before. Fei Wu's eyes widened in surprise and a hint of admiration. I didn't expect that the refined pill prodigy of Tianqian would be so profound and unpredictable. At such a young age, they have already reached the 8th rank of refined pill master, and now they are to join our sect. However, Wang Feng remained very calm, spreading his arms and saying, "A refined pill master may be an extremely valuable existence for other big sects, but for the divine immortal sect, they are merely a presence that can be there or not. I have a system, and even without a refined pill master, I can still elevate the cultivation of the disciples in the sect." After thinking it over, the main character turned around and straightforwardly said, "Let's go." Seeing Wang Feng's indifference also made he pondered deeply. Unseen a lifetime talent like Li Tianqian. Even if I was a strong, profound emperor realm in my previous life, I would hate not to welcome him with open arms. How could the sect master not accept him into the divine immortal sect? Li Qing, with a heart of compassion, approached Tianqian to comfort him. "Do your best to cultivate, strive to be as exceptional as we are." Tianqian clasped his hands together and raised them in front, speaking loudly. "I apologize for the disturbance." Tianqian takes his leave. "I hope that what I have said is kept confidential by the sect master and esteemed Taoist friends. I thank you." After saying this, Tianqian turned and walked away. Just when he was at his most desperate, Wang Feng's voice rang out, "Where do you think you're going?" "My sect master said to come to the Demon Sealing place to participate in the Demon Sealing conference." Wang Feng turned around, pointed at his own face, and smiled as he said, "Your request is granted by my sect master. From now on, Li Tianqian and your family will be protected by my sect master. Anyone who dares to touch you will die. Even the Empire Yari will be destroyed. The father of the emperor need not be feared." Li Qing, standing beside him, heard this and shot a glance. "What are you still doing in a daze? While the sect master hasn't changed his mind, quickly pay the joining fee." Hearing that, Tianqian immediately took out her purse. Then, she walked in front of the male lead, raised the purse with both hands, bowed and said, "Li Tianqian will definitely serve the divine immortal sect diligently until the day I die." At that moment, in the godforsaken land, streams of evil energy were constantly spreading. On the surface, there seemed to be nothing special, But in reality, it was an incredibly deep abyss. Li Qing rushed downwards, his face scrunched up like a pile of cow dung. With two streams of snot standing up, one foe looked up at Li Qing and exclaimed, "You said that in the godforsaken land, the power of the outer circle is several times stronger than the outside world, and you can't even die. Do you want us to give you a ride?" Li Qing plunged his head into the ground, his face covered in sweat. "When I said give you a ride, I meant to carry you, not to send you down to the grave." While Li Qing was speaking, Fei Wu had already breathed onto her fist. Then, without any hesitation, she punched Li Qing in the head, causing his face to completely distort. Tian Qian stood behind, watching Fei Wu deliver a punch that sent Li Qing flying, feeling somewhat astonished. She stepped forward and raised a finger, curiously asking, "Ling's senior sister, when everyone is helping to fight the grand senior brother like this, is it possible that it will injure his foundation?" Upon hearing this, Fei Wu turned around and replied loudly, "That grand senior brother. He has the body of a black spirit tortoise. The harder he is hit, the more beneficial it is. I didn't expect the grand senior brother to have such a special physique. No wonder he can become the grand senior brother." After walking for a while, Fei Wu suddenly stopped. Looking up, something made her whiten her eyes in astonishment. The area ahead is really strange. In front of Fei Wu were countless intertwined branches. "What is that coral-looking thing?" Li Qing smashed her bare face into the area of branches, squinting and exclaiming, "I see clearly now. This is not coral. They are roots. This is a reverse growth forest." As soon as she finished speaking, a violent shock suddenly occurred from this place, shaking continuously, causing Qing Chubby to fall from the roots. The shaking was caused by the streaks of light rapidly moving towards the group of the male protagonist at that moment. A hand appeared on a root, with the pitch-black claws of a monster. Next, a pristine white fur was revealed. This monster was a ferocious white Qing Kong, rushing wildly towards the male protagonist's group. With eyes emitting a beam of light, the white Qing Kong looked down, opening its mouth wide to reveal razor-sharp teeth. No matter how terrified the disciples were, one fawn maintained an unusual calmness. It must be infected demon beasts, probably at the peak of the cultivation nobility realm. "Who's going up here?" After hearing this, Li Qing glanced away to avoid it, sweating profusely and thinking to himself, "I heard that demon beasts in the godforsaken land are extremely fierce, and once they fight, they don't stop until death. If I go up, wouldn't I be serving as food for it? If it's too difficult, it'll just skip it." In contrast to Li Qing's timidity, Mu Yunfei boldly stepped forward, drew his sword, and said, "Let me take care of it." With a confident expression, Mu Yunfei looked at the gleaming sharp blade of his sword and smiled lightly. One fawn sensed the aura of Yunfei, so he gave him a thumbs up. All right, that's pretty impressive." Just in time to see how much Mu Yunfei has grown under the guidance of Sherman Shueishu these past few days. Li Tianxin, who was watching from behind, felt a bit confused seeing the confidence of the male lead in Mu Yunfei. That's the Tongyun demonic ape, a demon beast at the peak of the nobility realm. Why does it seem like, in the eyes of the master and Mu's senior brother, it's just a common little beast that can be dealt with at will? The Tongyun demonic ape wrapped its tail tightly around a root, then spun around a few times for fun and shot straight towards Mu Yunfei. The Tongyun demonic ape tightened its fist, gathering a burst of powerful energy, then charged toward Mu Yunfei, with its fist aimed directly at his face. However, Mu Yunfei not only showed no fear but also smiled. He gently glided 2 fingers across the sword. Just in time, he then exerted force with the tips of his fingers, creating a rich spiritual weapon that enveloped the sword. The next moment, he pointed the sword straight ahead, using the Tianhong first sword technique to launch an attack unexpectedly. The Tongyun demonic ape took his strike heeded, and something made it wide-eyed in horror. The pressure of the power from the sword she struck hard, causing the Tongyun demonic ape to be sent flying several dozen meters, leaving behind violent shockwaves. The impact was immense, breaking the roots into many short segments. At this moment, the Tongyun demonic ape's hand was continuously bleeding, causing it immense pain. It opened its mouth wide and screamed fiercely, but it didn't stop there. Mu Yunfei stomped down hard, leaping forward. As he approached, he unleashed a powerful sword chi, leaving the Tongyun demonic ape stunned and gritting its teeth in fear, unable to withstand this shock. the Tongyun demonic ape clenched its two fists, channeling its strength. It then charged into battle fiercely with Mu Yunfei, leaving Tianxian, who was watching from afar, enlightened. She stared in shock at Mu Yunfei's duel, wondering, are all the disciples of the divine immortal sect this strong? After a bloody struggle with Mu Yunfei, the Tongyun demonic ape held onto a root. Then it did a handstand on the root, glaring and gritting its teeth at Mu Yunfei with a gaze filled with murderous intent. Just wait a moment to catch my breath. Just a moment later, Tongyun demonic ape clamped its 2 feet together, gathering strength. Next, Tongyun demonic ape forcefully extended its legs towards Mu Yunfei with tremendous power, and so, the feet of Tongyun demonic ape collided directly with Mu Yunfei's sword chi in the blink of an eye. Yunfei's sword shattered into many pieces, dissipating along with his sword chi. Looking back, only the hilt of the sword remained. Yunfei stared at it and calmly said in front of Tongyun demonic ape, "Is it just the hilt left?" This time, Eve taken a heavy loss after that. Yunfei glanced at Tongyun demonic ape and smiled. Then he kicked off the branch and shot forward. When he got close to Tongyun demonic ape, Yunfei tightly grasped the hilt of the sword in his hand, aiming directly at its belly. At this moment, a spiritual weapon gradually formed on the hilt of Yunfei's sword. He thrust it forcefully through the stomach of Tongyun demonic ape, causing it to be caught off guard, staring wide-eyed, mouth agape in shock. Tianqian, witnessing this scene, gasped in horror, shouting, "Oh no, Mu's senior brother has forgotten that his sword is just the hilt now." The Tongyun demonic ape was in excruciating pain, roaring loudly with its mouth wide open, accompanied by its tail trembling incessantly. Moments later, the Tongyun demonic ape toppled over, carrying the hilt of Yunfei's sword, unconscious and bleeding profusely. Having resolved the situation, Yunfei flew back to the group of the male protagonist. Tianqian raised her hand to cover her mouth, still in shock at the scene before her. What is happening here? Why did Mu's senior brother use a sword hilt without a blade and still manage to kill the Tongyun demonic ape? After hearing this, Wang Feng turned to her, half closing his eyes and raising a finger to answer her question. "Who said that hilt has no blade? It's just that you can't see it." Mu Yunfei flicked his 2 fingers, channeling spiritual energy instantly. A complete sword covered in red blood shot out from the body of the Tongyun demonic ape. "What are you looking at? The blade isn't gone, it's just in a hidden state." Wang Feng, witnessing this scene, felt extremely satisfied and thought to himself, "Not bad. It seems Mu Yunfei has initially grasped the from Elder Sherman." At this moment, the body of the Tongyun demonic ape revealed a stream of spiritual weapons, golden light running along its entire form. Mu Yunfei, upon witnessing the spiritual weapon approaching him, was a bit taken aback. However, that stream of spiritual weapon was absorbed into the demon's sealing command in his hand. "Oh my, you scared me to death." Yunfei took the demon's sealing command and stepped in front of the male protagonist to showcase his achievement of receiving 10,000 accumulated points, completely disregarding the body of the Tongyun demonic ape. It had been propelled upward by some force. Tianqian noticed its movement and exclaimed in shock, "Mu's senior brother? Be careful. The demonic ape is behind you." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunfei turned around and saw a stream of blood sheet continuously rising from the demonic ape's body. The immense blood sheet coalesced, transforming into the spirit form of extremely ferocious shark, which opened its mouth wide to reveal shark fangs, staring intently at Mu Yunfei. The shark lunged at Mu Yunfei, but unfortunately, it missed this time. However, Yunfei was alert, gritting his teeth and glancing behind him. He raised his hand to chant the incantation to condense the sword chi. Then he turned around and slashed the sword chi at the shark's head, splitting it in 2, and thought to himself, "I expended too much energy to kill the earlier. The remaining profound chi is only enough for me to use the Huayong sword Dao one last time." After the first strike, the head of the shark flew in the air, its body loosened, wrapping around the demon sealing command from Mu Yunfei's hand. As he lost strength and fell down, Yunfei stared intently at the demon sealing command in front of him, panting like a dog. Giant shark transforming into blood, this is not like demon beasts, its purpose is the demon command. While he was distracted, the head of the shark reconnected with its body. Then, the shark opened its jaws wide and lunged at Mu Yunfei. He was on the verge of death but still gritted his teeth and thought, "It seems that my attacker is another genius." The jaws of the shark were close to Mu Yunfei, but he just sat there clutching his stomach. Just a second later, a tattered garment tore into pieces, accompanied by a splash of bright red blood, but it was not Mu Yunfei's blood. It was Tian Xian's. The girl, disregarding her life, rushed to hug Mu Yunfei and pulled him away from the shark's mouth, injuring herself in the process. A deep bite mark extended along Tian Xian's spine, causing her immense pain as she gritted her teeth and tightly closed her eyes. After landing a blow, the shark gleefully dove into the ground. At that moment, above the body of Tong Yun demonic ape, a talisman appeared with a fiery red aura. Even more surprisingly, in the next moment, 3 masked young men with unknown backgrounds emerged from beneath the ground. As one of them surfaced, he angrily stomped on the demonic ape, tearing the talisman from its body. Then, he stared intently at the blood she in his palm and said, "I really have good fortune. The battle has just begun, and my blood-wave shark has already taken down 2 opponents from the nobility realm for me." Sitting nearby, Tian Xian heard this and gradually realized what was happening, thinking to herself, using a blood control talisman to manipulate the blood of living beings, and attacking us with that specialized talisman can only be the prodigy of that Sun High Sect. Fang Yimo. In Tian Xian's mind, Fang Yimo was the leader of those 3 young men. Fang Yimo raised his hand to stroke his chin, staring ahead, and exclaimed, "I didn't expect fairly Tian Xian, senior sister of the Tian Xian sect, to be here. What bad luck to serve her up to my blood-wave shark." Tian Xian tightly clutched the wound on her shoulder. Her voice strained as she said, "Fang Yimo, you are the pinnacle prodigy of the big sect Sun High Sect in the Yari Empire, and you still dare to shamelessly do such things while others are in danger." Fang Yimo removed the mask from his face and replied, "What is called the victor takes all. As long as I can win, what does it matter to you what methods this young master uses? Right now, you and your companions are all injured. If you don't want to lose your lives, then obediently serve this young master." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 men accompanying him also joined in jeering, "Haha. It's a blessing for Li Tianxian to catch the attention of Fang's senior brother." That's right. Fang's senior brother is the pinnacle prodigy of our Sun High Sect. It's not an insult to her status. I advise you to obediently serve the senior brother and avoid suffering physical pain. Lingfei Wu and Chang Chubby heard these words and were extremely furious, rushing forward. But Wang Fong raised his arms to block them, leaving both of them wide-eyed and astonished, unable to move. Tian Xian's face darkened, remaining silent. After a long pause, she looked up and said, "If you want me to attend to junior brother Fong, at least you should heal my injuries first." Hearing this, Fang Yimo glanced at the subordinate and ordered, "Get a healing pill for senior sister Li Tianxian." As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Xian refused, saying, "I don't need it." She stood up, took out a gourd, and exclaimed, "I have something better here." After saying that, she poured out a thunder pearl from the gourd, which grew larger and larger, surrounded by flashing lightning that illuminated Tian Xian's face. Then she used a lightning technique, directing the gourd towards the thunder pearl, launching a powerful bolt of lightning towards Fang Yimo, making him break out in a cold sweat. In that moment, Fang Yimo was completely overwhelmed by the powerful lightning of Tian Xian, causing his body to jerk. The 2 subordinates, seeing this, were frightened and sweated profusely. "Senior brother Fang, are you okay?" Fang Yimo, with the bolt of lightning charging straight at him, boldly declared, "A tiny lightning strike. Can it injure me, Fang Yimo?" Hearing his words, the 2 subordinates immediately encouraged fiercely, "Impressive, truly a top prodigy of our Songhai sect." Under the blinding light, the image of Fang Yimo raised both hands in front of him. A moment later, Fang Yimo unleashed the mountain move sea palm into the chest of the subordinate beside him, causing lightning to surge through his body. The subordinate, shocked by the electric shock, shouted in despair, "Fang's senior brother, why?" Fang Yimo removed his mask and revealed a strange smile. "You are just an ordinary disciple of Songhai sect. Taking the lightning from my top prodigy self counts as a meaningful death." Thus, the subordinate absorbed the punishment, with his body being torn to pieces under the powerful lightning. Witnessing the scene before her, Tian Qian felt a bit disgusted. I never expected that you could drag your own people to death just for self-preservation. Fang Yimo crossed his arms and a stream of blood chi began to emerge. If it weren't for you not knowing what's good for you, he wouldn't have to die like this. It was you who forced this young master to use underhanded methods to break the flower. After saying that, Fang Yimo performed the clear wave technique, using blood chi to create enormous sharks. After taking shape, the sharks began to merge their bodies together. A dozen sharks fused into a giant whale, opening its mouth wide as it charged towards Mu Yunfei and Tian Qian in a critical moment. Qing Chubby charged straight ahead like a gust of wind. He was controlled by a beam of light, using his head to collide with the whale, causing his eyes to bulge out and blood to pour from his mouth. Out of nowhere, a blow landed that felt like it would knock his brains out, making Qing Chubby frustrated as he thought, if you want to pick flowers, then go ahead. Why pick on me? Damn Sect Master. Ever since discovering that I possess the Black Spirit Tortoise, you've treated me like a shield you can move anywhere you need at any time. My brain already has few wrinkles and now it's completely flat. That's just infuriating. With Li Qing's strong impact, the whale quickly exploded. Wang Fang approached Mu Yunfei and asked, "Do you remember the lesson from today?" Disciple remembers, and will never forget. The male lead stared straight ahead with a determined expression. Today, the sect master originally intended to let the disciples train on their own, but unfortunately ran into that clown jumping around, which annoyed the sect master, so I no longer want to see him continue living. Fang Yema, hearing this, pointed directly at the male lead and shouted loudly, "Useless person! Where did you come from to dare to bark in front of my prodigy?" Wang Fang ignored Fang Mu's words and glanced at Li He, exclaiming, "If I let you kill this clown, how many strikes would it take?" After hearing this, Li He smiled lightly with a hint of meaning. Li He confidently walked toward Fang Yema, with spiritual weapons swirling around his body. For this weakling, one strike is enough. Tian Qian poured a blue pill from a gourd. Then she half closed her eyes and put it in her mouth. At the same time, a stream of red energy continued to seep out from her chest. Just now I almost ate dirt, and now the master just decided to show up. With the sect master of the divine immortal sect guarding, your lives will not be safe. The lovely master shot a glance plus my pill. Even if you get injured, you will recover very quickly. I'm out here to see what's going on. Li He, your senior brother, how does he deal with the prodigy of the Jinhai sect with just one sword? Fang Yema looked towards Li He and, seeing the sword in his hand along with the spiritual weapon radiating around him, sneered. "Humph, I didn't expect this useless person to dare claim that he could deal with me with just one sword." He used a sharp gaze, his pupils shining as he looked at Li He, speaking loudly. "Want to die? Then I will grant your wishes." After finishing his words, Fang Yema once again used the clear wave 5 techniques, gathering blood chi to form a dozen extremely fierce sharks, with deep mouths and jaws full of sharp teeth. After combining to form a gigantic whale, it lunged forward to bite down. But Li He quickly jumped aside to evade, causing the ground to explode. Then, he stomped his foot down hard, launching himself up in front of the whale's mouth. He tightly gripped the sword in his hand. Sliding on his knees along the ground towards it, he glided under the enormous body of the whale, with a calm expression. Just a second later, he aimed straight at the target and halted quickly, leaving 2 shockwaves beneath his knees. Seeing the blood shark charge at him with its mouth wide open, Li He quickly let go and grabbed the sword. Then, with a determined expression, he swung the sword straight forward. The sword pierced into the middle of the blood shark's mouth, causing it pain and making it let out a fierce roar. Not stopping there, Li He placed his hand on the sword's hilt and, using force, thrust it deep into the blood shark's mouth. He exerted force from his legs to gain momentum, then pushed the sword with his hand while running quickly forward, causing the sword to penetrate even deeper into the blood shark's mouth. Subsequently, the sword pierced through a series of other blood sharks behind it. After the strike, the blood shark was about to vanish. The lovely master stood on the side, raising a hand to stroke his chin and observe. This little guy knows the clear wave 5 moves, a technique stronger than the previous one, intentionally using the clear wave 3rd and 4th moves to counter the strongest 5th move. When the two sharks collided, they created an earth-shattering explosion. With smoke and fire billowing up, this is known as skillfully harnessing power. Fang Yema was hit by an unexpected counterattack, clenching his teeth in frustration. A sword pierced through the thick cloud of dust. Li He's sword lunged directly at Fang Yema, startling him and causing him to fall backward in an attempt to evade it. Moments later, Fang Yema regained his composure and used both hands to strike back. Pinching Li He's sword, he then bared his shark-like teeth and smirked. "I thought your sword strike was formidable, but in the end, you were still caught empty-handed by me." However, when his sword was caught, Li He remained calm and collected without any sign of panic. Tian Qian stared ahead in shock, exclaiming, "Fang Yema, you really did enchant your sword. Clearly it belongs to your junior brother." As soon as she finished speaking, a sword she gracefully swept across Fang Mo's neck and that of his disciple. Blood gushing from the wound, Fang Yema opened his mouth wide, his eyes widening as he shouted the last three words, "Impossible," while still gripping the sword, but his head fell as usual. Seeing the two young men fall at his feet, Li He quickly retracted his sword and sheathed it. Witnessing this scene, the adorable master couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "This sword strike is truly formidable." She smiled with satisfaction. This one is indeed the true prodigy of the divine immortal sect. Tian Qian's eyes widened as she stared at Li He, thinking to herself, "Just now, I thought that senior brother Li He's strike had failed. It's a pity that senior brother Li He went back on his word, cutting off the heads of the two and switching their positions. This must definitely involve more than just using a sword." The adorable master raised an arm and said loudly, "Tian Qian, you are mistaken. He really only used one strike. How is that possible?" The adorable master looked ahead and said seriously, "Your skills are not sufficient. The master can see very clearly. Just now, Li He really only used one strike. The speed of the attack was extremely fast, and he completely severed the heads and switched them." Hearing the master's words, Tian Qian was stunned as she followed the figure of Li He. After resolving the matter, the accumulation points were absorbed into the demon sealing command. Li He then threw the demon sealing command to the male lead. "Sect Master, their accumulation points have all transferred to your demon sealing command." "You did very well." The male lead glared at the demon sealing command in his hand, secretly smiling. Indeed, robbing is the fastest way to accumulate points. At the same time, outside the Grand Hall Square, a huge leaderboard appeared before the elders of the great empires in the still atmosphere. A mosquito flew by, causing a disturbance. The mosquito buzzed in front of Qian Xia, the great demon, making him extremely annoyed. No matter how dangerous it was, he couldn't bring himself to kill these pesky mosquitoes. On the scoreboard, Yufei's accumulated points were at the top. The third place was Mu Yunfei, and the rest were unknown to the crowd. The young men below looked at the leaderboard and discussed excitedly. "Yufei, the prince, truly deserves to be the leader of the younger generation of the empire in a short time. He has accumulated 30,000 points. Such an achievement would rank second even in the previous generation's demon sealing tournament." Indeed, among the younger generation of the three great empires, Prince Yufei is absolutely at the top. Beside them, Lin Elder of the Feiwu sect also spoke a few words. "First place in this demon sealing tournament surely belongs to Prince Yufei. What surprised me is that young Master Gu Longji of the Xianhai sect managed to rank second, with 20,000 accumulated points." Qian Elder of the Xianhai sect heard this and glanced over to respond. "Lin Elder, Yute young master of the Feiwu sect is not to be underestimated. He has already pressured our young master of the Xianhai sect." Hearing this, Lin Elder raised his hand to gesture and spoke in a gentle tone. "You cannot compare to your Xianhai sect, which has many talented disciples ranked in the top 20. While the Feiwu sect only has 3, the demon sealing conference is merely the beginning. The current results mean nothing. Lin Elder should not praise those disciples anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, a young man beside Qian Elder spoke up. "Why is Fang Yimo suddenly not here?" Qian Elder, hearing this, became furious, his eyes bulging, and turned to shout directly at the young man. "What do you mean not here? Do you know how to speak?" "Sorry, Elder." After scolding, he turned his face to the list, smiling brightly. Fang Mo's accumulated points must have increased, so his rank should have gone up as well. Why panic? Straining his eyes to scan the entire list and still not seeing Fang Mo's name, Qian Elder's face darkened like a bottom of a pot as he yelled, "Hey! Something seems off." Qian Elder immediately rushed in front of Qian Lai, clasping his hands to report General Qian Lai, the name of our genius sect, Fang Yimo, has suddenly disappeared from the map. Could it be that there is something wrong with the demon sealing tablet? The demon sealing tablet was personally crafted by His Majesty. It cannot be the only reason Fang Mo's name is missing is that he has been killed by someone else. After hearing this, Qian Elder was stunned, frozen for 5 seconds in his imagination. The image of Fang Mo's head severed from his body appeared. He gritted his teeth. His eyes turned completely black. Remaining silent a moment later, Qian Elder raised his arm forward and shouted loudly, "Who is it? Dare to touch our genius from Shanghai Sect?" The young people turned around upon hearing this, whispering to each other, "Who is so bold as to kill the top genius of Shanghai Sect during the Demon Sealing Grand Assembly?" Seeing the situation escalating, the female master poured oil on the fire. Qian Elder, the accumulated points of the master from Divine Immortal Sect, Wang Fang, are exactly the same as Fang Mo's. Perhaps it was him who killed. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Fang Yimo just disappeared. He immediately climbed up to the top 20 upon hearing this. Elder Qian turned to look at the group of strong men of the male protagonist, glaring with wide eyes and shouting, "Wang Fang, you are so bold." Without any hesitation, Elder Qian crossed his arms, concentrated his energy, and gritted his teeth, stating, "If your sect master dares to kill my genius from the Shanghai Sect, then I, this elder, will kill you all to avenge him." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Qian's body unleashed an expanse of water, surging towards the group of strong men. The immense power of Elder Qian's water mesmerized even those who watched from a distance. The female master of the Tian Qian sect, seeing this scene, made a smug expression, thinking to herself, "Elder Qian of the Shanghai sect is a mid-stage profound sovereign of the strong realm. This time Divine Immortal Sect is definitely doomed." Elder Qian's water condensed and then transformed into a fierce dragon with sharp fangs, lunging toward the group of strong men. In front of the fierce dragon's mouth, 11 men Chisha boldly stepped forward and said, "Let me handle this." With that, 11 men Chisha raised both hands in front of his mouth and chanted a formula to concentrate his energy with an emotionless expression. After that, 11 men Chisha released the Tao Force energy into the mouth of the dragon. Just as it was about to devour him, the Tao Force energy pierced through the dragon's mouth and penetrated its body, then shot straight out. Seeing this scene, Elder Qian's eyes widened in shock. The female master of Tian Qian, witnessing the event, also gasped in astonishment, internally screaming, "How is this possible?" Due to Elder Qian's astonishment, 11 men Chisha's Tao Force energy conveniently pierced through his throat. Subsequently, the energy passed through Elder Qian's brain and shot directly towards Qian Lai. Seeing this, General Qian Lai raised 2 fingers to block the attack. A moment later, something caused Qian Lai's eyes to widen in disbelief. On the tip of his fingers was a pitifully dead mosquito. Qian Lai glanced at Elder Qian, who was bleeding profusely beside him, and thought he just casually used a mosquito to kill a mid-level profound sovereign. After contemplating this, he ordered his subordinate, someone, quickly investigate the background of the Divine Immortal Sect. Understood, General. Having resolved the matter, 11 men Chisha lowered his hands and glared at Qian Elder with a frosty expression. The female master of Tian Qian glanced at 11 men Chisha, remaining silent, but internally she was extremely frustrated, gritting her teeth in anger. Why is this person from the Divine Immortal Sect more terrifying than the others? Su Qian wiped a bead of sweat from her cheek and turned to stare at 11 men Chisha. Then her eyes widened in shock and she muttered, "First, they used bandages to break an arm of Guixing Elder from Sifang Palace, and then they killed Qian Elder of Zhanghai Sect with a mosquito. What kind of sect is the Divine Immortal Sect?" Hearing this, Elder Qin Xing responded, "I don't know either." He turned his head and glanced back, beads of sweat forming again. "But I know that the Divine Immortal Sect is an entity that Qin Yun Pavilion must establish a good relationship with." At the same time, in the godforsaken land, in the midst of the thriving forest, a dreamy purple spiritual herb appeared. This spiritual herb radiated an incredibly dazzling light, and the flower of the spiritual herb slowly bloomed, revealing its remarkably strange stigma with various large and small branches. At that moment, two groups of people appeared. One side consisted of great masters in cultivation, led by a rather handsome monk with skin as white as grapefruit. The other side was a group of thin young people, led by a man holding a feather fan. The two groups stood facing each other, intently gazing at the spiritual herb at their feet. While the two groups were competing in their stare down, a figure of the male protagonist could be seen in the distance. Partially hidden behind a branch, the male protagonist sat atop the branch, looking down intently with a gnawing smile. Qin Shubi turned to look back, half closing his eyes, and exclaimed, "The mantis stalks the cicada, while the sparrow stands behind." With such a cunning sect master, how could the divine immortal sect not prosper? Wang Feng raised his to stroke his chin with a blank expression, asking curiously, "What are they doing around the vegetable patch? Could it be that the Taoist and the monk are fighting over vegetarian food?" Hearing the sect master say that, "I'm starting to feel a bit hungry too," Tianxian, standing beside him, placed a hand on her chest and answered boldly, "This purple flower is called the Purple Spirit Profound Flower. If it's processed into the Purple Spirit Profound Pill, it can increase the success rate of reaching the strong nobility realm peak and breaking through to the profound sovereign realm by up to 50 the genius treasure of nobility peak. No wonder it can attract their contention." Mu Yunfei fell silent when he heard this and pondered. The junior sister is indeed a great master at refining 8th grade pills. Despite my serious injury, after taking her pill, I have recovered so quickly. After hearing those words, Wang Feng glanced over at Tianxian impressed. "Do you know them?" The group of cultivators are disciples of Fei Wu sect, the leading major sect, with Yi Feng as its top genius. As for those monks, they are disciples of the major sect Wu Xiang sect, with Wu Nian as their leading genius. So Wu Xiang sect is a Buddhist sect of cultivating immortals. That's right, sect master Wu Xiang sect is the only Buddhist sect in the 3 great empires. Although their strength has not reached the peak level of major sects, they should not be underestimated, especially their somewhat peculiar attack methods that make it hard for people to defend against. After listening, Wang Feng glanced down below and smiled to himself, thinking, if possible, I want to poach from Wu Xiang sect. After all, Buddhist disciples are rare. Below, Yi Feng raised one hand to his mouth and extended the other hand forward, speaking loudly. "Wu Nian brother, this purple spirit profound flower, if Wu Nian brother is willing to part with something dear, then consider it a debt of gratitude from me to you in the future. If you need anything, just say the word and I will come." Upon hearing this, Wu Nian made an expressionless face and replied frankly, "The donor is valuing appearances too much. Treasures are merely external possessions. This purple spirit profound flower should still be taken by this monk back to Wu Xiang sect for purification, to avoid tempting the minds of the world."